is there anybody on the chat that might feel a little shy about asking questions? There's really no reason to. Everybody here is at their own level of understanding. We've all had to start from the beginning. So if you have questions, no matter what it is, feel free to hop on here and ask away.
There you
Hello,
go,
sir.
Mamang. Yeah, hello.
Hey, just want to ask about, is there a deploy on another network?
Hey, you mean a new launch after Eve Pow and AVAX?
Which network?
Well, there are five at the moment. There's none deploying today.
Which network?
You have Ethereum, Binance, Binance Smart Chain,
Yeah.
Polygon, Ethereum POW, and AVAX.
Uh, so only five network,
What's that?
only five network.
Yes. In the last
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hey, honey deals.
Hey, has there been an announcement about the next chain launch yet?
No, nothing so far. I think it'd be a safe play to just assume that nothing is happening right now because, you know, I mean, Jack wants to, but I think we're just kind of letting these first five play out for a while, and he's yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I was kind of surprised that they did AVAX and ETH proof of work back to back like that. But I had enough time to do both. They didn't seem to have very much interest at all, so I hit a lot of 100-day stakes, like a lot of them. I'm pretty stoked about that.
100 days. Oh, so you minted like the first day and then staked?
Yeah, yeah, I got like max stakes with 100 days for proof of work and proof of and AVAX because there's just so little interest. People weren't botting the shit out of it. Like one of my AVAX mints was number 68.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Say,
yeah, it is pretty dope.
I don't know what your I don't know what sort of time frame you're looking at on your end. It just depends on the individual, but you will be if you you'll be earning more Zen if you just choose a longer mint term versus staking
Oh
with
yeah, I
all of
don't
the
know. I know how it works. I just like in the first 5,000, the longest you can do is 100 days, and it's a max. You get the max amount. So like I got a lot in the first 5,000 for ETH proof of work and for AVAX, but I didn't manage to get even one in Matic or BNB, and I mean I wasn't there at launch of ETH. I found out 17 hours in. Um, but yeah, no, those are maxed out, but I'm getting them in 100 days. It's pretty sweet. I don't understand
I
why
have a
there
question.
wasn't more interest in AVAX and ETH proof of work.
I think they're moving strong. Me and Honey Deals was just talking. He was mentioning it looks like they're pretty similar to the growth that Ethereum saw in the first couple days. So we'll see how it all plays out. There's more than enough time to keep claiming C ranks too. There's no like FOMOing needed involved, with all of this. So if you want to keep going with stuff in the future, it's a good option as well.
Has Jack talked about the burn at all, or how they anticipate on going about that?
Well, that was, to my understanding, that was kind of included in the code for other projects to build on top of Zen.
Yeah, the proof of burn is just a mechanism so that you can keep record and get credit for burning. And I imagine that's like burning to the zero address, not the dead address, but I'm not really sure. I haven't looked into it too deeply, but what I do understand, to my knowledge, is that yeah, there isn't the official team doesn't have any plans to be using it to help with the burn. It's just yeah, it's a mechanism to so the community can build on top.
There is a token out that's already been launched that's basically just a burn token. Um, I'm not going to say the name of it on here. I don't know if it's legit. Jack did mention it yesterday on live stream, but he also said he hasn't checked it out. So you guys just got to be, I'm not saying it's a scam or anything, just, there's scams out there. So there's no rush to get
Okay.
involved in stuff. No FOMO, it gets people wrecked.
So you know how this was essentially like a win-win for Jack, right? Because I think he has some Ethereum nodes or something, and it's like obviously increased activity and burn. I guess it's a win for everybody, right? It's burned Ethereum like crazy. So this is kind of like a tool for that, right? Almost. So what you're saying is
Yeah,
there's something in the community out there that they could build like a burn mechanism project for this project.
yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, there's a system in this actual contract that keeps track of burning, and then you can use that, trade them in for some kind of credit on another project, as I understand it. Who was it that
Sick.
was mentioning a rewards token? Could you possibly DM me the details of that? I'd like to look into it. Don't worry, I won't come blaming you if I get rugged.
How dare
Okay,
you
I have
warn
a,
me about that, rug?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Can I glide? All right. So there's no like announcement of the listing of the Avalanche and the Ethereum proof of stake version on any centralized exchange. So I want to know if it's going to be listed on any decentralized exchange, like which exchange is it going to be listed on?
Are you asking about possible listings on a decentralized exchange? Is that how I understood that question?
No, on decentralized.
As far as centralized, that's up to them if they want to list it. I mean, they need to do the same thing that you and I are doing, is mint their own tokens, and then they can list it if they please. Same goes for decentralized exchanges. People need to mint their own tokens and decide to create liquidity on an exchange.
Okay, thank you.
We don't know anything. It's hard to keep track of all the centralized exchanges and what they want to do. So
Okay, thank you.
This is crazy, dude. I wish I could fast forward 10 years.
hey, admin, there's someone raising their hand here named Steven.
Dude, I've never made an Excel sheet for any of my crypto freaking investments, and this made me bust out spreadsheets. That's how bullish I am on this. That's how much I'm gonna pay attention to it. It's crazy. I love it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't even that far yet. I have all my stuff written out on several pages of graph paper that I need to move over onto the computer here eventually.
yeah, I'm not even like a numbers guy that likes chasing like the percentages of gains and losses every day. I literally just did it so that I can track the claim date because I do not want to miss my shit.
Oh no, you don't.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, so as far as the burn function goes, an interesting little tidbit about it, I think, is the percentage that you lose if you don't claim on day one. So as it goes on, it's pretty significant as the days go. And if you're not getting in on that first day and claiming the day that it's available, you lose like what 1%, and then the second day it gets significantly higher until 5-6 days in, you've lost pretty significant amount of your stake. So I think that's going to play into it too. And then also,
I gotta cut off here. Just hey, just sorry, I apologize. That there is no penalty. I think you might be a little mixed up here. So there is a penalty as far as minting your Zen late, but there is no penalty for unstaking your Zen late.
no, claiming, when you claim it, if you don't claim it on the day that it's available, doesn't the amount
I
of your
thought I
claim
heard you
going
say
down?
stake there. It was just a
No,
mix
no,
up, I think.
claim. Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
No, as
you
far
answered a
as
question that
claiming.
I had because I didn't even realize that. I thought maybe the penalty was going to be the same for staking, but it's good to know that it doesn't really matter with those ones. I don't have to keep track of that as well.
No, I think like what Jack said about the staking is that you can get out of your stake at any time that you would like, but if you don't you know, hold it in there the whole time that you're supposed to stake it for, then you do lose all those bonus tokens. But yeah, if you don't get it that first day that you claim it, and it's say you did a 10-day claim and or a 10-day mint, sorry, a 10-day mint, and on that 10th day that it is available, you don't go in there and grab your tokens. Um, every day after that, you start to lose more and more until eventually, I think I want to say, I don't want to speak wrong, but maybe 7 to 10 days, and your whole mint is gone if you're not, picking it up at that moment. So I think that's gonna play huge into the burn.
It's funny, technically you don't lose anything because they never existed, really.
Fair enough.
Shit, I wish that's how people thought, dude. People are already calling it like a rug pull, and she's like, "What are you getting rugged on? Your $2 in gas? Shut up."
Yeah,
If
it's
you do
one of
not
those cool
claim,
projects where you get as much as you put into it. I really believe that.
if you do,
As much time as you want to mint and do that, you're gonna get out of it.
yeah, just for clarity, if you do not claim after your 7 days, those tokens they just never get minted into existence. It's like they never happened. In other words, they never get added to the total supply. So for those who are trying to figure out the game theory, they never actually get added to total supply.
So technically, it wouldn't be a
Interesting.
burn then.
It
It's
is
just
not
never in existence. Okay.
it is not a burn. They never get minted at all.
Okay.
So,
They're essentially accruing in your, we'll call it an account, in your wallet. They're accruing, waiting for you to actually press the mint button. It's a little bit backwards because we're minting on day one and claiming your mint on the last day. Some communities mix this backwards. They put claim on day one and mint at the back. I'm used to the minting at the back portion. In other words, when you end your stake or you end your time, you are actually minting your coins into existence. So in this case, you're claiming your coins into existence. If you don't actually do that, they never come into existence.
on Etherscan, that supply is not reflecting what everyone is waiting to mint.
That is correct. Those are strictly the supply that you see are the ones that are claimed complete and successfully.
Oh, dang, that's kind of crazy. So the supply is gonna skyrocket in like 100 days when everyone claims their mint.
There's another aspect is when you place a stake, your tokens get burned for the period of time that your stake is active. And then at the conclusion of your stake, you end your stake properly by hitting the button. And now your principal gets reminted back into existence plus your interest. I won't use the word interest because that's a bad word. I'm going to use yield. So all your yield will be minted into existence for the first time. So you can't, in theory, that also affects the total supply because you will see a difference. There's two numbers. There's a total supply and then there's a circulating supply when you look at the data on the website. And the circulating supply is lower because the staked amount is subtracted from the total supply. These are small nuances, but they are important. When the system gets bigger, it's good to know how these numbers are generated.
Interesting. So for the total supply, that's gonna change in a
Both
month, 2 months.
both numbers change, but what is interesting, the total supply only goes up because every new claim adds to it. The circulating supply goes up and down relative to the amount of stakers in existence. So there's constantly new stakes being added and ones that are ended. Now we are so early into the process that we don't see that. Anyone who is staked now most likely will be staking for the max, for more days to get some interest. But when those stakes end, they get added back in, and then new stakes that are being done get subtracted. So you could see the circulating supply change. Like when I say change, I don't mean go up, I mean up and down. And the circulating supply will always be less than the total supply.
Another nuance is there's the option of the end of your mint phase. You can just claim mint and stake, and the Zen tokens never technically get minted. It's just more of like a gosh, I'm trying to find the right word here. It just kind of pushes them out. It instantly pushes them into a stake, and the Zen tokens are never minted at all. So I hope that made sense. I was tripping all over my words there.
That's interesting too.
So then here in the US, we wouldn't technically be taxed on those then yet until they would what hit our wallets and were either sold or swapped for another coin of value. Is that a good way to look at it?
Well, the way I look at it, and then I premise this by making sure you verify it with your tax professional.
Sure.
But when you mint your coins, you don't you don't have any coins yet. So they are marked. If you look at your Etherscan, it'll tell you that there's a function there, but it won't define anything else, like no value, no nothing. Now, at the conclusion of it, it will obviously mint your tokens into existence, and then it will it should have a value there. And for tax purposes, that probably will be considered like an airdrop to your account. And if now that becomes your zero cost base, that's the way I look at it.
Thank you for that. Cool.
Sure, if it's now the tricky part is I'm not sure if they're qualified. I don't know if it's qualified as a um I don't think it's an airdrop because essentially you could discuss it with your accountant saying, no, these are zero value um, coins that I've minted into existence at zero value, and that's what your cost base is. In theory, your cost base is your gas, but for tax purposes, it's zero. If you swap them, let's say you trade them the next day, then you take the difference between what you sold them for or swap them for, and cost base of zero, and that's your gain or your loss.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Crypto Goose, have you checked out those Dune analytics yet?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you checked out the Dune analytics on the Ethereum chain?
What is Dune Analytics? What is that?
So it's if you go to zen.fyi, it's that dashboard. I forget his name now. That
What? Yeah,
he made.
yeah.
So in the drop down menu on there, you can see Dune Analytics, and it'll bring you to a website, and you can kind of see the different claim ranges and stuff in one of the sections, and the vast majority of them, like 60% so far, is 1, 2, and 3 day claims. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that. If that's going to be like some sort of continuing trend or what. But it seems a little crazy to me. It's almost like it's just the exchanges, looking to make an easy buck.
Well, I'm gonna look at those analytics. I did not know that they exist in the drop down, so thank you. I will. By the way, I encourage everyone to use that interface. Joe Blau made a fantastic work there, so kudos to him. He also has a donate button at the bottom. Don't be afraid to send him some Zen. Uh, he's done some good work. The comment on the days, minting 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. These are people obviously in the realm of trying to make a quick buck, trying to, take advantage of some swings here and there, which I suppose the degens are out and alive and well like they usually are. I don't know how long it'll last until I hope they balance out and the market finds a relatively low price for them, and that way they'll stop doing it. But the market will fix that. The minute too many people start doing it and they don't make any money, they'll stop doing that. But at least to day 100, because right now there's nothing. There's kind of no tokens in between day 0 and day 100. After day 100, the mints will be so big that these 1 day mints may not be valuable anymore. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll probably have at some point in the near future, I don't know, it could be tomorrow, could be in a week, but we'll probably get a lull that will present itself because of the people starting to realize, as soon as they start to realize that it's not working anymore, and they now rush to unload it to not lose more, so because it keeps going down, it'll probably sink down a little bit more, like and then it will really become clear. So that should calm that maybe there'll be, who knows, but it's like at day 20 or at day 30 or at day 90, those lulls can present themselves, and on the other side there could be little pumps, little pressure building up, and then another lull. But all in all, most people for the most part are going to get the message, like those daily stakes, not daily, but like even the ladderings are going to be not a great idea. And in the end, I think the consensus will be reached that the longer stakes, are the ones you want, the longer mints.
The great thing, we leave it to the open market, and people will do whatever they think they need to do to push the price up, push the price down. But it's a fickle thing. But I have faith in the market, and the market will self-correct and balance. And this type of degen work, like, the reason why I say that is because that's not necessarily the true ethos of this token, but certainly they have the freedom to do it, which is part of the ethos as well, is that everyone can do whatever they think they want to do, which is good. And so that'll kind of burn itself out, and you get back to the essence of what it's all about, and that is the network effect taking control, and people ultimately realizing that the power of the token and the value of the token may not be necessarily derived in terms of US dollars, but in something a little bit more powerful and valuable. and maybe people will realize that, and eventually they will.
Yeah, because it's not just it's like you say, it's the ethos. It doesn't align with the ethos, but not only the ethos, it doesn't actually align with the code. It doesn't actually align with the way it was designed, and that they'll realize. And the same thing happens in just about all projects. People miss, they don't understand necessarily how the project works, and then they just play it completely different. They play it like the last project they were in, right? They're not looking at deeply at what they're getting into. So it's a lot of that going on. And when you see the amounts, the numbers, and the analytics of, because that, by the way, is super interesting. I didn't know if it was the case, but seemingly we do have the data for the terms. So that data is on chain, and it's all there to see, which is very interesting. The terms that people choose, and we were seeing like tremendous amount of 2-day, 3-day stakes. It was like the majority of all the mints were. Sorry, I keep mistaking stakes with mints. The majority of the mints were like in the 2-3 day range, right? Which I found extremely surprising, but that's going to
People
change.
people will start to think this through, and they'll do see we've already jumped up to 3-day stakes, but before it was a 1-day stake because that was the 1-day claim, so that they could obviously get tokens into existence faster and be more scarce versus other ones. But then once the 1 day saturated it, then they pushed it out to 2 days. So you got a little bit more tokens, so you had a little bit more advantage. And now they're up to 3 days, and then it'll be 4 days and 5 days. So maybe if you're adventurous, you're gonna say, I'm gonna stick it out to 60 days or 70 days, and pretty soon you'll just speckle in and color in all the days in between, which is okay. And then the minute we hit the 100-day, I would say from day 95. But really, the 100-day mark is when most of those generation, those first Genesis claims were done, and then the market could be bombarded with a huge amount of supply, which is okay. And then after that, the amount of supply coming in will be enormous. So these 1-day stakes will just disappear. You'll never need those again.
Yeah, and when you think about it, those who play that game, like trying to run after chasing the next amount of days and next amount of days, I, they're not really going to be able to reach to it. They're always going to be at that exact point where it's not really profitable or it's marginally profitable. So in that game, it's kind of going to be like for that speculative aspect of it, it'll likely be the person who laddered up from the beginning, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, did mints like that, he may have a little bit of margin to play with. But if you're trying to chase it, how do you do that? Like if you're doing it on day 20, you can no longer do like the 60th day. You're chasing it.
No, yeah, I totally agree with what you guys are saying. I had done a few 1-day stakes on each chain, and so far, actually, it seems to be that maybe if you didn't have gas or a lot of gas on a certain chain, if you did a 1 or 2 day, you could possibly sell for a multiple of what you paid for the gas, and then do more max stakes, which would probably be a good strategy because, like you guys are saying, staking for maximum is kind of what it was intended to do to yield the maximum amount of Zen. But yeah, it just seems like I said earlier, like I was able to, I don't know, something like 10 or 20x a 1-day Polygon stake, and now because of that, I have 20. If I sell it into Matic, I now have 20 times the amount of gas on that chain, which I could then turn and make 20 times the amount of stakes I would have yesterday, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Like, for instance, I don't know. To me, part of the game theory was doing the 1-day stakes because nobody else was talking about it. Everybody was talking about longer is better. There were no team tokens, no founder allocation. There was no supply other than the people that did the 1-day mints. I did 23 1-day mints. I did a few 5 and 7 days, but after the initial 23 1 day mints, the other 27 I did that day, so a total of 50. The other 27 were longer, 300-day plus, and every mint that I've done since that I plugged profits back for my initial 23 1 day mints that I did really well on. I've just done longer, done close to the max that I could every time because after that initial where there was no supply and it was like a supply shock, I mean, to me, the play is longer is better.
Absolutely.
No, I take that back. I did have 5 1 day stakes on day two also, because before they were day two, they turned into 1 day after the first day, if that makes any sense. But anyways, those I barely broke even on, so I haven't done anything shorter since that time. I thought about doing it after the first day because the profits were so good, but it's just like with everything else. Once everybody starts doing something, I mean, it's pretty much over.
I'm gonna know. I'm gonna know exactly like the math of it on Sunday. So I'm gonna have 7 day stakes, a couple 7 day stakes. That's all I've got, but they're gonna come to terms, and they were placed on day one, and I'll know if I have 7 times more on the seventh day, and it was done on the first day, not on the fourth day, but on the very first. Like, what's the margin? Like, what is
Yeah,
my
those will be
profit?
profitable. It, the way I'm thinking, and I haven't delved too deep in it, but anything done on day one, like a day 7 stake you did on day one, a day 10 stake that you did on, those are all going to be profitable because you'll have the maximum amount of tokens available to you on that day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the theory, but it's going to be a really nice measure. I think like 7 days is not a huge sample, but it will give a measure of what that spread is there. And if it is profitable or if it's very marginal, or if it's like volatile, like you have to do it at the right time of the day or click at the right moment, it'll be interesting to see. I do not expect anything close to what you got on the first day, like that kind of discrepancy, but maybe some on the upside. I don't think on the downside, but I think that'll just be getting less and less and less, that little discrepancy. And by day 60, it might be not there anymore, although it might be if it was placed on day one.
I'm just wondering if all these short-term mints is basically the degen central exchanges playing the game with the other Yahoo degens, and if how long this will keep playing out like this. If it'll just be this consistent 1 to 7 day mints, and that game starts getting played.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think maybe Crypto Goose could speak to this better than me, but those shorter stakes that they're doing is all about for liquidity, or I guess to shore up their order book for people trading on the exchanges. At least that's the way I was thinking about it.
That's what I'm saying. And you're talking about mints, right? Short-term mints.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with this, is just kind of wondering, we'll see in the future if it's keeps going. All these people, including the exchanges, just doing the short-term mints to goof around with the market. All in all, the people who wait longer are ultimately going to win, but
Well, there's two games being played here. There's obviously the short-term trading game, which is prevalent throughout crypto, and there's the buy and hold game where people will buy it for the long term, and the traders will do trading things. And we don't really have any whales yet, other than maybe some of the exchanges that may have taken advantage of some of their gas privileges, but they're using those tokens probably to set up liquidity pools and take advantage of fees and so forth. So they're in it for a different motive as well. And so between trading and liquidity providing, and then there's a long term play, everybody gets to decide what their value proposition is for the token. So that's the freedom that we've allowed in Zen, and that's okay.
Amen, brother man.
So yesterday I did an experiment. I only had 1 day stake on Avalanche. So I'm hoping in the next couple of minutes I'll be able to claim it. So I just want to see how the staking reward would work compared to so basically I'm going to be doing a stake, and then I want to see how profitable a 1 day stake is compared to when I eventually stake my 300 to 400 days claim.
Okay. But you could do the math
Have,
on
have,
that quite easily.
have you done just a one stake on the Avalanche, or you done multiple wards, one stake?
No, I only did one, but the rest is just the rest is just 300 to 400. But I just want to see
Yeah.
how 1 day. Sorry, I keep hearing myself over again. So basically, I just want to see how 1 day stake would work on the platform because I've not done any staking. I've only been minting. So I just want to see how to claim works on the interface and how staking also works as well. And then obviously by the time I get to like 300 days, I want to see if I catch up for waiting for a very, very long time, or is it more profitable to claim right from day one?
Well, that one's kind of easy to answer. Like I could tell you, if you tell me, for example, like there, I have 50,000 that's coming up that you're going to be able to claim in a day or in a few hours. Like I could tell you how much you're going to get for that 1 day stake exactly. And from that, I also know that you're going to have much more advantage with the minting than the staking. Like that you don't have to test it on long term. It is going to be more profitable to make your long term mint than to make a short term mint and a stake it long term, like by law.
Okay, I guess that's understandable. Also, the reason why I'm also doing just one stake is just to test every function of the website that I didn't really test um, during testnet, because I started doing the testnet. So when I was working on the testnet, I staked for over 100 days, so I did not manage to claim or to stake. So this will also be a very good exercise for me to claim today and then
Yeah,
stake.
no, for sure. But it's just like to put in perspective, if you stake for a year and you have the best absolute rate, which is 20%, you're going to make 20% off that stake. So that's a 20% gain. If you mint, you're basically getting roughly, okay, 1x per day more. So if you're doing it 300 days, that's 300x more amount. Not exactly, but just roughly speaking. So it's not even comparable in terms of the advantage of choosing a long-term mint. It's a good, but I'm just telling you, like the math is quite clear for that.
So yesterday I was here till like almost 2:30 in the morning, and I was so drained that I had to go and sleep. And I came back here, and almost the same people But I saw Jack. I saw as in the people I left on the platform before going to bed. When I came back here, they were still here chatting their way out. So I was just wondering, what time do you guys even have to sleep or rest?
We don't.
You keep minting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. It's not always that case. Some of us keep it open. I, for example, I'm doing the adminning for the Eastern time, Pacific time shift. So that segment. So I got 6 hours sleep.
And thanks for the sacrifice. Because most of us we actually depend on the voice chats than the typing and everything because we believe that we get heard here more than typing.
Yeah, definitely. Different folks, different strokes, and I think it's a big plus to have the voice chat and the discussions going on, and people have questions, curiosities, and ideas.
How do you
So
guys view the
um,
liquidity providing on like Uniswap type of thing? How do you guys view it? Have you guys tried it?
This point in time, I would not really want to do that. Some will and think it's you can go in this early and actually get a good price, but I think it's going to be more further in the future where that starts to be interesting. Provide liquidity for to buy it up, not to sell it, to offload it. But those were really early. For them, it was about offloading it. But we've seen that those, they bottom out. So to buy it up, to provide liquidity to buy up Zen, that's an interesting play. Just I wouldn't do it right now. Yet.
Yeah, because crypto's slow. I tend to follow the guy and a few others, obviously. The guy has provided, I don't know, I think it was like 600 quid, and he made 200 quid on like a couple of days. So he's making a few bob.
Yeah, but he did say I listened to him because we discussed of that, and I listened to him, and he did actually say that probably his first $100 or two, like those zeros, it would maybe not be profitable those, but he was just doing it nonetheless, and he created a system for himself where he's gonna refill the pool, $100 at a time. But I still think my opinion is that he's starting a little bit early, but he seemed to not care about that. Like it's just $100 that'll maybe not be so profitable.
What is this? Somebody funding the liquidity pool, or are you talking about somebody buying on Uniswap?
And no, creating a liquidity pool,
Yeah,
taking the
providing
other side of
liquidity.
it,
That's right. Yeah.
like buying up
Yeah,
Zen.
I haven't bought any on the open market because I don't want to get wrecked. I mean, the price is so volatile, and I think it still has a ways to go on the downside potentially. As far as funding liquidity pools, I tried to the first day against my better judgment, but it was just I guess I was doing it on V2 and I don't have much experience with liquidity pools. It wanted so much ETH for however many's in, and it was just too high of a ratio. So I just didn't mess with it. I heard from a couple of guys that did it, and they got one guy said he did a 65x. I don't know how, but he said he did a 65x in the liquidity pool. And of course, if you fund the liquidity pool, you're going to end up with a bunch of ETH and no Zen at some point because I guess the way actually, I guess now maybe that's not the case since it's going down. Maybe you'd end up with more Zen. Is that right?
Yeah, that's kind of the point of doing it to buy up the Zen. So you're taking the other side of the trade. Those who did in the first day, they were most likely trying to get the Ethereum and just catch those people who didn't know what they were doing and buying it up at way high prices.
Is that a smart play? You think? What are your opinions on that? Because I don't know much about LP.
Well, I throw the 100 quid today on each side just to test it out because my aim, I want to get Zen, not the other side of the coin. Yeah, so I throw the 100 quid on each side and I'll see how it goes. To be honest, I'm thinking why not? But my aim is to gain
Do it
Zen.
on
Really?
V2, V2 or V3.
No, I've done it on a V3.
So did you set a range, or you're just letting it go where it's at?
No, I left it. I left it infinite. So yeah, so I know I'm earning less, but
Yeah, like V2.
I'm kind of protected on the Zen side if it goes that way.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, like Honeydews just said, if at the beginning your aim was to attract ETH or USDC, then yeah. But now, if your aim is to get Zen, then I think it's a decent range at the moment because it kind of settled down now. It might still go down further, but I'm looking at the charts and whatnot, and it looks pretty flat at the moment. So it's just an experiment. Who knows?
Yeah, because it's kind of a strange, at this point it's a strange risk reward. Like it would be, there's not a lot of potential that you'll get better than mints right now. Like for the
That's
money,
correct. Yes.
a little more risk uh, than there is reward. But yeah, it's an interesting experiment. But if at some point the price is well evaluated, it could become absolutely a good play for a time. You got to keep an eye on it. If you don't pull out, you can lose all your gains. The Zen that you gained in a good lull. If there's a peak, it could just disappear as quickly or quicker.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
But if you set a range with V3, then you can protect yourself.
Yeah, I thought about that, and I could see Slow's idea behind it, and I do agree with him, although it's a bit riskier, of course. But yeah, it's an experiment. I think the guy's right, but let's see how it goes.
Is anyone testing this batch minter? I see the tweet from 1 hour ago. 6 cent batch minter.
Saw that Trevon James
Yeah,
showed it
I
on his
wouldn't go for it
fixed
because if you're not
screen.
developed
By
it, this
Coin
could be.
Tool though, I wouldn't use it. Well, yeah, it's by Coin Tool. They've written some malicious code into contracts previously, so I wouldn't recommend using it just because of that fact.
Well, he did say he's not endorsing it, so he protected himself on that. He's pointed it out, but he clearly said he's not endorsing it. So, yeah, nah. I'd rather do the hard work.
Quick question, guys. Do you guys, because what I've been doing over 5 days now, I've been sending my tokens manually to each address and then obviously minting. But I know some people are saying that it's best to use a third-party software to send like a multiple transaction. So has anyone done that by sending multiple transaction with one account? And then do you have like the all clear, no troubles, no nothing? Because I'm tired of them sending it to one wallet at a time, and it's technically
I've
slowing me.
done the claim and send, but I just paste my address in there and then it fills it for the other claims. I don't even have to paste it again. When I go to the next one, it automatically entered it. And then I just put 100% for each time, so it all goes to the same wallet.
Whom do you use?
Oh, I don't use any third party. I used the Zen.network thing at the bottom where it says claim and send, or claim and stake. I
Oh,
clicked
no, no,
on claim
that's
and
not what I'm
send.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about. You know when, you know, for example, now I have, let's say I have 100 wallets now. Those 100 wallets, you understand, I send funds to them manually. As in, I click wallet one, send wallet two, send wallet three, send. So when it's now time to mint, then I'll now repeat the same process by claiming each one. So I'm trying to save time by looking for a fast way to send to all 100 wallets without losing my funds.
Are you using MetaMask?
Yeah.
The quickest way I found is using that MetaMask function where it says transfer to one of my other wallets, and then I can click anywhere one to 150 in the that I have on my MetaMask and transfer funds to it. I don't have to paste or click to paste. I just hit transfer to one of my wallets and select that wallet.
Yeah, but that's the one wallet. You can't choose multiple wallets, can you?
No, you got to do it individually.
Are you just wanting to send the ETH to do your transaction, or are you trying to do the transaction itself?
You can use
You can
both.
also use
Go on.
you can also use ScatterMe. It's a website you can paste multiple wallets in, and it sends automatically the coins you want to all the wallets in one time.
How it's called?
ScatterMe.app.
Please, can you spell it, please?
Yeah, there's also bulk sender. Bulk
There's
sender
a whole
works well.
bunch of them,
Yeah,
but just be careful which one
bulk
you
sender
choose,
is the one I would recommend.
because there are a
Yeah,
lot of
bulk sender. Bulk sender
scam
is a bit
potentials with
pricey, I
those.
think, but it works.
So maybe someone can confirm, like there's bulksender.app. What would be the safest one?
Bulk sender is perfect as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would say bulksender.app.
Honeydeal, which one did you use? Which one
I
have you
don't
tested?
use that. Yeah, I'm not using that, but
I've
I'm
used
just saying
bulk
for
sender,
each of
but
those,
it's
there's a
quite
bunch of
pricey.
them.
The fee is
If you
quite
search,
pricey,
then you'll
but
find a
they,
bunch. You don't want to use any which one. Maybe the one that he just said is good, but to just be aware of that. It's not like it does what you want to do, so use it. You have to make sure that it's vetted. You're giving them access to quite a bit of information there in wallets.
What's the name again?
Bulksender.app. BULK sender.app. APP.
Okay, thank you.
Hello guys, I use Gnosis Safe to use batch sender application. That's very safe. You do it directly in your Gnosis Safe.
What did you call it?
It's Gnosis Safe. Gnosis Safe.
Nose is safe. Okay.
Gnosis Safe, yes. It's the multi-sig wallet.
You can send to multiple wallets using a Gnosis safe.
Yes, inside the Gnosis Safe, you have all a list of apps, and one of those is the batch sender. I already did it multiple times, and it's very safe.
Okay, that one, if it works, would be safe.
I'll tell you what, I'm meeting on Avalanche now as we speak, and he is gaining traction, man.
It's quite decent. I'm expecting it to taper off, but more so than Polygon. But it's quite decent.
Has anybody done the Ethereum proof of work version?
I did it.
Yeah, I've
That's
done 50 wallets on that. I don't know how that'll do, but it's interesting.
the fees are quite cheap. I was quite surprised about that.
Yeah, I've done the Ethereum proof of work, and then the BSC Binance Smart Chain.
Yeah, both are the cheapest. But so far, the ones that are performing the best are the most expensive networks, I guess, is Ethereum and Polygon so far. Let's see what's going on with Avalanche later on.
And I'm sure very soon, um, MetaMask we actually look into multiple transactions because this project will definitely open their eyes to so many things.
Well, it's already putting other projects on their toes, isn't it? Because now what the guy just done, he raised the bar on other project owners not to be greedy. So, uh, unfortunately, although fortunately, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have a few enemies now. But in a good way, because that's how he should be. That's true decentralization. You know, you shouldn't be in control of 10, 15, 50, 90% of your game. How's that fair?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And even apart from that, Jack is very very humble, you know, and that is what a role model should do instead of showing off with material things. Well, I'm not mentioning names because I know if I do, a lot of people here will be on my neck. But basically, you can tell that he's very, very humble and he has laid an example how crypto should be done. Everybody, equal share, equal opportunity. Moreover,
It wouldn't even shock me if this in the long run attracts venture capital, man. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if that happens in the future. Long term, obviously. It's too early for that.
yeah, and also based on this, you understand, no one has an excuse. You understand? If everybody works hard by minting, and this, becomes like one of the top 10 cryptocurrency, no one has an excuse because um, everybody in the crypto space now know that okay, everybody is minting this for free. And for example, now um, I've been spending like the last 4 days minting, and I'm drained. And I've got a couple of people that I've told, and when I call them, oh, how many have you done? They say, oh, I've only mint four. I've only mint eight, and I was looking at, you're being lazy here.
think the guy did a miscalculation in there somewhere because I'm just minting on Avalanche and I'm doing the max, obviously, and I can only mint 2.5 million tokens now, and that's for 272 days. When I've done on Ethereum on the first day, I think my best wallet has got like 24, 25 mil. That's a massive discrepancy.
It will increase when more people on board.
Well, at this rate, it wouldn't shock me if in like 2 months you'd be lucky to print 500,000 tokens, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes. But when people onboard after us, it will increase the amount of tokens we will get.
So I've just minted just now, and it's giving me 4.3 million. What did you say yours was?
2.6. Let me get the wallet. Hang on a second. Let me get the wallet, and I'll tell you exactly what's what. Hang on. Hang on. I got so many. Which one was it? That one there. No, it's a different one. Hang on. Here we go. C rank 293397. Term days 372. Estimated Zen 2,649,336. Just now, literally.
On average. Well, if it's on Avalanche, I've just minted, and I did a refresh now, and it's gone up to 5.8. But I'm actually claiming in 372 days. So check the days that you're minting for.
Yeah, I'm only doing max, bro. I mean, it's not even on Avalanche. I'm not even bothering doing 3 months and 6 months. I'm just gonna go straight full. I've minted yesterday a few 3 months, but today I'm just doing full on. It's not even worth doing 6 months now.
I haven't looked at that Dune analytics today, but did somebody say earlier like what the percentage of people doing the short mints are? Because last time I checked, the vast majority of all mints were real short. It's like people just aren't going to end up with a whole lot of tokens, um, going forward a year or two from now after the early adoption amplifier and the other numbers have fallen.
Yeah, the between 1 and 3 days is approximately 59%. But that will be vastly outweighed in the future when these longer term mints start coming in, because they're just going to be huge multiples of what a 1, 2, 3 in day mint will be.
Does anybody know if Sun Avalanche is gonna be listed on Max later on?
Does anybody know what the percentage of people doing the max mints are, or mints over 300 days? I'm gonna check here in a little bit when I can stop, but I know when I checked a couple days ago, only like 2% of people were minting. minting 300 days or more.
I think 90% of mine mints are over 300 days.
The
Smart.
metric here from 360 to 10,000 days is about 13%. 330 to 360 is 6%. Yeah, it all kind of adds up there, but the majority of it right now is really short-term mints.
Seems like maybe people are catching on to the game theory. We're up to 19 or 20% for 300 days or longer, I guess.
The staking isn't gonna. The longer mint terms is the better play versus staking, and these
What
these long-term mints are gonna vastly outweigh these short-term mints in the future. So
what's the longest you can mint for? I minted earlier, and I think it was like 395 or 400. But you said something about 10,000 days a minute ago.
oh, that's just something on the Dune analytics. You can't mint that far out.
I guess it depends on how many people are minting. Per 100,000, it increases, I guess.
Yeah, on the Binance Smart Chain, I know when I was minting last night, it was like 420 or 425 days. It seemed like it was farther out than the Ethereum.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm still learning about all the game theory and all the stuff involved in this, but it just seemed like well, I first got interested in it because they said it was similar to Hex. I mean, some of the stuff was like different or backwards or something, but somebody had told me it was like what Hex was supposed to be. So that's why I just figured, I wanted to get in on it.
They're two different animals, but it did draw a lot of hexagons for sure.
And then with the amount of FUD that I've seen the past few days, that just sold me on it even more. I mean, it seems like the more FUD there is, it's the better I can see this is going to be.
Well, it's just very different from other stuff that's out there. So I'd like to give most people the benefit of the doubt and just assume that they haven't really quite learned what it is yet. And that's where the FUD is coming from. It hasn't quite clicked. There's always going to be FUD no matter what the project is, though. So or a very clear understanding of what something is, and people just don't like it, which is fine too.
Right. Like some people saying, literally that it was the worst ever project in all of crypto ever after like 24 hours, and it having probably beat just about all the records in terms of speed of adoption. Off of one chart, a 24-hour timeline.
Yeah, it's pretty unreasonable.
It's kind of mind-boggling to me, like that can come from people who, it's not their first project. Obviously, someone who's never done crypto is not going to say that. What are they comparing to? But come on.
I haven't looked into any of the FUD going on out there, but I would imagine most of it is based on the price chart, just like you mentioned.
Most of it, yeah, most likely. Those are the same people that buy when it's running up and it's super high, right? It's like, that's the logic. Oh man, 200x gains, I've got to buy this, right?
Yeah, they just yeah, like I said, giving them the benefit of the doubt, they probably just haven't read the white paper or understand what it is. Everybody, like you and I, for example, were expecting the price to go down for a long time because that's just how it's designed. It's a waiting game.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the white paper, you understand anything about it, you know that that's exactly what it's going to happen. Actually, it didn't even need to happen, the price going down. It should never. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, sure. MXC came in and they supplied liquidity, and that's their choice. But it was speaking of the tokenomics, we were starting at day one from zero supply, like zero supply. How do you go down from zero supply? Like, you can't go down.
Well, you can, but because there was no supply, and so any type of demand would ultimately get eaten up really fast. But then you kind of flood the
Right,
market with the supply, so there's only
right. But that's
down to
like
go.
that's like it's not even the coin itself. That's just a like, it's an artificial speculation like any other. It to me, it resembles like all those fake coins that come out, and they still actually they go up and they pump, right? Like these fake coins, things come out, right? And people just play it like it's a, at a casino table. But that's has nothing to do with the coin itself. And
Well, I
those
mean,
things are
yeah,
to be expected.
I agree with you, for the most part, but like that's why I did all those day one mints, is I just kept seeing no founder allocation, no team tokens, and no supply. All the supply is what was minted the day before. So I did a bunch of 1 day mints. Lucky it paid off. But people ask me why I did all the 1 day mints, and that's exactly why, is there was no supply.
Right. No, for sure. No, but listen, I've had instances, where I would do I've done 400x, okay, on a coin that never each actually had a dev, but just because of the rumor, right? It 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 just was, it was the absolute shitcoin, right? And it was just the whole rumor, and within 3 days, 72 hours, do 400x. That was not a had no tokenomics whatsoever, nothing. And then it just crashes right down, right? So those things are always there, and those are. But to say to qualify a coin a project because of a speculation, that's the thing that I just don't understand why people. How come people call it crypto or say they're in crypto? I mean, just call it gambling. Like you're just gambling, so don't. You lost or won the gamble you were in time, or you didn't play, but it's just weird how people project onto projects their own gains and losses, and that's what makes a good project, when all they're doing really is they're speculating and they're winning or losing depending on how they look at it. But just so irrelevant, but that's what it is.
I think a lot of that stems too from everyone knows that we're getting left behind. Our money's being stolen from us, and we know it's like a losing game right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like I need to catch up quick because I know what's going on in the financial system, and it's just the financial system is wrecking me already. I need to jump
Can't
ahead
steal
if
from you.
possible.
They can't steal from you what's already theirs.
Good point, Jack. Good point.
You're just being diluted into using something that's not functional for everybody. It's all just debt
Right.
notes. We're just
Zero.
passing commercial paper back and forth one another that supposedly is redeemable debt notes for lawful money, but there is no lawful money in circulation. So you it's just a big deception. We need to step outside of that and create our own mediums of exchange.
Yeah, I had a topic that's a little off topic. You guys down for a new topic? Okay, I'm just
Topic.
so what it is my understanding of the first principles of cryptocurrency. So what I've written down is self-custody as being the first thing, and then no admin keys being the second thing, like proof of consensus, and then the third thing being bypassing any sort of central organization, like having a CEX or whatever. Is that about what you guys would say are the first three principles of crypto?
You're dead on.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Is there anything else? So why I'm asking is because the thought that I had was, I want to make a NFT exchange that uses Zen, and I would like it to not be centralized. So I'm pretty sure OpenSea's centralized. Like if they could lose all of your NFTs, is that correct?
No, there's a centralized aspect, as far as I know. And I'm not being specific to OpenSea, but those kind of sites, like they do manage some of the data, the what are they called? Like the files associated and stuff. Like they have servers, but I don't think you can lose per se the NFT. That's in your wallet, but you could lose access to the. I think you could lose access to some of the files associated if there is some like data associated with it. Like you can put sound and stuff. So when you use those, it's kind of there's that aspect. If that disappears, was wiped out, it's not in the NFT itself.
It's more that you're giving. It's like when you give other sites permission to interact with your address or your wallet, right? You need to withdraw those permissions when you're done using them. So when they have permissions, you've that's what you're doing. You're giving them permissions to interact with your NFT because they have to play like the escrow in that case, right? So they're the one that's acting as the trusted party between the two parties that want to do the exchange, the seller and the buyer. So you have to give them access to hold your NFT in a cents during that transaction. So you're saying, I want to sell this NFT for X amount of whatever. And then they wait until a buyer, you're holding possession of it the whole time. But if they should find a buyer that meets the requirements, then you're giving them permission to extract that NFT from your address and hopefully put back the other asset, right? They're acting as the escrow between you and the buyer, or you and the seller if you're the buyer. That's where the
Maybe
danger
on
is.
the auction, maybe on the auctions, but as far as I know, are you sure about that, Jack, when it comes to like direct transfer? Because
I'm just
I've used
speaking in real general terms, right?
right.
So just
Yeah.
when you give these different applications or smart contracts permission to do things on your behalf, you just need to know what permissions you're granting. It's just what we're doing is we're decentralizing the contracting, right? So it's all commerce, but you're decentralizing that control where you hold the custody and you do your exchanges peer to peer would be ideal, but sometimes that's not always practical, right? You might need an escrow in there. If I want to make a deal to send you a T-shirt, you're going to pay me in crypto. You're forced into a situation where you either have to pay me and trust that I'm going to send the T-shirt, or I have to send the T-shirt and trust you're going to pay me. Or we can set up some kind of a smart contract that intermediates based on like an oracle. When the shipping shows that it's been received on the other end, the funds are released, right? But you put your funds into a contract, and I agree to ship and supply a tracking number. Now, when that tracking number shows through some oracle that it's been delivered, then the funds are released to me, and I don't have to trust that you're going to pay me. The contract's doing that. You just have to be very conscious of the contracts that you're entering into, the agreements that you're making, and the parties or smart contracts that you're trusting. I wasn't being very specific on the OpenSea app. There's a lot of mechanisms in there yet that I don't understand. I have used it a little bit. I'm not a big fan of it, but
You can send it like typically you can send NFT like directly, and I don't think it goes like through them. If you're just sending an NFT, if there's a kind of auction or something, there might be like I don't know about that, but and then they could have that, right? But just in terms
Yeah.
of the information of the NFT, the only thing that I'm aware of that is just an aspect of NFTs that's not with like regular crypto is that the information, like they offer you a service like where you can just create your NFT and you put the files in. Let's say it's artwork or 3D or there's music or whatever. And then I forget the name, it's not coming to me, of the function there, but there's like this, you have to specify the files and where they are, and they're kept, and they're not all stored in the NFT. And so if you do the contract yourself, if you like you're not using those services and you just write the Solidity contract to create the NFT, you can specify wherever, right? You can hold those files wherever. And so in that sense, it's kind of centralized where they're the one that's managing that aspect. And it's just a question of ease for you and the users. They can easily create and store it there. So
Right. So
if you're going to create them, just know that if you do it yourself, you can decide and hold those things yourself. Direct the data as you wish to.
Sure. So that's great. And so thank you. What I'm talking about, however, is writing some Solidity code that would essentially do all that, which is totally possible. Like I watched this. I'm not a coder, but I watched this DApp University thing where he creates a very simple marketplace app, DApp, and he did it in like a day. So why not? Can we have as NFT? That's what my idea is. It's like basically like a Craigslist. Anyone can upload their own NFT and anyone can buy it. And there's not really a middleman. Like obviously they have to go to the website, connect their wallet, and but the smart contract does all the work, right? And it wouldn't.
Right. There's that aspect. There's that aspect of the file. So it really depends. Like what you mean by an NFT, but you'll see it as you do an NFT. If it's images or whatever it is, you're gonna have to specify the path. Okay, like look at that university, what it was, and if it was the case, you're gonna see where the path is specified. And there's that's what I'm forgetting, the function term that's used in Solidity for that. But you type that, you put the path in. So if you want to do a marketplace, you're gonna have to you're gonna likely have to supply that, right, to hold those, to send those. Otherwise, they're gonna have to do it themselves.
The supply the path, yeah.
Give the path, the storage, right? That path leads somewhere.
Right. Yeah, it's all, because this is all basically a new idea for me. But and then okay, so here's my other question, and I know I got a bunch of questions, but I really want to get to the bottom of this. Is is it possible to create a new type of NFT that's minted with Zen?
Using the proof of burn, the proof of burn function.
I was talking to Jack about, he said that you could trade your Zen like as a burn and get an NFT in exchange. So is that a brand new NFT?
Yeah, sure. What you're doing is you're using the proof of burn to select the demographic who gets your NFT as a distribution, right? So they have to prove that they've burned X amount of, you get to choose the number, right? X amount of Zen entitles them to be able to either purchase or receive your NFT. It could be completely a free thing where they just burn the Zen, you get nothing, they get the NFT, right? Could be a two-step thing where they have to show proof of burn, they burned 1 million Zen or whatever number, and then now they're eligible to buy the NFT for X amount of whatever. So there's lots of ways to play with that proof of burn. I just wanted to make one more comment on your first principles of crypto. I think it's important to put in that the first principles of crypto are basically holding not only the custody but the responsibility, right? Because people often leave that out, but that's where everyone gets tripped up, right? When you take over being your own bank, yes, you get the freedom to make your own choices without asking permission, but you're also responsible now 100% for your own security, right? So I think we have to balance that when we present it to people, because some people don't want the responsibility and therefore probably aren't ready to step into the ownership, right? They're better off allowing other people to do the custody, whoever they trust to do that for whatever reason or whatever criteria they use to make those decisions. That's up to them, right?
Right. No, I'm adding that right now to my list.
Was your question? I'm just wondering. Was your question specifically if you could use the Zen to create the NFT?
Yes, and I think the answer is no, because Zen is on all these different networks, so it would still have to be created through the contract on whatever network it lives. Is that? I mean, I'm thinking maybe in a couple of years, maybe there's a Zen smart chain or something. I don't know.
No, but if you go look, I believe it's a quite lengthy AMA of Jack's on his official channel, like an hour and a half or more AMA, about 10 days ago. He does mention around, I'd say, let me say an hour, 20 minutes in the video about the implementation of different ERC formats for the NFT aspect. And I'm not sure, but I definitely know that he had spoke of it's absolutely possible in the way that it's now. But it's not necessarily the Zen that we have now on any of the chains.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to get to here is I really want to do this, and I can't stop thinking about it. So, you know, I got to talk about it. So, appreciate you guys for.
But you could definitely use on whatever chain you're trying to do that. Use the native token of the chain and use a native NFT token on the chain to do your NFTs, and then sell them through like accepting Zen or burning Zen.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my first thought, was that's kind of how it's going to have to be. And then some of the ideas I had were like, you know, you burn 2% of the Zen that you would have spent on this. Say it was 1 million Zen to buy the NFT, then 2% of that gets burned as part of this proof of burn, and the rest of the Zen is given to whoever the seller is. The platform doesn't get any of that, but perhaps there might be like a donation wallet or something like that. Kind of like literally like Craigslist, where people just upload. Right, and then royalties would be probably handled similarly to how OpenSea does it. So if it gets sold again, then whoever the original creator is gets 5%. But that can just be baked into the contract.
You're getting a little bit now. You're starting to get a little bit in the weeds of it, so you'll have to check out like those royalties. Could they be? I can't answer that without looking. Could they be paid in Zen, or they have to be paid out in another currency, or if it's in another currency, depending on the ERC you're using and on what chain. I don't know how that part works for the royalty. Like, can you choose any currency as your royalty currency? Maybe not.
Wonder if the royalties could be used or use the proof of burn function, to where every time the token is sold, X amount of percent of the Zen used to purchase it is burnt, and the buyer then gets that proof of burnt in their address, right, or associated to their address. However that works.
Yeah, I just wrote that one down. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm active in the developers group of for Zen. So I'll bring this up to everyone in there, just so I don't talk too much about this for now.
Well, they're good ideas. I like hearing any innovative ideas that are about that proof of burn and how it's going to be used, because that ultimately, if enough people start to implement that into their ideas and creations, will go deflationary on the token.
Yeah, that's the idea there. And I'm an artist, so I want to have a platform like, I want to use a platform how I want to use the platform. So I need to create the platform. So I think Zen is like revolutionary. Like, this is how it's kind of like Bitcoin 2.0, isn't it? In a way, but different.
Yeah, it really is. In a lot of ways, it's even beyond that, and we couldn't have even gotten to this point without Bitcoin and Ethereum and everything else that came before for iterations of creation and distribution models. Or even like I think even we had to reach this point in time of global socioeconomic situation for this to even come into being, because people weren't receptive to this idea until now. I mean, nobody, if people were thinking about the idea, they weren't implementing it, because it just had to hit this kind of this coalescence of all these factors kind of coalescing on this one moment in time for this to be. I think it's very innovative, and I think we're going to see, like, everyone's focusing on this massive inflation of supply, but you have to distribute any asset you create, has to get distributed into circulation through some means. But I think the fact that he put that proof of burn in there is so many people are overlooking the value of that.
I guess I need to read the white paper again and read. Is there a mention of that in the white paper?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I can't specifically remember reading it.
I'm not sure if there's, I don't remember seeing it there, but it's possible and it could have been added. I know it was a kind of a last minute thing.
Yeah, I still remember the day that I was talking to Jack and he explained that to me, and I said, well, shoot, I want to make an NFT that burns, burns Zen. And he just said, well, do it, So ever since he said that, I've been kind of like, I've got this little voice in my ear,
Well, I'd suggest to you, I mean, rather than waiting, sorting all of it out, because it might not be sorted now, but at least on the Zen NFT side of it, but the Zen transactional side, that's settled. So you can, on the one hand, use any other token to create the NFT. You could try, doing it yourself on Ethereum contract and sending the files and figuring all that part. Have a functional NFT, right? And that you can just transfer. And then after that, there's the aspect of the setting up the transactions, the burn or money transfer, Zen transfer, and having that be released, sent to a smart contract, which on reception or burn releases the NFT, whatever you created. It doesn't matter what you create. The NFT, you can release it, you can send it to a wallet, another one of your own wallets, for example, and then you can send it back, right? And you could establish all that. So those is what I see, the two things that you just need to settle. Once you get the specifics, then it'll be easy. Most of the work will have been done.
Yeah, I created an NFT on OpenSea about a year and a half ago, and so I could just try that one out and make sure it works. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I mean, honestly, this is probably going to take me a while, and I need help with coding. That's what our Zen developers group is for. So that's really great.
That's the other aspect of it. I mean, that part is likely going to be settled. I mean, the code is already there, and there's a whole bunch of code for that for the NFT aspect, creating. So it just needs to change a few variables, set it the parameters. But then you have to make the NFTs so you can, figure like that part also. Like what way, because you want the tools, you need the tools to do whatever you're doing. It depends what you're doing. If it's 2D, 3D, music, all those things. I did some 3D NFTs, and you need to just have the right setup, right? The right tools, good workflow, and that's always some work. And takes. And once you're set, it's really cool. Now you can produce. If you want to do 20 of them or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, that's great, man. I'd love to see some of your work.
Oh, I'm not like I'm not an NFT producer. What I did is I was working in development with a group for a certain project, and that was in the pipeline. And I'm very much like I don't want to get stuck unprepared if there's a crunch in time or now's the time to do it, right? Because you have people waiting, right? So I'm just very much like always when I'm in a project or something, like always trying to alleviate the workload and just do whatever I feel at that time. And I was going through stuff, and then it was that aspect, and I just wanted to make sure that I had everything set up. So I went through that whole process, and the objective was a 3D NFT, right? And the really nice looking and shiny. And I wanted to make sure that I figured out all the aspects of textures, right? Because if you're doing 3D, in a full-fledged software, that's one thing. You have access to a host of tools and possibilities. But then when you're doing it in an NFT, you might not have access to every single type of extension or technology that you would in a full-fledged program. So you have to adapt. So you have to make sure that you have all the components of to export, right? So you're starting maybe from a certain point when you're creating in a certain software, but you have to get to the end goal where it's optimally compatible with the NFT format you're using. So you have to have all the conversions and the softwares to convert. So that's what I'm talking about, that workflow and setting everything up. It takes a little while. So basically I made a couple
Yeah.
of NFTs and then I was like, okay, we're ready to go. Fine. In the end though, the project, the way it you know, how it is, it just didn't go that route at that time. And that was like kind of delayed and pushed to the side. So but to me, it didn't matter because I was very much interested in setting that up. But yeah, I definitely could point you out to those kind of tools. And obviously, sometimes you have a budget, so you don't want to spend for very expensive software, and you want to have nonetheless all the options to do your conversions, the whole pathway to from start point to end. And then you
Right.
make the NFT. And then you make the NFT and it's like it's really nice, right? It's like and it really worked out well. In my case, it really worked out well. I was like pleasantly surprised, but it did take a little bit of time to get there. Trials and errors, because what I was having was the formats weren't super compatible. They like sometimes they would work, but they wouldn't appear in the NFT as I was seeing them at the creation point. And then that doesn't work. So you have to find other solutions and then little tricks. And it's always like that, right? Then once you figure it all out, now you can repeat it 1,000 times. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's why
Can
I'm
I add you
telling
to
you.
my contacts?
Sure, for sure. I'm
Oh,
here and
okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go on. What's that? What?
yeah, no, that's basically it. It just it was just to say to you, knowing so that you don't have to wait for all the specific details and answers to the Zen specifics. You can use any format, practice, because there's a lot of it that has nothing to do with Zen. The technology you're going to use, the software you're going to use, how you're going to streamline everything, and setting up your workflow and getting used to it. And then you'll be ready to, to hit the road when you get all the information, and also maybe somebody helps or establishes the marketplace, if that maybe is not what you want to do, because you don't want, it's very difficult to take on everything at the same time. Projects are always quite simple when you think about them, but when it comes time to do them, it's a whole different story. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of work.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Exactly.
of work.
Yep. Well, it's funny too. As you were saying all that, I had an interesting idea to simplify the whole thing, which is to just take people's existing NFTs. Maybe it's a Bored Ape or whatever, and then you can use the proof of burn to create another NFT that's just an icon, and it's doesn't have to contain all of the heavy processing and 3D and all that shit. That's just an icon, and then that is what's on this platform. It's a list of icons that are for sale. Anyway, I'm getting really into the weeds here because my brain's just like soaking up all this good stuff. But yeah, it'll be it'll be really interesting to see. I'm not, if this thing if I can launch something in 6 months, I'd be stoked. If it happens sooner, that'd be great too. But it's fun to work on this.
And even if, just keep in mind, it's whether you're very seasoned, have a lot of experience in whatever aspect you have, it always boils down to one thing at a time. And some guys can do, it seems 3 things at a time, but it's really one thing at a time. But but they just are so much faster, and we get faster when whatever we're most specialized. Like if it's the coding, things that it can take you 3 weeks to code. Later on, it's going to take you literally like 4 minutes, right? So
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. That's really good advice for everything in life. Take it one thing at a time. The great thing is we have Zen as a solid foundation, because the speed at which it was launched and the simplicity of the project itself is really, really great.
And I'd say to you, like, because you seem enthused and you really want to do this for yourself. So just start with that the things that are most interesting to you, inspiring, and start there. Um, Working at that one thing at a time, and you're just gonna get yourself more and more stoked, more and more motivated. And obviously you're gonna hit some roadblocks and difficulties, but the more you do it, the more you're going to you'll see. It's like you get into the weeds. Yes, it's the weeds, but at some point, like, you just, there's no getting out anymore. Like, you push forward, as long as keep keep it interesting for yourself.
Absolutely. And if it's not fun anymore, it's not going to work for me. But it's got to be fun.
But it's tough also, all projects, especially when you want to do like something like that, which has several different aspects to it. You might not be compatible with all of them. They might not all be fun, but if you've done a lot of things on the fun side of it and you're building up, it's going to give you motivation. It's going to give you the strength to push more and more and get through all those steps.
Yeah, no, this is great, man. I have some physical, it's interesting. I have some physical things too. I created some wood art, like a Bitcoin sign, Ethereum sign, and some crypto related artworks they're wood art. And so, I'm actually working with another group to get a physical crypto store developed, which I'm not doing anything except supplying the art. So it's really interesting the moves that are being made.
Is that like done through CNC or something of the kind?
Yeah, I have
CNC.
a large. I've got laser cutter and a CNC. So I use those, and then I've been a.
Cool. I'm moving on. I don't know if this is off topic, but do you know of the Artisan coming out in December? It's Snapmaker Artisan.
One that can do more than one, like it's a laser cutter and a CNC.
Yeah, CNC, laser cutter, and printer, 3D printer, all in one. But Artisan is like, that's like the culmination, and now the power is just like they had a 1.6 watt, a 6 watt laser. Now it's moving to 10 watt laser. So now, like, it's a very capable laser, and on top of that, they have a rotary tool that you can use with the CNC, so you can do 4D CNC. Just very cool. If you haven't seen it, it's just I find it very cool. You look at it on YouTube, like the machine, it's awesome.
Oh, look at that. That sounds ridiculous. That's the next thing I need is a 3D printer.
Oh, it's awesome. It's the price is steeper than the previous, but it fixed all the little things that could have been lacking on the previous, which was good as far as I know. But the laser was weak. The CNC motor was maybe a little too weak in certain instances. Now everything's boosted up. So, but it is expensive. I mean, it's not in the low range machines, but it's not in the high range either. It's just beautiful will machine.
Just looked at the price. It's that's like a third or 20% maybe the cost of what I paid for my larger machine. That'd be a great addition to the shop.
Well, there you go. If that's a third, okay. So I don't know, like, wow. So that's a big machine that you had there. You were because I don't know the price you're seeing, but that's around what they're 3,500.
Yeah, the CNC I bought was 25,000. It's a
Okay,
it's a
okay.
yeah, it's a 3 horsepower
Big
spindle.
beast. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So you have a real
But
shop there. I mean, 25,000 CNC is
yeah,
real.
I thank you Cardano. Thank you Cardano. That was nice. But, yeah, it's been amazing what you could do, what crypto has done, because I've been through the last bull market and now I'm coming through my first bear market. But I'd already bought, all the stuff that I ever wanted to get me to where I want to be, as far as a woodworker. So I'm
Awesome.
grateful for more opportunities like Zen, like couple 2-3 years, man. It's going to be so interesting to see just all the creativity that comes out of this.
Love that you're using your crypto gains to buy creative tools.
Can't even believe it. I mean, I should, because I learned to take profits on the way up, and I bought a house in Hawaii. I bought cars, and then I didn't secure all of it, though. I sacrificed for Pulse Chain. I got a staking ladder with Hex, and but then that, of course, Hex is down 95%, but I can't sell any of it. So thank you, Richard Hart, for that. I wonder if someone's gonna create a Zen like a Zen T-share, like a Zen lock it up forever kind of thing,
Bet there's going to be a bunch of T-shirts.
Know who Matty Allen is? He's creating some sort of locker, like a vault that you can lock up different cryptos with. So you basically, don't screw yourself. There's something that I can't remember what it's called.
The Button Group did that
Doesn't ring a
already.
bell.
It's called the BitLocker, and then you've got Trust Swap made like locking vaults like that already too. It's nothing new. I wouldn't trust anything Matty Allen makes anyway.
I know, I was kind of skeptical of it. Well, guys, it's been really nice talking, and I'm gonna take all these notes and work on some stuff. So I'll be back tomorrow. I'll chat probably later tonight. Actually, chat with you guys later.
Okie doke. Take care.
Sven, bye.
Somebody mentioned that they cannot sell hex. Can somebody explain why can't you sell hex?
Did somebody just ask a question? I was away from the phone here.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that they cannot sell hex. I don't know who was speaking. I'm just curious, why can't you sell hex?
He's probably referring to a stake in Hex.
Oh, I see. Okay. Probably it's locked
Right.
up like
Or the price.
Hex's market cap is $20 billion, which is just insane. If we get 10% of that, it's already a huge price action. Anybody knows at what uh, number of coins, I guess, it will be harder to, or less profitable, or less incentivized to mint and better to buy?
I personally commit to all the chains because, for example, at the moment this is quite hot, and say, for example, because it's quite hot, say if PLW to gain traction on their chain, they try to do something with this coin that really pumps it up, and so you being an ETH maxi or a BNB maxi, you just commit to that chain and ignore all the others, and then you're going to miss on the gains that you could have had by minting a few on the chain that is trying to do something to gain traction. So I understand that the community is divided. Some people say, I just commit to Ethereum and BNB because all the others are worthless. Some say, oh, let's just do the whole lot. I personally do the whole lot because I don't know the day of tomorrow. Say Polygon comes up with something nice about this token that makes it really go up. People jump on board. And because you thought, this is so cheap, it's not worth doing it, you've missed the boat. So it does it is a bit of work, but
Yeah,
you just
but
never know.
that makes sense. But if the coin succeeds on, let's say, Polygon, doesn't it also affect the price on other blockchains? Like success on any of the blockchains should probably reflect on the other ones.
Well, as it stands at the moment, no, but we don't know the day of tomorrow. But as it stands at the moment, obviously, it's not affecting either good or bad. Obviously, it's each chain has its own price.
I didn't realize each chain has its own price.
Yeah, so ETH is king at the moment. That's where the most economical energy is. In fact, if you go and look at the liquidity pools on Uniswap and PancakeSwap, you see a massive discrepancy. So it really shows you where the liquidity is.
This coin already has a major utility, burning ETH like no other.
True. On the flip side, from a start, from a distance rather, some people are saying it's raising their gas fees, but
Ah,
I think that's gonna come down.
there'll always be somebody who complains. That's how I found this project. I was like, what the heck? Ether is becoming deflationary. Then I started looking into what makes it deflationary, and then came across Zen and got involved.
Yeah, I just heard that from some close friends that I hadn't spoken to, since the launch, and that's the comment I was getting. That's all they knew about it. It was a gas guzzler and screwing up their fees. Then I explained to them.
Remember the ape coin? How it became gas guzzler at some point. I mean that was a good marketing.
Right,
Yes, I had
right,
trouble.
right.
Yeah, I had trouble, with the gas fees at that time, but it caught my attention. The same thing now, you know, Zine is getting everybody's attention.
Exactly. Well, the only difference in this case is just that it's a continuous mint, right? So we'll see. I'm expecting it to be just about unnoticeable eventually.
Yeah, but the mint also seems like very soon. I don't know how soon, but way faster than Jack expected. We will hit that, I think, difficulty of minting where it will the process of minting will not worth for many people, especially the ETH price goes up. Let's say, yeah, and people are getting right now. I think I don't know they're getting for $4. Maybe they're getting 3-4 million. Yeah, if it becomes like a
Well,
million or
what's
five hundred thousand, it
what
just
do you
becomes more
mean by
difficult, and you have to wait then for a year or two. There are fewer and fewer people will be minting then, so the price will go up.
what do you mean by faster? Because I think some people like I don't know. Sometimes I feel some people that they look at it, but they don't actually do the math. So it's just kind of they're just speaking their impression. But what do you mean by faster?
uh, well, he said that he thought a lot of these numbers would be uh, reached within like 6 months. That's what Jack mentioned, but they were reached within like hours. I think the number of uh, wallets that are minting and things like that. So I think whatever this the program into it where it becomes difficult to mint. I think we're going to reach that way faster than Jack initially expected. Uh, and then, like when I started minting, I was getting like 20 million for $4. A day later, I was already getting 10. A day later, I was getting five, like on average. So it's becoming fewer and fewer coins you can get. So it becomes at some point you're like, I don't want to create another wallet for just 500,000. Um, so I think it's
That
gonna
part,
slow it.
I don't see that. I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe help me understand how do you were making 20 million for $4 and then 10 million and then
Yeah,
5 million?
so yeah, I don't know exactly how it works either, but when I started, so I would for $4, whatever that fee was, about $3. Sometimes
Okay,
it adds a
whatever.
little bit,
Yeah.
and I would see that I'm gonna get something in a year. It was like 18 million, 19 million. Next day I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it a little more minting,
But
and then
now
I
it's
did.
in the 20 millions. I don't
Yeah,
see the 5 million.
I'm sorry.
Right now, if you mint, it's in 20 millions, right?
No, no. Right now, I haven't minted it for a couple of days now. But when I did it 3 4 days ago, it was 20 million almost. Yeah, and then the day later it was uh much less. And then some mints were I would get 20 million randomly, but majority were sort of next day were like 10 million, and the next day after that it was about 6 million on average, 5 million. I
Where
don't
are
know if
you getting
anybody else
these?
had the same experience.
Oh,
Where
I
are you
know
getting
what
these
you're
estimates from?
okay. I know what happening. So you were probably in the curve um, of adoption. It was going really quick, and when you were seeing the 20 million, because I think what you're talking about is the estimate, right? Which we're actually seeing as your estimated.
Yes, exactly.
Right, right, right. So if you look at it and you just had a million users come in, okay, it's gonna be good because the calculator is as if you put a million users as opposed to 100,000 users. And you look at it and you had a million, you're looking at it, and now there's 20 million you're going to get. But if you make another one and you look at it like 5 minutes after, and there's only really 10,000 people came in those 5 minutes or 1,000, it's going to be very low. But realistically speaking, in those 300 some days, you're going to get a million more users. So that the number, it's just because you're looking at different times and the value of the new users is very different in those different times that you're looking at it. I don't know if I'm making myself clear here,
Yeah, but it's,
but
but if
it
estimated, let's say an estimated, let's say promise was
at that moment, but it
yeah,
doesn't
20
know that there's
million.
going
So
to be
does it mean
another.
that in a year I will get 20 million? That's what my understanding was. That's sort of promise to me.
Yes, yes, but it's just because the estimator has just factored in a million new users
I
because of your
see.
C rank. Your C rank. Now, if you make another mistake and you look at it 5 minutes after, there may be only just be 100 users came in. So your estimate is going to be much lower if you look at it, right? Because it's taking in that there's only 100 users. The other one had a million users. But if they're both 360-day stakes, for example, you can know that in the next 360 days, that value of 100 new users that's making it low is not going to be there anymore. You are going to get a million new users or whatever. So it's just a very temporary thing.
Mhm. It's just rough estimate.
It's a very rough estimate, especially it depends on how long after you're looking at it. Again, if you look at the first one 3 hours after, and we're in the first hours of the project launch, of course it's going to look very high. But maybe in a year from now, there'll be a total of 20 million users. So that number always going to differ between those two different stakes that look very different. Okay. Is one will have had 20 million new users and the other one 19 million new users. And they both will be huge. And that difference, you won't see it anymore between 5 and 20. It's not going to look like that. It's going to be more like maybe 30, 39 and 37 and a half, or
But
38.
do you think that once there will be, we hope that there will be a lot of mass adoption. Once there will be a lot of adoption, do you think that people will slow down minting because it will not be profitable for many people, and most enthusiastic investors may already mint it? It will hit a point where there'll be more buying, where people will resort to rather invest now. Like, instead of $5 paying just for the fee, whales will come with hundreds of thousands, like some other projects we see. Right now, I don't see a whole lot of heavy
I
investing,
don't
but
know. Until those first long-term stakes are ended and
yeah.
the word stops passing around, um, I can't say. In the first day, for example, if there was a million users, how much is there going to be in the next 360 days? How long is it going to take before your cousin, your neighbor hears about this project and gets involved? I don't know. Are they going to hear about it this weekend? Is it going to have to build up even more, and they'll hear about it in a month? And you can't make new mints with the same wallets. So
Yeah.
you're gonna, if you want to make new mints, you're gonna have to make new wallets. So you're asking me, in a sense, if we have this much in one day or 2 days, how much are we going to have in 365 days? Well, it's very difficult to estimate, and there's many factors that are going to come in the long run.
Mm. I
End
mean,
up with
we're like
something.
what we're getting like a couple of billion new tokens minted, I think, every day. Right now it's 24 or 24 billion. I think.
Right, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter, because the 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 beauty of the code is that it evens things out as we go along for those who got in early, but it doesn't give a huge advantage to those who got in early, but it does even things out. It's very interesting the way it was done for that reason. So it makes it much more susceptible to become a medium of exchange that can be held and kept and appreciated by all of the users, as opposed to only a few, and have a big discrepancy between the winners and the
Yeah,
losers.
the way it was done is amazing. I mean, it's kind of unpredicted, I guess, because the first investors got really burned. They paid a lot for their coins, and then it crashed. So it was more, uh, I guess, it was better for the minters rather than people who were investing money. But I think it will reverse very soon, where it will be better to invest than mint. Like pretty much like Bitcoin, right? uh Now it's just easier to buy Bitcoin rather than mine it. It's just so hard to mine now. Only a few people can, venture capital groups and those.
Well, it's still cheaper to mine.
But it's not on mass scale. It's not easier. It's not necessarily cheaper, but it's just not easier. Before it was just a
Right.
computer, and you can just anybody could
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
uh
yeah, yeah, yeah. For sure.
now it's just like, I mean, I can technically go and yes, and mine Bitcoin, but do I want to do it? I would just buy Bitcoin. I
Yeah,
think the
no,
same thing will
I
happen with
would
this,
agree.
where minting and creating a wallet and waiting for a year, it will discourage many of the people starting putting money into not $5 anymore, but more money into the coins. So it will reverse.
Right, right, exactly. But it'll always be a play. I mean, I don't know when that's going to happen. Like
Exactly. That's the
absolutely
critical
certain.
point, like sort of supply and demand, on the economic curves. Yeah, if you hit that point, you will buy the best price. You will buy the cheapest price, because you see, early on, if you bought Zen, you would have overpaid by a lot. It would have, so at some point, I guess we don't know when that's going to happen. It will, two lines will cross. It will be perfect time to start buying, because it will be better to buy. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What would the time be? Is it at 50 billion Zen, 100 billion Zen minted, where the reversal sort of starts?
I mean, I think personally, I think it's going to be an on and off thing. So there's going to be times it's better to buy.
Hmm.
When those times happen, people are going to scoop it up there, and it's going to reduce the mintage at that point in time. So it's going to kind of slow down the supply building, and then it's going to kind of revert, and then it's going to be better to mint again, and on and off like that. And there's so many factors. Like there could be at some point that it really dumps just
Yeah.
because of whatever,
Also, the
fears
price of
in
the
the market.
Ethereum will affect it too. If imagine Ethereum starts going up, all of the minting will become expensive. Right now,
Yeah,
it costs. Yeah.
that's a big factor. That factor actually is more uh, scary and unpredictable and difficult to predict. I find is the amount of discrepancy in the Ethereum price, gas fees, and other projects that could come and be gas guzzlers and all those kinds of things. To know how the effect is going to be on the overall market, um, for the long term prospects of the project.
Yeah.
Like, will it could it crush, you know, some users because they lost stakes? Could it create that kind of negativity or FUD? That's one of my more like wild cards in the thing. Because if it does do like it did with like happened with Hex, where you're kind of stuck there and you can't pay $900 whatever to on stake. Um, in this case, people are going to be losing their mints. It's not just a question of on staking.
Yes. I can only imagine what percentage will be missed by people who will not come back to claim it. I mean, it will be probably a huge percentage.
Right, it could. And hopefully it won't be, and it'll just be spread out. But if it's a huge percentage, that could hinder the project. There could be, some people not, leaving in that way.
The launch of this project is like perfect. It's actually very good, that it was launched on during bear market, because it's so cheap to mint right now, which is like, that's the goal, I guess, for anybody to be able to mint, right? So it's only 3-4 bucks to mint on Ethereum. On other chains, even cheaper. So pretty much, and there's no excuse not to mint this. If you heard of this project, there's no excuse not to mint.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like,
I wanted to ask,
yeah, someone had a
wanted to
question.
ask, when is the Polygon swap going to be available?
Whenever somebody puts liquidity, there's not like the project is not doing that. We're not like as a project taking care of supplying liquidity or anything. It's really just the minting. So you have to look at what appears and what popped up. It'll be different liquidity pools.
But most likely will be a quick swap on Polygon, correct?
There's a good chance that that's where it'll be, and or there'll be some. But I heard there was not yet. So, but then someone said they did. Oh, they swapped it on Uniswap. Yeah, on Uniswap, someone said there was. He got like 20 cents on his penny. So he did a 20x.
Oh, nice. You could do it on Uniswap on the Polygon network.
Yeah, that's what he said. I didn't do it myself.
Nice.
Now we
Like
just need, you know,
if you use the screener, should see where are the liquidity pools. Use the contract address.
I
Gotcha.
cannot wait for.
That's the address in the main Zen.network, right? That same contract address could be plugged in on
Yeah, yeah,
Uniswap.
yeah. Well, the one that's on the chain, the one that corresponds to the chain that you're wanting to find.
Yeah, most likely right now I'm just doing the Ethereum and Polygon mints. There's some Binance ones, but I'm mostly focused on Polygon and Ethereum.
Okay.
Can't wait for the Zen to be brought up in the interviews with Vitalik, all other, big players,
Yeah,
and because they cannot ignore it. I mean, it's out there. It's making Ethereum deflationary. Like you can't ignore this project. I mean, that's the first time Ethereum became deflationary. It's historical moment, so to speak. And yeah, I like the fact how this is growing very organically. There's no, if you're part of any of the meme coins and launches, and it's just insane chats, insane hype, and then insane crash. So this is really good how organic it is.
I think most likely because it's built in the code in a sense. I'm guessing that that's kind of what Jack had was part of what he was seeing. It was probably I'm just guessing here, but I would imagine that he thought about it like for a while from every angle, and it's just like how to solve the key issues, the main issues, and it's just he was probably looking for that sound and solid organic way growth
Perfect.
process.
Yeah. Perfect during bear market. This is just perfect. Like during the, there are not many good projects during the bear market that I'm willing to invest in, but this is just, I feel like we're getting in so early, pretty much at the bottom of a good project. Only up from here.
Yeah, I have no clue like what's going to happen and that in what order and but all could go to hell for all I know. But
I think unless there is like some flaw with the contract, honestly, some sort of a hack and things, which is pretty much impossible to predict until you're a super coder and you can figure things
so
out.
many unknowns. But it
But
just
otherwise,
tells you at the end of
I
the
think
day.
pretty much, in my opinion, I'm just waiting for the perfect confluence of events. Like I said, when the minting reverses with the investment, when the bear market reverses, and possibly coming up with some sort of burn mechanism, and all of these things coming together will just you know make this coin fly, because just a matter of like just think of the Shiba. People who invested in Shiba $1,000 within a couple of months, they were down to $1.50 or something like that. So I mean, we pretty much forget about that investment because it's like pretty worthless after being after losing $1,000. And then months later, it was worth millions. So it's because everything
Yeah,
else
but
came
that
together. It was a
yeah.
perfect bull run and everything. If it was not a bull run, Shiba would not be flying. It's just, so that's what I'm thinking. Like I'm waiting for this, and I think it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time, and when, preferably finding a good moment to buy rather than mint when it reverses. Like getting in cheap into $1 would have been perfect rather than $1,000. And
Right, right. But it could be a long time before you have that opportunity. I mean, some people may catch it here and there, and it'll appear, but it might happen at a time where you're not. That's just not the time that you're you're spending or whatever it is, you know. So
oh no, yeah, absolutely. But now historically we already have some price chart action, so we can after past last 2 years watching things happen, it's exciting. And uh, we don't know what we're doing. Obviously, we don't know the future, but we have an idea what could happen. Like things that were impossible before. Now you realize it's not so impossible. Things can we can go 1,000x within a couple of months. You know, Before previous bull run, it was I would have never believed that.
but that's the thing. I wouldn't expect that from this at all. Like I understand easily how 1,000x happens with a typical, you know, uh,
Mass adoption, yeah, hype or mass adoption. I don't think there will be hype
no,
here per se.
no, 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 no. That's not what I mean here. It's like I was saying yesterday. I was mentioning that to me, a cheap coin is a coin that a dev can just create a trillion at the click of a mouse, right?
Yeah.
That's a cheap coin. Now is very different. It's about mass adoption and a whole bunch of people clicking the mouse, creating their coins, like basically mint for mint, and the
Yeah.
bots. But that's very different. When you have a coin that has a fixed supply and you have these liquidity pools and you have speculation and rumors and news and no other option really to mint new coins, anything's possible. It could be the shittiest coin with the worst dev, the worst project, and you can do 1,000x because that's just the supply and demand and the
Hmm.
liquidity and how it works. And it's very possible. But here I see it much more like Bitcoin in the sense that for as long as the mining difficulty was low, the price couldn't really spike
Yes,
because
exactly. Yeah.
people
It was
would
easy
dump
to
so
mint and
much,
sell.
the
Yeah.
miners would, right?
Yeah.
So it's like we're sitting there at the beginning of Bitcoin and we start talking about what's going to happen and how it's going to be. Well, it's going to be many things at different times. And if you think you're going to be the big winner in it, you might you might be right in saying that you're going to be a winner, but there's going to be many different kind of winners, and different people took profit and made good gains, but to sell Bitcoin when it hit 100 or $1 or $1,000, it's all different scenarios and very different timelines and approaches and DCAing and all that stuff, strategies. So
Hmm. Yeah.
Just
we'll
want to
just
say, Zenius, could you please close your mic when you're not speaking? You're just causing a big echo.
Oh.
for me, the way I look at it, it's an investment. It's the kind of thing that you invest and you don't really worry about it. And you can DCA into that investment, but I'm not seeing it as a play where I would never say that for any regular coin, right? Those are plays. I'm going in, I'm coming out. I'm timing it and I'm, you know, And look at those who did try to trade Bitcoin and what happens.
Oh
The
yeah.
majority of them.
The most successful Bitcoiner holders were people who completely forgot about it, or got into a coma and woke up 5 years later.
Exactly.
Friends that here, you better claim your coins once they are ready.
Yeah, there's that.
The great thing about this, another thing, great things about this project is that it's going to be considered commodity. I mean, we already know that. Many other projects, you can't really tell yet. Is going to, even Ethereum is not really, they're not really sure. But this one is pretty much guaranteed to be considered commodity, which is going to pass the Howey test, which is amazing. Does Jack come here?
Yeah. So far, he's been here usually once or twice a day. It depends really before launch, after the launch, give some news, updates, anything which is, of the moment.
Yeah, he was just on long ago.
Awesome, awesome.
So, do any of you have idea of on which decentralized exchange is going to be listed on the Avalanche and the NTO proof of stake version?
Did somebody else catch that? I missed that, friend. You might need to repeat yourself.
I said, the any of you have idea on which decentralized exchange we are going to list in, I think, a few minutes right now before claim starts. Like, do you have any idea on which decentralized exchange is going to be listed on?
No, we don't. And generally speaking, we've wouldn't recommend purchasing on an exchange because you're probably going to do better off just minting your own right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, does anybody on here know how to not leave the chat, but just completely mute it, and so that I could be able to use my phone as for a phone call as well while I'm still on this chat? Just kind of totally mint out everybody, not mint, completely mute out everybody else for a short time.
It's kind of risky. Sometimes it'll like start sending audio to the chat.
All right, thanks. So ET, when do I get the special button to unmute myself over here? Nah, I'm just playing. It's not a big deal. I can pop in and out. It's not a biggie. Hey, we like to remind everybody who is muted, don't feel uncomfortable about asking any questions, because we're all here to learn. Everybody is on a different level, and we're all here to learn from each other. So.
If I have some Zen on the Polygon network, where can I trade it?
I dumped mine on Uniswap.
Polygon hooks up to Uniswap?
Yeah, just change the network in Polygon and then MetaMask. I mean, change the network on Uniswap to Polygon and make sure your MetaMask is on the Polygon network.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Is there a possibility that there will be a bridge in the future between, for example, MXen to BXen?
I think that may be eventually much further down the road if they ever reached parity, because there's no real incentive for the Zen to be equal across chains. It's pretty much just it's going to be based on the gas that you paid for it. So, ETH Zen to B Zen to, Matic Zen to AVAX Zen, the prices aren't necessarily going to be compatible. Therefore, a bridge, I don't think, is feasible in the near term future, but I don't know, maybe somebody can correct me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There is bridges right now. The way I understand it, though, is you'll essentially just be selling your Zen on one chain for a stable, for example, and then purchasing on the other chain for a different price and quantity.
So if I understand correctly, it will never be a one-to-one transfer. That isn't possible
It's
because of
anything
the price.
possible, but I wouldn't say anywhere in the near future that that'll be happening.
Yeah, but not in the way that you're alluding to. If it were to happen, it would just be because they crossed over each other, but it would not be what you're alluding to, like that mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
They still remain unique. Their own identities, their own supplies, everything about them belongs to them. So they don't share in that. The only thing they share is in the whole community, and the fact that people will be trading them cross chain from one chain to the other and arbitraging between them, but they still will have their own properties, their own unique properties in terms of the supply and the mint rate and the user adoption.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. It's really important, I think, to clarify things the most possible in the beginning, and just to mitigate any FUD in the future, frustration, resentment. Because when people are ill-informed, it's just they take this even if it's it's no big deal. If it's something happens, they can get pissed about a project.
Yeah, I think it's good to inform as much people as we can from the beginning so they can spread the right info about the project.
Totally. That actually introduces more plays and ways of going about it between the chains. Obviously, a lot of people initially you could feel, and just by the questions, they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna mint on Polygon, and maybe I'll trade one-to-one with Ethereum, so I'm paying 400 times less, right? A penny instead of a $4 or whatever." But it's not that simple, obviously. But then if they understand that they can have a ratio on Polygon, which might be 1,000 to 1, but then it might drop to 600 to 1 at a certain time, and that they can arbitrage it and at that time trade it over and make some profit that way by bring it to Ethereum when it's the best moment, and just go along like that, and all these opportunities and ways of going about it. That's going to stimulate a lot of users to get involved. Certain types of users
Was
that like.
That was exactly what I was thinking. How that would work.
Absolutely. That's absolutely. And you see the thing by the fact that you understand that exactly how it's going to work. Now you can plan for it and play it, you know, in view of that. And that's definitely going to be
Hmm.
something. And I think probably the the planification is just to find the best way to swap. What are going to be the amounts? What are the bridges? What is going to be the technology to do that? And many other things, I'm sure, of how to play that part of it. Because Binance, for example, had a tremendous amount of users, which is very good and kind of is quite bullish for the Binance side of it. But some people see it otherwise, and they're like, okay, there's a lot of bots on Binance, so there's a lot of users. There's a lot of things to think about. I think the person who does it on all the chains and is smart about it is the person that's gonna have the most opportunities, like real opportunities in time. While others are just waiting for things to develop, like that person will have actually things that they can do at that time because different chains will be bullish or bearish at different times.
That's good to hear. I'm in on all the chains.
I definitely think that's the best play. Those who've been doing that and have the time to do it and the disposition and the wits to figure it all out for the arbitrage and all that and the patience, ultimately that's the best play. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people also minting for, yeah, mostly a couple of days or 100 days, but I think 90% of my portfolio is now for at least 300 days or more. And I'm aiming at maybe 3 years from now and see where it stands then.
You're saying you're mostly going to be staked or minting for the next 3 years? Is that what you're saying? Or 4 years?
I minted for 90%, 300 days or more. And I'm holding it and staking it for, I think, at least 3 years. Yeah, that's the plan.
Right. So yeah, close to 4 years.
Yes,
That's great.
yes.
That's a great. Wow, that's like, you know, perfect beginning. And then your stakes, that you don't lose your stakes. So you can just
Exactly.
restake, or you can take off a little bit of the table if you want at that point, but you're at a great point, you're at the midpoint, and you can see clearly where things are going. And maybe take 20% and keep it liquid and start playing those plays. But before that,
Exactly.
right? So yeah, and you'll even have
Because I think,
opportunity after 1 year. Who knows? You'll have opportunity there too. You're not obliged to stake it all. So you could, in 1 year from now, decide that there's some arbitrage that you'd like to do before staking it, right? And you could swap some from one chain to the other chain, use the ratio which you find is worth it, and then stake it on the other chain.
exactly. And I think we will see uh, the most minted tokens after, say, 365 days, 1 year, because then the first mints of the full time frame will release. So we will find a bottom about then, I guess. But yeah, from then on, I hope it will switch in a kind of way. I just keep staking it until the future.
Yeah, like the things that is going to happen inevitably is there's going to be these these events or periods of time where there's going to be like some flushing going on, where, for example, at that mark of 100 days or at the 300 and some day mark, these periods where a lot of supply is going to be coming in and a lot of decisions are going to be made. And then
Yeah,
we're going
yeah,
to
yeah.
see, right? We're going to see where things are going and what proportion that we'll be able to make decisions accordingly and adjust.
And for anyone looking to buy, I would think that might be a time, because it seems like on those big days, like 100 days, 300 days, is most likely going to be when people get and try to sell if they're not going to stake.
Right.
So that could be a time.
It's still always a very, it's so hard to predict. So, but it's just good to see those things, those time frames, and those opportunities to reevaluate and readjust oneself according to all the variables that are going to come into play and those that we don't even know. And one of them is going to be the gas fees. So on Ethereum, what are the gas fees going to be in exactly 1 year from now, or 300 and some days, 50 days, let's say on average? What are going to be the gas fees? So how much of the stakes are going to be, of the mints are going to be claimed? Is there going to be a huge proportion of mints not claimed? And is that, so all those things are going to really change the if things flush on the downside, or people are really more incentivized to hold on what they have, and actually there's not that flush and the price, doesn't is not really worth buying, or is it best to have, to yeah, well, there won't be much other option at that point. It's going to be either sell or hold.
Right, but yeah, there is a lot of variables, like you mentioned, that come into play. Like, who knows if you're in the middle of a bull run, what will the gas fee be to unclaim? Will it be worth it at that point? It's kind of tough to say. Nobody can predict the future.
I'm just looking at the Dune dashboard for Xen to get an overview, and there's some really interesting statistics in there. So I can just encourage you to go to dune.com, type in Xen into the search bar, and check it out. It's really cool statistics.
Yeah, I was there last night, and I was wanting specifically to find something. I never got to it, and then I had other stuff to do. Do, do, do you know where to find specifically the demographics distribution? I went through everything on the first page, like you can scroll down and down. But I know it's there because people have spoken of that data, Jack namely. Do you know where the additional data is? How to get to it?
No, sorry, I don't. I've never used Dune before, so I'm really a newbie with it.
Okay. I thought maybe in Discover, in the menu, there's a Discover option, but I'll look into it more.
So I have a question. As far as minting and staking goes, so say you're maxing out on your mints, and then it comes to fruition and you can stake at that point. What is the advantage to staking over top of just doing a whole new mint? I mean, I know it's time sensitive, but on these first, say, 300 to 400 days, in my mind, I'm just thinking, let me do another mint because I will probably get more Zen that way. But does anyone have any input on that?
Oh, first thing, you can do both. So, but you can also open a new wallet and use the funds for that. But you can do both with the same wallet. So even though you're staked, doesn't mean you can't mint again. The fees of the staking, I'm not sure exactly how much gas they take, but I mean, it's. I'm guessing it's going to probably be slightly cheaper than the claim C rank. Probably more like the claim mint. or maybe in between them.
Actually, you can combine these two transactions, if I'm not mistaken. There's a button where you can get your tokens and stake them right away, once, like when you claim them.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so I'll just stake it and then do a whole new mint. Right on. Thanks.
You can do both, so it's not exclusive when it comes to the staking. That doesn't cancel. And the other thing is the stake. The stake, an advantage someone might want to stake is you don't have to be worried about claiming and losing your mint. So you can just set it and forget it for 1,000 days. You don't have to come back to it. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that at some point in time, that's not going to necessarily be the case. So if you have, say, let's say you did a first mint in the early days, you chose very long terms of 350 plus days, and then a whole bunch of users come in, right, over those 350 plus days. So now you have a really nice mint, right? And let's just say, for the sake of argument, it's ends up to be 40 million tokens. So if you stake it and your rate is good, let's say it's 15%, is that going to be less than what you're going to mint today? The mint that you're going to do today obviously is going to have a much lower C rank. The EAA is going to be down. The AMP is going to be down. And now the question is, those, let's just say, again, for the sake of argument, in those 350 plus days, there were 50 million new users. Let's just say, okay, we're at 1 million on 2 million on Binance, or I forget what, 2.5 million in just a few days, right? So in 350 days, who knows how the word is spread? So there might be 50 million new users, or even more. So that'll have contributed to the 40 million that you minted. Now, when you're at that point in time, 350 days into it, is there going to be another 100 million coming in? Probably not. So in other words, the total amount that you're going to get at that point, if you set a new mint, might be 8 million Zen or 7 million Zen that you could reasonably expect, or 5 million Zen. So then you take the 40 million and you calculate the 15% APY, and what's that? 15% of, okay, so that would be like 6 million. So that's the point. Is the new mint going to give you more than 6 million or not? So you make your decision from that. And if you estimate it's going to be under, why, if you only have limited gas fees that you want to spend, why put in a mint? And then you have to come back and claim it, and you risk the penalty and all that, when you can just set it and forget it for just about the same amount, or maybe more, but with no risk of having to come back.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
So you were asking about the demographics.
Yeah, like countries.
Yeah, so if you're talking about like where people are coming from and that sort of thing,
Yeah,
I don't think
exactly.
that wouldn't be on Dune, because Dune is just looking at on-chain data, so that will be mint times and all this kind of thing. Whereas the demographics was based on the Google Analytics, which Jack just shared from his website. So I think he just streamed that on YouTube, so you can see it on YouTube. It will just be old data. It won't be like up-to-date data.
But it was Google Analytics.
Yeah, but the only person who can access that is whoever has access to that account, which will be Jack, and whoever else he shared it with. It's not freely available
Oh,
to everyone, but Jack just shared it, some of the information
oh,
from it
got it.
before.
Okay, okay. Thanks.
Hey, Honey Deals. Did you say that there's no penalty on the stake?
Yes, there's no penalty on the stake. The only penalty is if you unstake it before the end date, you won't get the yield, but you don't have any penalty on your capital, on your stake.
Okay, so like let's say you forgot about it and you came back to it and it had been finished for weeks or something. Like does it keep like collecting or it
Oh,
stops?
no. Yeah, no, it stops. So you can forget
Okay.
about it for years, but if the term you initially set, let's say maximum 1,000 days, comes to an end, it's going to stop giving you yield. It's just going to sit there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You'd have to claim and restake.
Okay. Okay.
But that's for your stake, not your mint. If you forget your mint for more than 7 days, if you forget, then it's pretty much gone.
Right. Correct.
Hey guys, just hearing about the staking, and sorry if it was just covered. When my mints come out, I can see that, which I haven't got any coming out yet, but when they do, I can see a button down there on the mint page saying claim, or basically claim and stake.
Yeah.
Am I right in understanding if I just claim the tokens and like send them to a different wallet, am I still able to stake those tokens, or do you have to do it right there and then?
No, no, no. You can do whatever you want. And once you have the tokens, you can send them over. You can even, if you want, change chains, move from one chain to another. Obviously, there's going to be conversion rate, and what's on Polygon's not going to be worth as much as on ETH. But nonetheless, you can convert to ETH side, and you can decide to stake them on the ETH side, your ETH Zen, or from another wallet or whatever. You can send it to another wallet, and then you can stake them from there on the same chain.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, but the idea behind that could be, so you have the option of sending to a different wallet, right? So the majority of us are minting from multiple wallets. So when the time comes to mint, we can send that mint from multiple wallets to one specific wallet and lump together all of the Zen and then stake it.
Exactly. And if you're really smart about it, you do that and you put them on a hardware wallet at that point. Take
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at the main website and I can see clearly there's a separate stake tab, which is great. Can somebody just tell me what the difference is between what's the difference between claim and share?
What he just was speaking of. So claim, it's just going to claim to your wallet, and claim and share is you can direct a portion or the whole, I think a portion, but the whole of it to another address.
Yeah, makes total sense. Thank you, guys. Has anybody seen or have any word about if there is any difference in gas fees between claiming and sharing, and claiming and staking?
You mean two transactions to achieve the same goal, or you're really meaning between those two different functions, dual function buttons?
Well, at the bottom of the Mint tab, you can either claim, you can claim and share, or you can claim and stake. And I was just wondering if there's big gas differentials between them.
No, I'm not going to say there's no difference whatsoever, but the differential is going to be we're talking minute, because it really depends on the complexity of the function. Is the gas expense times the GUI. So it's basically very similar transactions, very similar.
Gotcha, thanks.
I bet probably, I don't see the code, but my guess would be probably the claim and stake would be slightly more expensive, if anything. I've worked on a function with a coder on a smart contract, and it was like just about we pushed the absolute limit. Like, we had to find solutions because our initial process couldn't work. Like, it just busted the limit of how much gas you could spend in a transaction. So we were having to optimize till we got to that very limit. But just to say, it was like very expensive transaction, smart contract transaction. It costs a tremendous amount of gas relative to whatever you were doing. It's not, it doesn't break the bank or anything, but it's like, instead of costing, let's say, $4 on Ethereum, it would cost $50 kind of thing at the same point in time. So these, just to say, these transactions are very minute transactions. They're far from that limit. Although if you have a gas price spike, it's multiplied by the GUI, right? So the gas is multiplied. The function's gas cost is multiplied by the GUI. So sky's the limit.
Hey, honey deals. Do you know if there's a way to, so you know how we can interface our ledger with MetaMask, right? So let's say we have 50 sub accounts under our ledger, and we decide to connect to MetaMask with that. Is it possible to view those additional accounts in the MetaMask?
Hey,
yeah.
oh, go ahead, honey.
No, go ahead. If you have a ledger, go ahead for technical ledger questions.
Yeah, it's totally possible. All you got to do is connect hardware wallet and then click ledger, and then there's going to be like a dialog box that gives you like the right encoding or whatever, and then you're going to add. I believe you're going to be able to add 5 addresses or 10 addresses at a time, and then you'll have to click next, 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 next. But yeah, you can select all the addresses that you have started on your ledger and sync them up, and then open them up in MetaMask. All you got to do is okay the contract every time you interact with it via your ledger, via your hardware wallet. Does that answer your question?
Not really. I'm totally lost. So I'll tell you what I did here. So basically created a MetaMask account, with a new seed phrase, and then that was deleted. But I have the seed phrase written down, so I can access it directly with my ledger if I want, and all of those sub accounts will show up on my ledger on Ledger Live. So the question is, can I repopulate all of those sub accounts from my ledger back on MetaMask? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically you're going to open up MetaMask, right? And it can be a scrap, like a brand new MetaMask, right? And then when you go up into the top right menu, I believe it'll say connect to hardware wallet or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm not at my computer right now, but yeah, so you're going to connect to hardware wallet, and then you're going to select which hardware wallet, so Ledger in this case, and then you'll get a dialog box. Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, I have my ledger connected right now. I'm just wondering how to pull up all the sub accounts that were created on it.
Yeah, so when you pull up, when you click connect ledger, right, then are you getting a dialog box with a bunch of different addresses that you can check boxes on?
No, it's just the ledger account. No sub accounts under the ledger.
All right, so there's like a drop down menu, like BIP, whatever, and then, or it says Ledger Live. I might have to be at a computer to troubleshoot this, but it's totally possible. I do it all the time.
Possibly under the import account? What
Yeah,
does that mean?
so there, when you right where it says import account, what else does it say?
Well, then there's a option, select private key or JSON file, and then it says enter your private key string here, which sounds a little sketchy to me, but I don't know what
No,
it is.
that's not what I'm talking about. You should be able to open up.
This is entering a secret recovery phrase, which I'm not doing. So
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Like ideally, for best practices, you should be able to open up a brand new MetaMask account and have 0 balance in it, right? And don't even use that native MetaMask account, and just plug your ledger in, connect that MetaMask account to your ledger, and then it'll populate all your ledger addresses into your MetaMask, and then you'll be able to use, that computer, that session of MetaMask with your ledger.
Yeah, that's
I'm
weird. That's what I was that's what I understood, but it's just not happening. It's not populating all of those additional addresses. So maybe I'm just missing a step here.
Yeah, I'm driving right now, so if you're
No
still
worries, man.
on and kicking in like 20 minutes, I'm a much more visual aided person, so if I'm at my computer, I can probably better assist you.
Cool, thanks.
That is what I do too, and it definitely slowed me down during the minting phase, because I was clicking my ledger relentlessly.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they could streamline that a little bit. It's really not user friendly in my opinion. I mean, it's even difficult to to access the address you're dealing with. You need to go through a couple steps.
Yeah, for that very reason, I got sick of it at one point and bought myself a Trezor, but I use both of them for different reasons. But I'd like to try like Keystone, I believe it's called. It's got a full-on screen to it, so maybe that's a little bit easier. But maybe I'll buy that after one of my mints come out.
Oh wow, this Keystone, this looks pretty fancy here. This is neat.
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Nice. So I've managed to claim my first Zen. So I'm gonna stake it now and see and then follow my journey. So that's it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you gonna do? Are you gonna do claim and stake that function?
Funny enough, this is the only I only made only 1 day claim. So I just wanna see how the interface work, like staking, how many days you can stake for, and how much I can accumulate till I get to my 100 day. So I'm just comparing my 1 day stake to I'm going to compare my 100 day staking to when I claim my my second claim. Sorry, let me repeat that. So I claim now, and I'm going to stake it for 100 days. So my second claiming is going to be on 100 days. So I want to see how much I'm going to accumulate for 100 days, and also claiming my second.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense when you re-explained it. But mind you, and someone else can correct me, but my understanding is that when you stake, you're not penalized for early end staking. So you might as well just stake 1,000 days, and then you can end the stake whenever you want. Like you can end it in 100 days if you want or whatever. But there's not a penalty when you're staking, but when you're minting, there's of course the hefty penalty. But since you just minted it or about to mint it, you might as well stake it for the longest amount of time because you could always end stake early.
Hey, Yakov, I think if you
Yeah.
end the stake early, you would lose all your interest. So there's no interest paid out then. Like your collateral stays the same. You're not losing any of that, but all the interest would be gone. So you shouldn't end the stake early if you can avoid it.
Oh, really? Okay.
My understanding, and again, do correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, we should really find the right answer.
Yeah, that's correct. What he said, if you
Okay.
finish early, you lose the yield. You have to complete your term to get your yield, and you only get the yield at the end. It's not paid out progressively, but at the end of your stake.
Oh, you just don't lose your principal. That's what it. Okay.
Right. You don't lose any of your principal.
I stand corrected.
So, guys, what's the word regarding Avalanche said? Because I minted yesterday and it doesn't seem to be on any of the exchanges.
Oh, you mean in terms of liquidity, available liquidity? I
Yeah,
haven't.
exactly. There's nothing on MBXC or Wolby or.
Right. I haven't looked. I haven't heard about it either. Specifically, Avalanche of any liquidity. Nobody talked about it.
It doesn't have any liquidity at all. I try in different platforms like Pangolin. I went to Trader Joe. That is the one that use Avalanche. There is no liquidity at all.
Let me check Dexter.
Yeah, it's kind of a test that actually now.
So you can supply liquidity, I'd guess.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. If you have no other play. Get to be market maker. If you have your mint already, go for it.
Yeah, why just do that?
Also, yesterday was my first time using Avalanche. So I know for, let's say, BNB, you have like a Uniswap for it. Sorry, but for BNB, you have Pancake Swap. Which one is for Avalanche?
Normally for Avalanche, you can also use Uniswap if necessary, you know. They have multiple chains to do that.
Interesting.
I don't think Uniswap supports Avalanche. It's SushiSwap that support Avalanche.
The best
You're
one you
right.
can try is Trader Joe. That is the one that comes up in the official Avalanche page, and it has some liquidity over there. It's not much, but there is something. So if you are not selling huge amounts, you can sell there.
What was it? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was telling you that the official one that come up on the Avalanche website is Trader Joe. It's called. It's quite similar to Uniswap, and it has some liquidity there, not much, but it has something.
Yeah. Super. Thank you for that.
So, quick question. Um, I'm in the staking tab right now. So, I'm about to stake. So, obviously, when you type in the amount of staking that you want to stake, it tells you the amount of yield you would get. However, let's say if you send some more, how will I put it? Some more Zen into that same wallet, can you also top up your stake? And will it give you, let's say if your first stake, if you want to withdraw that one, will it tell you how the difference between the top up stake, or how does it work?
If I understand correctly, you were asking if you can add to your stake. Is that correct? Is that the
Yes.
first
So let's say
question?
if I want to add to my stake.
No, you cannot add to your stake. So once you sign the contract, it's locked in.
Oh, this is this this it's interesting, and there's also an advantage and a disadvantage because, for example, like everyone who's minting now, at a point they will want to be sending all their mint to one wallet, and at the long run, and I'm 100% sure that they would like to stake all that. So I'm not really sure about this function. That means you have to lose your yield to unstake and then stake the whole total that you've accumulated, isn't it?
That's correct. That's something you need to consider in your strategy. Uh, that's part of the reason why that function on the Web3 is theirs, so that it's the claim and share function allows you to send all of your mints to one address so that you just can lump together all of your Zen into one stake or a couple different stakes.
That means if you're minting, you have to mint with common sense. So let's say if you're minting, it's best for you to just mint for a whole 400 days or 300 days, but it's not advisable to mint for 301 days, 302 days, 305 days. It's just best to just accumulate everything in one go in batches.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's ultimately up to you. There's all kinds of different strategies and ways we can do this.
Mm.
Uh, Even if you have maturities on different days, let's say that have you need to mint, you have 10 different addresses that are going to mint all within 10 days of each other, for example. You could start with the first mint and send it to one address. And then on the next mint, the next day, you could send it to that same address that you sent the first one to, and so on and so forth until your all ten minting days are complete, and then you'll have all of those 10 days lumped together into one address, and then you can stake. It will be 10 days later, but it won't all be separated from with different days and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, because I'm looking at my Excel spreadsheet now, and I'm looking at, okay, I have loads of 50 days, I have loads of 413 days, I have loads of 399 days. So I think I get your point now. So I can stake towards when those days are due for claiming. Then I can now so basically it's like, this is like proper management, as in managing your wallet. If you have 50 days to stake, I mean to claim, then when you're staking, you have to calculate when your 400 days is due. So you claim for only 350 days. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat a little bit here and there. Is you know, a lot of it I decided to just keep all of the mints on one day so that I could just focus on minting one day and not be minting, one day after another, and it'd be kind of a pain to do it that way. But I will be doing it a little bit. Some of it is a little bit spread out, but that's okay.
Yeah. So for the fact that this is early stage, because we're rushing to mint, like this me personally, I think I wasn't minting with common sense. I was just minting with max, all max, max, max. But looking at my spreadsheet now, I'm gonna be using my common sense. For if I'm gonna be minting 10 wallets, that 10 wallets has to be all let's like the same day, and then the next 10 has to be like the next max, but all the numbers has to be um the same. So when I'm staking, sorry, when I'm claiming, then it'll be much more easy than coming back every other day to claim.
Yeah, that's pretty much the strategy I took. They're kind of lumped a little differently, uh 10 different mints per day or 20, and all the way up to I've done 50 per day, so that I don't need to mess with it every day. That might be a little annoying after a while.
Interesting.
Hey guys, can I ask a quick question about like the minting process? Can you guys hear me? We're good, thanks. So today, I think day two, I created 20 addresses for a 5-day mint, and it's available. I'm just starting to mint it, and I'm stoked because I spent like 3 days listening to you guys and just trying to learn about it, and it seems to be working. I think I'm going to make about 630 US dollars, which is pretty incredible, fellas. So just like to thank you guys. But the question I had is, when I go from address to address, it automatically fills in the address that I'm trying to send that to, like my mint, claim, and share. Can I just trust that, or do I just keep reprinting the address that I want it to go to?
I reprinted mine.
You can trust it, but you should verify it anyway. That's just a very good common security practice, is always verify your addresses, no matter where you are. Just make sure.
Cool.
It doesn't take much time.
Thank you. Now I might just reprint it because I did the first 3 trying to verify, and it's like you just have to skip through the numbers and it takes forever, but it's probably a bit quicker to just reprint it. Thanks though. And the other question is this the process? So I just manually do it, send it to another address, and I've created money out of bloody thin air. Thank God for crypto. But is there a process that speeds all this up, or is this just what it takes? Which is fine, but just out of interest.
Speeds what up?
That the process that's pretty bloody quick. I'm not moaning, trust me. I'm just saying, like, you go into the Zen, your mint's available, and then you go through each address manually and send it to the address you want it to be in. Is that the process? Is that like the quickest sort of process?
Yep, that's what you got to do. And,
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's
as
good, man. I was just a question, not moaning.
as far as the market goes, you should thank yourself for that, because it's you guys that are creating this short-term market that exists right now. So
Yeah, I've just like I started with, I wanted to thank you guys because I'm full noob, man. I've been looking at crypto for about 2 months. This is the first time I've done anything like this, so you guys are sharing the information for everyone, and to see it actually happen is like flipping hell. I looked at my I'm from New Zealand. I looked at the median annual wage, and it's like about $1,200, which is what I've just made. It took me a week to sit down and learn about it and be able to do it, but it just goes to show you how powerful it is. If half the countries have got a far worse dollar value than New Zealand, so it's all the conversation you are having for hours and hours every day. It's like this is one of the most incredible things that have ever been created in the world. It's cool to be a part of. So thanks, fellas. Yeah, looking forward to continue. Cheers, guys. Cheers for your time.
Yeah, man. Hey, don't forget, this is I'm happy for you that you're gonna make a nice chunk of change, but ultimately the fiat value is not the goal here. This is gonna be much more valuable in the future.
Yeah, no, I agree. I listened to your conversation a couple of nights ago, and it was like quite in depth and about people taking the value that they've made out of crypto and then putting it straight back into fiat, which is just seems a bit ridiculous because that's what for the majority of people getting crypto seems like they're trying to get away from. So I just did this. I minted, and I'm gonna mint again this weekend, but like 95% of my mints for full term, and I just did this to just sort of experience what I'm seeing today. But like at the time I'm into this 5 days ago, I didn't know. I assumed that the value would probably be less than this, and maybe I'm pretty lucky that it still retained its value. But I did this now just to sort of experience it, and you don't know something until you really know it yourself, and you've done it yourself. So looks pretty real to me, and I think I'm just going to use the value that I've made out of these 5-day mints, keep it in crypto, and maybe look at doing something else, or just keep learning. And that's what it's about. But yeah, I understand what you mean by that. Thank you.
Well, hey man, good luck. We're glad to have you here, and you're in the right spot.
Cheers, bro.
All right, Denizen. You want to try connecting that ledger now?
Oh yeah, I've been goofing around with there a little bit here. Let's see, where are we at? What I was gonna try to do is just totally clear all the accounts I have showing on my ledger and start from ground zero, but let's see if you can lead me in the right direction here. So basically what my MetaMask looks like right now is I have, I don't know, maybe 50 accounts that I created on MetaMask.
Yep.
But I also connected my ledger, which has other sub accounts on it as well.
Yep.
So what I'm trying to do is populate those additional ledger sub accounts.
Right. Okay. So open up your MetaMask extension, and then on the top right hand side where the blockies is, the little characters, click on that and then it'll drop down my accounts.
I'm missing that. Where? Oh yeah, okay. I'm there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just the top right corner, the little circle. And then that's where all your accounts are listed, so you can scroll down and see your accounts. And then you're gonna see create account, import account, and connect hardware wallet.
Yep.
So go ahead and click connect hardware wallet.
I'm already there.
All right. and then if it doesn't automatically sense what you have plugged in, click on Ledger.
Yeah, it's connected to the ledger right now.
Okay, and then you should see a menu called Select an Account. Select HD Path. Do you see that?
No, select HD path.
All right, let me go back a step with you again. So go into my accounts. You clicked Connect Hardware Wallet.
Yes,
And then you clicked Ledger,
correct.
and then you're not seeing a window that says Select an Account.
No, but you know what? I could be totally confusing myself here. I just need to back up and this might be a sub account that I created. I'm finally starting to put together all the accounts I've created the past few days.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a separate account and I'm totally confusing myself.
Okay.
I think it'd be best for me to just back up and slow down and start compiling some info here so I can get it straight.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll let you know in the future here. It's probably just on me here, so but I'll
Yeah.
remember the info you gave and I'll be looking for that. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if anyone else is just listen, just to finish the thought off. So like when it says select HD path, it'll say BIP 44 standard, and then it'll say, you know, like on mine I can click it down, and I also have Trezor testnets in here. But there's then it says select account, and you can go through and select all the accounts that you want. And so like for example, I already have my ledger populated, but I can go through and click next, 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 and find even more accounts, and add even more accounts from my ledger into my MetaMask. So.
Okay, so it's select HD path, 44
Mm-hmm.
bips, and then select account.
Yeah, and you see a bunch of check marks next to addresses.
Oh, that's in the very early stages. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about now. So let me disconnect. So if I disconnect my wallet, I can select multiple accounts there. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Okay,
Yep.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you can select multiple accounts, and it'll even like if you had ETH in those wallets or whatever chain you're on, it'll say, you know, how much ETH is in each of those wallets too. So you can kind of recognize it from that. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I had already had my ledger connected, but I only selected the first account. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
going on. Okay.
Yeah. It's your
I'm
funds
making
aren't
things
gone. They're still there.
way more difficult on myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No problem. Hope that wasn't confusing for anyone else listening who needed that support. For anybody who doesn't have a hardware wallet, I highly recommend getting a hardware wallet.
Hi, about the hardware wallets. Which one do you recommend getting? Which website, etc. Yeah.
The top two, I would say, like that most people will have is a Ledger and a Trezor. I mentioned another one. I think it's a little bit pricier. But what was that called again? Keep Key, right?
What's up? We're going to the moon. Dude, that guy talking in here from New Zealand just fucking motivated the shit out of me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude. I'd love to hear that.
Is the official website for Trezor trezor.io?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to check before I.
Yeah, definitely don't buy any used hardware wallets ever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah.
don't do that.
Somebody could have kept the keys to it.
Yeah. Like I even when I bought my Trezor, there was some malfunction with it, and so I contacted customer support, and they actually had me destroy the Trezor that I had, and send a video of me destroying it.
Are you
Pretty
speaking?
fun. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think your audio is fine, Jakob.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I bought a Trezor and there was some malfunction with it, and when I contacted customer support, they said you can have at it any way you want and just destroy the thing, but capture it on video to prove that you destroyed it. It was pretty fun.
Someone speak, please. I'm just trying to figure out if my sound is out.
Yeah, we're
I can hear
talking
you.
deals.
I think the best way to make sure your
Okay,
crypto
thanks,
is
guys. I
safe,
guess my sound is out.
the best way to make sure your crypto is safe if you do not have a Ledger wallet is to send it to my wallet. I will take care of it for you.
Hey, if your sound is out, hit the three dots up in the top left, and then you could change your what you're hearing through. Change it back and forth from your phone to your speaker, and usually that might fix it. Because we can hear you. I guess it sounds like, but I don't know. Maybe you can't hear us.
Yeah, into crypto with AO. No.
So I started with Trezor, the first generation, but now I have a Ledger T. And I think, like, for example, one thing about me, and I think this is a general thing. Once you start with one particular thing, to change it's always a problem. A lot of people are into Ledger, but I don't think I can ever leave Trezor. So, but so it's hard for me to leave Trezor to jump on Ledger because I've always been a Trezor person.
I can understand that. And I think I mentioned it before, but I'm gonna mention it again. Like I first bought a Ledger and I got so frustrated with it initially that I just put it down and I bought a Trezor. But I did end up going back to the Ledger, and I think the user interface is fine as well. But that's just my 2 cents.
So which one do you prefer?
I prefer my Trezor. It's nice having the screen. I'm also using a Ledger Nano X. Um, I like it. It's sleek, and now that I'm used to it, it's fine. But yeah, I would prefer the Trezor. But I think it's called Keep Key, right? Um, I'm looking into buying one of those.
Hey, as far as security goes, are they all about the same? I mean, I have a ledger myself, but um, is there any added bonus to the Trezor? Is it any additional security to that, or is it really just come down to preference and user interface and what you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I would say it's more of a user preference between the two top dogs, which are the Ledger and the Trezor.
So like I was
Yo,
talking about. like like I said, not a lot of people like to change their comfort zone. So there was a time, when we used to check our wallet through my is it my Ether wallet. So I was using my Trezor. So because of security, I had to hide my Trezor address inside a customized address. So when they changed the whole interface of my Ether wallet, I couldn't find my coin, but I never got rid of the Trezor. So I keep asking people to help me find my coin, because obviously I have hidden it. But good thing is that I always write things down. So someone just told me how to go offline and enter my seed, and then I can see all my Ethereum wallet. So when I did that, I went through all the addresses and I eventually find it. So that was one thing that taught me that I learned really, really bad not to overhide things.
Well, that's a comforting thought to know that once it's in there, it's in there. You might have to find it sometimes, but it's gonna be in there.
See, it
Yo,
wasn't
is it still worth
to find it.
to make some more mints on this, or is it too late? I'm thinking
And the
about
funniest
minting another 10 wallets, but I don't know.
And the funniest part was that before I managed to find the wallet, I could go into my address and I can see my coin. So I can only view what's in the accounts to make sure that nobody has been there. So I can only see, all my coin, my balance, but I just couldn't find the address. But eventually I found it.
To answer the question of is it still a good idea to mint? For me personally, I'm making 1 to 4 wallets a day for the next. I don't know. I'm just kind of playing it by ear and seeing, is it more profitable to mint, or is it going to be you know uh, cheaper to purchase the coin. But as for now, it's definitely a good idea to mint, and I'm just like maxing them out every day. And I'm just gonna continue to do like a mint for like 300 plus days, and we'll see how it goes over the next 100 days, probably over the next 300 days, and then we'll go from there. But I know there's a video out there that says Jack was talking about after 3,000 days you won't be able to mint anything more than like around like 10 Zen. So I know Trayvon put a video out about that. So that tells me that for now it's profitable to mint. We'll see what the coin's worth. We're all speculating right now, but I believe in the project. I love what they're doing, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm maxing it out, and I'm gonna make a mint a day, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I guess why not, right? I think I'm gonna make another. For me, it's just a time, right? Like I don't fucking want to sit down and mint the times and then log everything in an Excel sheet and do all this stuff, dude. I mean, it's free money, right? But yeah, it's like how much time are you willing to give to get that money? It's like all the giveaways on Twitter. My buddy's always like, bro, participate more in these giveaways on Twitter for these NFTs. I'm like, fuck that, dude. I don't have time to fucking retweet, tag people, and all this other shit. I have school, I have my family, I have my dogs. So I'll probably make like another 10 more max mint to shit and just sit on it. Because I already have like, after this, I'll have like fucking 80 wallets, dude. So I'm about done doing this. But yeah, just trying to crunch the numbers and see if it's gonna be worth it. But yeah, I think it will be. If that's true, after the 3,000 and it's only barely 10 tokens a day, it's inevitable for it to be profitable. I mean, at the end of the day, it's freaking Jack Lesin. The guy's not a slouch. He's a smart guy. He's making this token that's practically unruggable. I mean, and then yeah, it's a fucking crypto, so it has utility. Period. You can transfer this to it 24/7, and he has notoriety. So I see a lot of exchanges already adopting it.
Yeah, man, this
I mean,
thing
it's
really
been what,
took
like
off.
6 days?
Yeah, yeah. It's very early on, and it took off, man. I mean, it just blew up. But I hear you. I don't want it to become like a full-time job where I'm like having to monitor and manage wallets 12, 14 hours a day just to like mint some. Like I'm not trying to do that. I'm making it simple for myself. This time of day, check a wallet. In 350 days, I'm gonna every day I'll be able to do a wallet and take my mint out. You know what I mean? Or stake my mint at that point. Just keeping it really simple. I don't have to think much about it. I don't want to overcomplicate things. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with it.
Probably the best approach. I hear some people going, man, dude. I'm like, damn, am I messing up? I'm like, nah, they're just gonna make it more than me. Like, I'm happy with just making it. They're gonna be rich. I'll just be rich. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, man, and it's just fun. It's great to be a part of a project like this. It's just fun. If you love crypto, you live and breathe this stuff. This is what we're doing. This is what we do it for. So it's great to be a part of a project like this as opposed to some bullshit shitcoin that's gonna rug in who knows 20, 30 days, and someone's gonna get their ass taken. And you know what I mean? This is something completely different. So it's a breath of fresh air to be a part of something like this.
Yeah, I love it. I was watching a interview of Jack and Richard Hart, and he had some interesting theories and concepts. He was like, why don't you make the first NFT that is fungible? Why not? He's like, the tech is there, you can do it. So it's kind of like this whole thought process behind this project. It's like an inverted chart. It's like, why not let it dump in the very beginning? So then the only way is to go up, right? Like, I would rather get dumped on hella hard in the beginning versus being let on and then getting dumped on later. So I was like, I'd rather see this depreciation happen, and then as I always trend, then we build up from the bottom. So only way to go is up, right? So fuck it.
Yeah,
It's a
really.
beautiful.
I mean, we're either going to go sideways or up. That's about it. When you're starting at the bottom, that's all you can do, really.
Yeah, it's cool when things like this shake up the tech industry, dude. I like the innovation that crypto is bringing and constantly just throwing us curveballs. Like we thought you had to figure it out. Nope. Oop, here's this one. Oh, I remember what I wanted to say to that guy from New Zealand because he was hella excited. It's like, I don't know if he's still here, but he made the $600, right? Like people are making some crazy returns with this free mint, and he was talking about putting it somewhere else. Um, I don't want to give people financial advice, but I'll say either stick here for now or don't go off trying to chase like the next high or the next dragon because this is a very special project. I'm not saying put all your eggs here, but what I mean by special is like things like this don't come along very often at all. So it's not like don't like take that $600 and try to find the next Zen because the next Zen is not going to happen for a while. These things come far in between. So yeah, whatever you do with that money that you make, be smart about it. Invest it into an actual company. Put food on your family's table or something, but don't go off trying to fucking invest in something stupid. That's what I did 2 years ago when the freaking meme coin thing popped off. I checked my wallet from 2018 and saw all my cryptos exploded. And I was like, oh, doggy coins. Threw all my money at that and lost it. I lost like 20 grand, dude, on fucking dog coins for no reason. So I learned to not try and chase that next high or the next high. Just sit on things and let it ride.
one of the losses I made last year was investing in all those foolish launch pads, all those Bluezilla launch pads, listening to one stupid Superman.
That's like the new freaking rug pull or launch pads. I noticed.
The money I spent on the launch pads, I would have used that money to build a two-story building in Africa.
You know. Is Jack having another AMA or anything in the next coming days, or is he kind of just hanging back?
He seems to pop in here quite a bit, just randomly. I know when I've been on here listening past couple of days,
Oh,
you just hear him chime in every once in a while, pop in, drop some
oh, that's
knowledge.
cool.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I've seen him on Trayvon's thread. He goes on there sometimes too on War Token. I've seen him on there. So he's super active, man, which is what I love about it. See a founder like that that's really engaging and giving people information and answers and not just like, okay, I'm gonna drop a token and then I'm out. Let's see what happens. He's like riding this out with us. So it's really interesting to see and definitely makes you really believe in the project just that much more. So he'll probably pop in here tonight too. Who knows? But don't want to speak for the guy, but I've definitely seen him very active around the circle. So
Yeah, I mean, he can't hide, right? Like he's a very known person, so I'm sure he's crossed his T's and dotted his I's and all that stuff. There's not really a lot of room for error with crypto, and especially how new it is. You can definitely get in trouble for it. So I trust the guy fully, and he has a very trustworthy background. He's a self-made man. Like he's innovative. He's been freaking using cutting edge tools since the beginning. He got fired from like one of his first jobs because he was using Netscape, he said. And they told him not to use Netscape, but he was like, why? It's faster. I'm going to keep using Netscape. And they fired him for it. And it's like, well, if someone's, being testy like that because they're just that early adoptive of things, I'm sure he's got his stuff figured out. He used to do like network security for big companies back in the day in the 90s. So this guy, I can't even imagine all the fucking tech knowledge this dude has, dude. I'm sure he wasn't like, I'm gonna launch a crypto and just fucking pooped out of crypto like half these 20-year-olds out here.
yeah, I just like that he's bringing it back. He has his reasons, and I want to believe that the guy is the truth, man. That he's an honest guy, and he really does want to bring this back to about first principles and bringing people into crypto and like this project. If if nothing else, it has taught us all the level of what someone can do as far as onboarding people into crypto and showing them the basics and how to go throughout the space and operate things and what protocols are and what's MetaMask and how do I use this and what's this chain and how do I get onto this bridge to get to this chain, like all these different things that you have to learn to like navigate through here. Just this one project alone kind of brings it all together and ties it all into one. And he's just fucking brilliant for that, man. I'm telling you, like, this is something that crypto really needed. If we want people to come into crypto, if we really want mass adoption, it's projects
I think I cut out. Either I cut out or you cut out.
Nah, that was me, bro. Sorry about that. Phone call came through.
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, dude, I didn't even know that Avalanche had a smart chain until this came out, and that you could buy Avalanche with it. I was like, wait, hold up, what? So yeah, and I like Avalanche. Like I've heard good thing. I've heard nothing but good things about Avalanche. It's just not as popular as the rest of the cryptos, like ETH, BNB, Bitcoin, of course. But I haven't heard anything bad about Avalanche, and shit, that was super cheap to mint. So I might start using it a little bit more.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I just wanted to add on, and I've been jumping into listening into these voice chats over the last couple of days, and it's very refreshing in the space. And I was actually just about to type it in the main room, but obviously I'll verbalize it. And just adding on to what was said in regards to mass adoption and also where the space is going. Now, I'm relatively new to crypto. I've only jumped into crypto in the beginning of 2018, so I still consider myself a newbie. And I came across Bitcoin with my friend many years ago, but we dismissed it as a joke, where you could still obviously mine it on a shitbox computer. And I think I was probably about 18 at the time, and we dismissed it. We're like, nah. And it was just one of those. We thought it was one of those hacky things, especially with Tor network and everything that was coming out around that time. But obviously, some years later, one of my friends gave me a bit of a boot in the ass, and he was an early adopter of Bitcoin. Obviously, he didn't mine it, but he bought a shitload of it. The same with Ethereum. So I actually jumped onto Ethereum in about 2018, which was pretty good. And since then, obviously, over the couple of years following that, I just pretty much immersed myself in, early DeFi, and obviously some of the early altcoins. Now, necessarily, they haven't all done very well over time, but it sort of gave me that leg up to get an understanding. And obviously, BSC over the last year and a half, 2 years. Now, what I've noticed with this is a new generation opportunity, especially for new crypto comers. For those that have been attracted to crypto this year alone. Now, there's been a massive explosion despite the current market conditions. Everyone's been attracted to BSC. There is a large attraction to BSC. So a lot of the newcomers in crypto straight away jump into BSC. They don't care about all the old coins and whatnot. They jump into shit coins. And they chase a lot of shit coins and memes, right? Because their friends tell them about it. What I'm going to say to a lot of those people is that this opportunity and this fun opportunity in crypto, and this is what crypto should actually be about, essentially, doesn't happen. It hasn't happened in the last couple of years. So something like this is very rare to happen and come along, where you've even got the opportunity to, mint a bag and claim it in 360 days, 400 days, and then stake it. Even though essentially there is next to no value, that's the point, right? Over time it gets harder, but then it comes to a point where somewhere down the track it cannot be minted anymore, right? So this is something that all these people that actually spend majority of their time chasing shitcoins, rug pulls, and all that other crap from a lot of callers, take some time and, you know, mint some of this in your wallets. It will literally cost you nothing. And if you're really interested in crypto and you're not here just for a BSC run, leave it there and come back in 10 years, because treat it as something like you're accumulating. If you're buying stables or you're buying, you know, the top 20 alts and stuff like that to accumulate, or, you know, layer ones and layer twos to park aside for the next 10 years, do the same with this. It's an absolute no-brainer. So if you're new, this opportunity and something like this rarely happens, and I don't see it happening quite often, if not probably again for another couple of years.
Yeah, I applaud you on that. Yeah, this is definitely what crypto is about. We haven't seen this in forever, and I don't think we're going to see something like this again in a while. Like, there's going to be when there's a Mount Rushmore of crypto, I really think Jack Levin's going to be up there with Vitalik and whoever the fuck made Bitcoin, and maybe someone else. We'll see, because this is crazy. The fact that there's literally no incentive for YouTube shillers to shill this. They're not making money off of it. It started off as zeroness for Friedman for everybody. So you're gonna see the real people come out and talk about it, who mean something, right? They're not. There's nothing to pay them.
Yo, guys, is there any reason why my tokens are not showing up on Dex tool?
I'm
They're,
not
sh- they're,
sure
sh-
what
they're
you
showing up.
meant.
They're showing up. I've minted them, but they're not showing up now on Dex tool.
On what chain?
Click add Zen to wallet from the
Yeah, I've added.
Zen.network.
Yeah, I've added that. I've added it to the wallet, and now it's not showing up on Dex tool on BSC.
Have you checked on BSC scan? Your address on BSC scan to make sure your tokens are in that wallet.
Why? Where would they be? They should be in there, innit?
Yeah, they should be, but if you're saying that they're not coming up when you the place where they would always be, regardless of any front end, is they'll always be on the scanner. So if you check on your wallet address on the scanner, then just to double check in the first instance that your tokens are there. And you're saying then on Dex tools, if you're trying to sell them on there, then maybe you would, I don't know what the liquidity is, but you might just prefer just to go directly to Pancake Swap and type in the contract address and see if they come up on there.
Yeah, they're not coming up. I've typed in both contract addresses on PancakeSwap. Zen. Well, you can sell them on. You can buy and sell them on PancakeSwap, is it? They're coming up on my BSC scanner. Yeah, they're there. That
Yeah,
doesn't
I
mean
don't
it.
really use Dex tools, dude. So I couldn't help you on that unless someone else in here knows if
No,
it's
that's
down or something.
no,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
cool.
people who, I mean, I don't. Some people use Dex tools like the swap that is on there, but I think that's just an integration of another swap into Dex tools.
Okay.
I
Where
mean,
are people
if you
buying
go,
these from then?
yeah, so if there should be liquidity on Pancake Swap, so you can either type in the contract on Pancake Swap and then it should come up on there, because Pancake Swap is like the Uniswap equivalent for the Binance Smart Chain. That's what most people use. Or if you want to sell them on a SEX, you can open up account on MEXC. Not everyone likes to use centralized exchanges. Everyone has their own different opinions on that, but other people are doing that. They're selling their tokens to there and then selling them
Yeah,
on there.
bro. I got all them. I got loads of. I got all them accounts. I got Pancake. I got all the centralized ones as well. But I just want to know where I can see them.
Well, I mean, if to see them is you use a MetaMask.
Okay, they're showing up on my MetaMask, but I want to see where's the liquidity like. Is there liquidity on PancakeSwap? But they wasn't showing up on Dex tools. But I'm sure I'll see if they're showing up now on Pancake.
The liquidity will be on PancakeSwap for the DEX, and then for the SEX will be whatever centralized exchanges have them on there, which is MEXC and a couple of others maybe. Yeah. So that's where liquidity is. I don't think there's any liquidity. I mean, there could be some liquidity on other swaps. I'm not really sure, but everyone. I mean, I haven't been using Binance Smart Chain myself, but everyone else that I've heard talk about it has been talking about using PancakeSwap.
Sorry, I'm just having because I've minted an absolute bucket load on BSC, but obviously I haven't really bothered to do anything beyond that point. I just mint it and go away. There is liquidity, but it's a very small pool. It's about 7K on the BSC side in PancakeSwap, and that's about it. The main liquidity pools for Zen, when it comes to Zen ETH and BZen, which is BSC, is actually on the centralized exchanges. They're very small pools. Like, I mean, for BSC, the pool is next to nothing. The liquidity pool is next to nothing on the BSC side. So if you're absolutely keen to obviously trade, you're probably going to be more successful trading it on centralized exchange, because there is already volume on there. They've got their own liquidity pools, and you'll be able to trade quite easily.
Is it cross chain? Is it cross chain on
No. So it's not a single contract across each chain. I can see it's a different contract on each chain.
Okay.
So each chain, yeah. So it's not like it's not multi-chain. It's an individual contract per chain.
So each chain got its own price.
Correct.
Right, cool.
Now there is a way that obviously at some point in the future that can be fixed, and a lot of people know that. Obviously, when the liquidity is shared.
Can someone verify the address is 7614 on the end?
For the BSC address, I've got BSC scan.
Careful, there
now.
was a fake scam coin that had the same beginning and ending digits, so just careful with that.
Yeah, so it's if you just want to verify the contract, just go to just literally go to BSC. Go to if you check the pinned message, and it's one of the you scroll a little bit up. I think it's the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th, 9th pinned message where it's got the blockchain address pinned. You can click that. That will take you to the BSC. It'll bring up the BSC website, and then scroll down and then go to Token Tracker and click Zen Crypto BZen. There you go, and you found the contract. And it should have 32,907 holders, and it'll say the fully diluted.
That one was Avalanche. The 9th one down is Avalanche. Is it the same token address?
So if you go up where it says BSC, bscscan.com, one of the pinned messages, it's got the full URL. You can actually click that, the blockchain address.
But if you just go
it's
to,
right on.
Sorry, just to say, if you go to zen.network, the website,
there you go.
On the home page, it has all the contracts addresses for each chain. Some of them are the same across the chains, and some of them are different. But it's best to just go to zen.network and see the specific contract address for the specific chain, and just not make sure not to use the same contracts on different chains, because some people, I think there is one scam where the contract address is for ETH is on like Binance Smart Chain, but it's a different contract. So you just have to make sure that you check the specific contract for the specific chain, which is on zen.network.
Just go to zen.network, yeah, and go where?
It's on the home page, I think. It's as soon as you just go on there, zen.network, it lists like ETH, Binance Smart Chain. I mean, I can check now.
Down near the bottom of the page,
It's at the bottom. Yeah.
There was one page that I was seeing that where it, like on the home page, it's not even. It's just literally Zen.network.
Got it.
They're all there, like right in the middle of the page.
Yeah.
Got it.
I've just checked it, and it's listed all on the home page, and it's got the little icons next to each one.
Got it, and I got it on the pin messages as well. Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, so just bear in mind the liquidity for the BSC side is fairly small on the decentralized, obviously decentralized exchange in PancakeSwap. If you are looking trading, you got more of a chance, with decent LP on centralized. But it's up to you. I mean, if you're keen to trade already, by all means do so. Does anyone know, out of curiosity, will Zen have its own chain, essentially?
Any plan for that currently in the future? Who knows what could happen?
Down the track at some point in the future?
I mean, he said he had no plans for it in one of his AMAs. He said he didn't think he'd be particularly good at it. It's like way more complicated, and it's not what his plans were. But you never know what can happen in the future. Things can change.
Yep.
Can someone verify that I logged onto the right address when I minted Polygon? Is zen.network/Polygon.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, because I'm worried now because of all these different addresses floating around and stuff. Because I sent it to my friend as well, that address. So I'm just worried for him, not for me. But that's fine. Yeah. All right. Cool.
All the addresses are pinned in the Telegram channel at the top.
Yeah, I got them now. All right then. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
My biggest concern at this point is government banning crypto in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, man. It's
I don't want their fiat anyway.
I don't see that happening. They've already got their tentacles in it, man. They're making too much money as it is. They've adopted it, but they're going to play the game, whether they say they like it or they don't. And that's just a part of the game. And obviously, there'll be, and this is my own opinion, they will do that from time to time to obviously manipulate and cause, certain events to happen, so they can scoop up more. and that's all it is. It's just a game. It's a money game. So, you know, there is too many large like look at Visa and MasterCard. You know, they're pretty much trying to push to be the forefront. You know, to be the ones to make crypto available on Visa and MasterCard, right? They want to push so far forward to be the number one, so there's no third parties getting ahead of them, right? You know, there's that many different shit coins and tokens out there every day getting spun up to launch, you know, debit cards and Visa cards with access to crypto. So with those type of powers and companies, at the end of the day, you know, there are a lot of governments and whatnot have shares and holdings in these major corporates, in these major privates. So I don't think any governments are really going to try and dismantle or ban it. They might do temporary ban games, but you know, we've seen how that plays out. They turn around and go, "Oh, it's okay now," and that's just a part of them trying to get more money in, and more money out. So at the end of the day, hey, it's better to be in it now than 10 years or 20 years down the track. Because right now, crypto is a minority. It's not a majority. In 10, 20 years, it's going to be the majority. So you'd rather be the minority getting in now than being the majority down the track.
Yeah, I mean, look at Disney already trying to mess with Polygon, I think it is, and Starbucks too. And it's crazy. I think Facebook is dabbling in it a little bit with freaking Flow token or whatever the heck it is. So they're coming.
Look, I'll tell you something right now. Look at a private company, PayPal. What are they about? They're about money, right? They've got their own venture capital arm. I won't say who, but they've made a $200 million investment into a chain that's being developed by ex-Meta developers, which were the ones that were developing Meta for Facebook. They've now run off and started their own thing. So their main venture capitalist arm is PayPal. PayPal said, "We'll give you $200 million. You guys develop this chain." So
nice, dude.
That says to me that, you know, they want to have their own chain essentially, or main investor on it, and tie their services into it. So it's a race. It's an absolute race at the moment with all these major privates, which majority do have government investment. Politicians have got large holdings in all these major companies. So at the end of the day, they don't want their money. They sure as hell don't want their money messed with. You know what I mean? They're in it to make money, not lose it.
Yeah, you got a point there. That's funny. So you're saying I should invest in some PayPal stock, huh? It's on a nice little dip right now.
It's not financial advice, dude, but you know what I mean? Just, you can always keep your ear to the ground. Like you said, you know, Disney and all these major companies, they're all dabbling it, or, you know, they got their investment arm investing in certain technologies which will elevate their own shareholdings or their own organization.
Yeah, I have a cousin who's like a sister to me, and she got hired to as one of their execs for their blockchain department. And it's funny because initially her LinkedIn said exec blah 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 blockchain Meta, but since like a couple weeks ago she changed it to oh shit, this is recorded. Anyway, whatever. They changed the title to finance platform and payments. So either they don't want people knowing that they're messing with blockchain, or they're trying to keep it on the low. you know, but Meta's definitely dabbling in blockchain on their own because I mean, my cousin got hired for that position specifically. She's not a developer; she's more of like a business development person. But yeah, they definitely have their own little section in that company for it.
I work in, and you know what? Funny you say that. I work in the managed services space. So I work in IT, managed services space, and security arm. So I do a lot of cyber stuff. And from the IT sector, and if there's any IT people out there that are listening, especially in managed services, you'd probably know, IT will fully be on blockchain. So the whole IT sector over time will fully merge onto blockchain. And that's without a doubt. So if we're going in that direction too, essentially, and we support services, everything IT related, that says something. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people that are in this industry, the IT industry, know that. It's evolving and going in that direction at a very fast pace.
Yeah, it's kind of quick how everything is going. Shoot, even for Zen, Jack was like, "Yeah, we didn't expect this much of an adoption this quick." It's like, what? So who knows? Maybe we'll see that freaking, what do you call it? The deflationary aspect comes sooner than later. Or is it really time based? Or does it depend on how many people are minting?
I think there comes a limit. There is obviously everyone's from the non-deflationary part where it's unlimited, and there is a certain time. As time goes on, it becomes harder to mint, right? When it becomes harder to mint, obviously the fees associated, pretty sure will go up, and it becomes less mintable. You won't be able to mint as much. But there obviously becomes a stop at a point. When? Not sure. But yeah, there's always going to be a stop at some point. Is it in 7-8 years? Who knows? I think he's mentioned it, or some people have mentioned it. Obviously there's a lot of assumptions, but it's just like you wind the clock back and you look at Bitcoin, right? When everyone was, well, not everyone. It's more so people that were just messing around were able to pretty much mine Bitcoin on Pentiums. And because it wasn't very easy to do so, obviously it was quite, being able to mine it for those who could mine it were mining, large amounts because they knew how to set up, their mining rig or whatever it was. So it's this in a way, this being adopted at a fast rate, and simply by connecting your wallet to a website and hitting mint. It doesn't take a genius, but obviously you can still see people struggling to do it. But then there's already been a large percentage of people, whether, it's been one person per wallet or, one person with 1,000 scripts, with 1,000 wallet generation in the script. It being adopted already like this just shows that there is let's say about 60 to 70% of crypto-centric minded people who have either a basic understanding or a seasoned understanding to what it is and what it could be. And then the other percentage is obviously people that are already on exchanges just buying, the next token that's just launched, because they've seen it come up in their, pop-ups, new token launched today or new token launching, right? You get those, you've got that crowd as well. Now, that crowd will very quickly learn what it is about, okay? But I think there is a high percentage of people now at the moment that's already adopted it this early, have a very basic understanding of what it's about, which is great. And obviously, there'll be a lot of new people coming in. I mean, it took me about 5 to 10 minutes to understand. I didn't really dive deep much into it, but I looked at it and I said, I know what this is. So hence the reason why I minted straight away and I didn't even bother buying it.
Yeah. As soon as he made the analogy to Bitcoin and slashing the rates or whatever for mining, I'm like, oh, I get it. This is like, it's a smart chain token, but with a freaking Bitcoin model. So,
in a sense, yes. It's not native. It's not its own native blockchain where you have to, set up your own mining rig essentially to mine it. But the minting difficulty, it'll become less and less to mint. Obviously, there is a limitation to everything unless it is written in code where there is a trigger that says unlimited and it's forever, right? Now, something like this wouldn't be set in a way because then it will never, ever, ever have any purpose or any future value whatsoever at all, right? And that's pretty pointless, especially if there's a certain technical roadmap that is destined for it at some point down the future. If it's in 8-10 years, to be honest, I don't give a shit. But in 8-10 years, if there is an aspect to it that, will mean that there is its own native chain that will come out or something that's connected a lot bigger, well, then at some point the minting does stop, right? But we don't know.
yeah, well, for something that's free to mint, that's a risk I'm willing to take. That's an unknown I'm willing to deal with.
Yep, I'm on board. I look at it as something that's fun too, and a potential opportunity that I don't want to miss. I think you can count on your hands how many times you've missed opportunities, especially something like this where it's literally costing you nothing. You probably spend more, putting, let's say the average person puts in $50 US into a shitcoin, right? And 90% of the time that shitcoin dumps or rugs or doesn't do well or whatever it does, and you've lost that $50. A lot of people do it all the time. I've done it many times, even knowing what I'm getting into. Yeah, see what I mean? So it's something that's pretty much, the gas is worth next to nothing to mint. Something that could be something in 10, 11 years or 8 years or whatever it is. It's treated as an investment, but it's, it's like anything else, whether you do or don't.
Yeah, it's crazy how early we are because I have my real life friends, right, and my family, and none of them are into crypto or NFTs. And then I have my blockchain friends, right, and from that group of people, or my crypto friends, and none of them are into NFTs. And then I have my NFT friends, right, and they do both crypto and NFTs, blockchain or smart contracts, whatever. And none of them are in Zen. So that's how early we are into Zen, that not even the minority of the minority of the minority are here. I'm trying to tell them, like, hey, you got nothing to lose. It's a free mint. You pay gas. It's like a cup of coffee. Like, no, I don't want to. Like, dude, you have literally nothing to lose. But that's how early we are. And it would be crazy to, if this thing really takes off, to be like, hey, I was there from ground zero,
That's exactly right. Like, I know I've got a few friends that I've already spoken to, and they're like, yeah, we know about it. And I'm like, yeah, I know you know about it because obviously I found it, and I know that you would have already found it as well. So, those friends that I've got are always, either heavily into DeFi or, have been into alts or, are really chasing, pretty much most of their holdings are in L1s or L2s, so they have a somewhat of a decent understanding. But I've sort of sent this as well to a few of my friends that spend most of probably 90% of their crypto investments in the shitcoin space. And I said, have a look at this before you go and spend your next $50 to $100 on some other garbage that you're chasing from a caller. Use $20 for your gas. And I mean, it's not financial advice for anyone else, but that $20, use it and then just park it aside. And a couple of them already come back and said, yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, I would have lost that in about 5 seconds in a shitcoin gamble.
Yeah, man. Or like these NFT, like I'm having NFTs now, but yeah, I lose that all the time in these little NFT degen plays, we call them now.
Yeah, I tried playing my hand in NFTs. I think I personally probably bought 1 or 2 NFTs simply just because I actually liked the artwork, and the rest of it, the others that I bought, are all gone to shit, whether they're on OpenSea or not. And so I said,
dude,
you know what,
it's kind
I've spent a bit of money on that now.
yeah, it's kind of a pick your poison, dude. I've had the same amount of luck I've had in NFTs with these freaking doggy coins and the meme coins and stuff. I've kind of reverted back to my original play, which was, just the more the natural cryptocurrencies that have their own freaking chain and their own coding and stuff.
Yeah, I think, with the way the current market is at the moment, and this year alone, obviously it's not really the best. It's great for accumulation, but more so accumulation in alts and layer 1 and layer 2s that have obviously already weathered multiple events over the last couple of years, and obviously continued heavy development and already have, significant capital in it. But everything else has just pretty much gone to shit, unless people enjoy playing the short-term lived shitcoin space where they could make a very easy return, but literally have to sit there and watch the chart that same day and know that there is going to be a major risk, whether it's going to pump and it's going to obviously significantly dump. Now, people make a living on that and do that. I've done it, and I choose not to spend all my time doing it because it actually it does my head in. I'd rather spend my time doing other things and accumulate and actually make more of an investment and park it aside. Obviously, there's always risk in investment, but something like this, I could actually spend my time listening to voice chats or reading because it gives me a sense of general interest, and it's not Floki, Doge, fucking excuse my language, some other variation crap, all blended together, which really has no purpose.
Yeah, something that shakes up the freaking industry like this. Yeah, the most money I've made in the blockchain was when I bought in 2018 on crypto.com, and I literally didn't know how to withdraw any of my money, so I just let it sit there up until a year and a half ago, and that's when I made a killing, and then I lost it all in meme coins. But yeah, I made the most money holding long term and forgetting about it for a couple years.
I
That
did
was with ETH,
with Coinbase and
Bitcoin.
Crypto.com, exactly the same.
Yeah, you just gotta hold and kind of forget about it. Buy something that's worth a damn and just fucking forget about it until that thing blows up.
Yeah, I think, you know, you probably saw last year, a lot of the alts had a big pump early last year. I think it was May, just before it was April, May. And then obviously after that, it just went to hell. So, I mean, that's when I saw a lot of my alts that I bought in 2018, 2019 go parabolic. And I was just like, wow. And then the following month, everything just went half again. So, yeah, I still retain those wallets with my initial investments. I haven't even bothered trading on them. I literally have just parked those aside,
Oh,
and I
nice.
call them my day one wallets because I know at some point they could be worth something or whatever. I can take out my initial investment from all these years later, but I don't even bother. It's not even worth bothering about, because the investment was made so many years ago. Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't have real need for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not really a loss or or a
No,
need.
no, that's exactly right. Personally for me, I could have taken, a few other people, probably yourself as well, could have taken a profit, even if you jumped in let's say 2018, up until mid last year. A lot of people would have made some serious profit, without a doubt. And if I look back at it now and I thought, you know what, I could have taken a profit. I didn't, because I didn't have a need to take profit, and I didn't really have an understanding. I was still just investing. I was just buying stuff up, accumulating, with just buying, not even trading.
I'm just jumping in here, Jay. If you're saying that this is your first bear market, I'm just trying to catch up.
No. So I think there was also last year, like 2021. Obviously, early last year, 2021 is when I experienced, obviously, a lot of my portfolio halving, pretty much, after that major pump.
No, I'm hearing you, man. I'm hearing you. I'm listening to you. It's good.
So,
a lot of people have gotten in. Yeah. I mean, dude, I just want to put my perspective in there, and you can continue, because I'm listening to what you're saying.
Okay.
Anyway, so dude, it's so fucking stupid. Like, I've been crypto is a weird thing. I've been 2016, I was there. Good job, me. That makes me stupid to even say, because why the fuck am I even listening to these chats, right? I got nothing. I honestly put everything into Pulse Chain, sacrifice.
think you cut out.
You're kidding me. Smacked my phone on something, threw it like halfway away from me. Yeah, so like, dude, I've been here and I've been listening to people. I've seen new people come in and out. Well, it's so fucked up what's happening right now with Zen and the Hex community. We're gonna call them the community. All this energy that comes from into Zen, like you could tell me your story, man, but a lot of the people I'm hearing, they're coming in from Hex. And I'm watching on chain. I'm getting discouraged. There's nothing that anyone can say that's gonna like save this shit at this point, right?
What is it? What is it that discourages you about what you see?
Bro. The bot action. It's too much. I was all in. I was gonna put in all this effort. Dude, it ain't just me. It's everyone. We're all gonna put in all this effort and all this shit, and then fucking he had to run his mouth and say shit about fucking Richard Hart. For one, you don't talk shit about Richard Hart and you survive in this market. You don't. Because there's people like me that haven't said a word this whole time since day one Hex that are aggravated. Okay? And I'm actually here to say something about this. Past what Richard Hart said, past all the apologies, past all the fucking explanations. It's fucking done.
Cool, man.
Bud, you don't talk. No.
But
There, you know what? Guess what? Some fucking asshole came into our chat and fucked our shit up because of one little thing. Okay? Me and other people like me, they don't got nowhere else to go. And guess where they're focused on right now? It's Zen. Go fuck off, Zen. Jack, don't ever say nothing about fucking Pulse Chain again. Dude, it ain't just words. It's literally like, don't be an asshole. And that's
Dude,
how
you've got
it
issues.
works.
Come on, man. This is crypto.
You've got issues, man.
Not,
I don't
it's
just have
crypto.
issues. Oh yeah. What? Guess what?
Free speech, man.
I got
Take
drunk
it easy, Cypher.
just to fucking talk to you people. Because everything that's been going on over the last few days has triggered the fuck out of me.
Can someone mute this guy?
All right, fuck everybody. Richard fucked everybody.
You wanna mute me, huh?
I don't want to mute you.
No, guess
Bro,
what?
I'm getting so G'd up for.
You're
Why
sitting
are you getting so
ranting.
G'd?
You're sitting there fucking ranting about nothing.
Well, why are you getting
Okay.
so different? Man, everyone's chill here. Everyone's talking, everyone's chill.
That's fine.
That don't mean shit. You fuckers.
Trip, man, but just don't trip too hard, okay?
Go quiet from now on. But if I hear any more bullshit from this group about fucking Pulse Chain, you all will pay.
Bro,
Just
no
remember
one's
today.
talking about
Oh,
Pulse Chain.
please,
I don't
man.
care if
Go
you're talking
home,
about it
man.
I don't care if you're talking
Chill,
about it right
bro.
now. This is the fucking warning. Don't fuck around. Fuck you all.
Yeah.
You're
See you
stupid.
later, buddy. See you, mate. See you, dude.
Fuck yourself.
On
Gay
your
faggot.
bike. On your bike. Idiot.
And that's it. Don't be emotional about crypto. Holy shit. Isn't that like the going saying that has been rolling for like ages? And I mean, I'm part of another group. I'm part of another token. I've been a part of a token in BSC that went to $1 billion market cap multiple times last year. And one thing that we've always said to people is don't be emotional about it at all. There's no point. Crypto is crypto. And this is just more of an opportunity than anything. Now, obviously, there's going to be people that are competitors and haters. Dude, that whole thing about Pulse Chain, I've got friends that are in Pulse Chain, and I've got friends that and those same people are also onto this. Now, they don't look at it emotionally, they look at it as an opportunity. Now, if you let your emotions manage the way that you run your investments and how you are in crypto, you will never, ever, ever succeed. Right? If you're a Bitcoin maxi, you won't touch Ethereum, right? But then there are people that hold just as much of each. They'll hold a bag in BTC, they'll hold a bag in ETH. They don't give a shit. So who cares?
That guy that was just speaking before you muted him, that is a prime example of why there is no mass adoption in crypto. You've got these idiots running around following dudes that are clueless. I mean, they don't understand how the game is being played. I mean, it's just the entire majority of the crypto space looks at Richard Hart like no different than just a guy from 2017 making promises and telling everybody, "Give me your money. I'm going to produce something." Well, it's been 18 months, and a lot of people gave that guy money. Where's the product? The only thing he's given.
So reminded over and over and over and over again not to expect anything from that.
It's not that.
People
The
who are
guy
expecting
throws
him to
shade
do
on everybody
anything,
else that doesn't have
they
his
made a
ticker.
choice and they knew what the rules were.
Of course, there's expectations. Come on. No one's going to hand over money like that with no expectation.
What did you give money
But
to?
anyway, we move on.
We shouldn't talk about this, but just read the disclaimer that you signed and explain it to a friend of yours of what you did, and then give them the disclaimer of what you signed up to. I'm sure it'll be very clear to them.
Yo, is that dude still in here?
He probably is.
No, I don't think so. He did leave. That's fine. He's probably,
Pulse chain,
had a drink or
Pulse chain
something.
is delayed. Okay, this stuff they're working on it. If you believe that Richard Hart won't build it, that's another thing. But the fact that it's delayed, you can be annoyed, you can be frustrated. But I don't want to use any S words, and I don't want to call any. I don't want to create any FUD in here either. So please stick. It's better if we talk about positive Zen related products.
I mean, there's just a lot of misinformation out there that Jack was fudding uh, Hex and Pulse and talking bad about Richard Hart, which is just not the case. So I mean,
Jack
he
has
even
commented.
explained it in a subsequent video, and to be honest, it even sounds like Jack is an investor in Hex as well. He didn't say that explicitly, but that's what it sounded like. So why would he fund his own bags?
Yeah, you know what? I
Jack,
haven't heard
Jack does
Jack
not
say to
Jack
anybody
does not
buy it.
talk about Jack does not talk about Hex only unless he's asked because he's very transparent. And there's things he likes about Hex, things he doesn't like about Hex. The only comment he's done is if he were to do Hex, he would do it differently. Nothing wrong with that. Jack has also explained that he likes Richard Hart. He's also said things that he does that he doesn't like. Isn't that true about everybody in life? You love everything about everything your friends do and your wife does and everything. So just stop it. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's well said on that.
I didn't see Jack tell anybody to buy his token. I've seen that other guy give forward-looking price statements, telling everybody, "Hey, Hex is a great buy at 10 cents." Oh, really? Have you looked at the price chart for the past 6 months? Yeah, I'm done with the Hexicans, man.
Dude, like no one was even talking bad about their community. If anything, there's something to look up to because of what they accomplished. And then I feel like they're just like shitting all over Zen for no reason. It's like, bro, keep your bad vibes. Like we're just here celebrating innovation. You guys feel like threatened or something.
Pay attention to the whole market. Every crypto is down 95%. We've been through this in 2017. If you haven't experienced this, this is the worst part of the roller coaster. This is the part that everybody gets bored, and because we're bored, we have nothing to do, and everybody gets flooded out. If you don't like
Look
a
at
project,
That's right. People get the shits.
sell. Sell because we need to get to the bottom. So the sooner you sell, the better. Move on.
Exactly. I
So if you don't like a
I would be
project,
more
sell it.
concerned. I would
Hi
be more
guys, can I?
concerned if the shit mooned off the bat, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, parabolic fucking bull right from the get go is not preferable.
It's not
And
a,
look at Ethereum's chart.
this is not a
If you zoom out and look at the all-time Ethereum chart, that shit dumped in the beginning.
Hi guys, can I cut in real quick?
There's not a hex channel, by the way.
Yeah, what's up, Pedro?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry to cut in. Look, I'm trying to purchase Zen. Sorry, I'm trying to mint Zen. So I've gone through the protocol. I went through the website. I went to mint Zen. I paid one set of gas fee. I believe that's a contract interaction. And then it took me to the page where you can claim, or you can claim and share, and you can stake your Zen. The only thing is, the button is grayed out, so it won't let me press to claim and stake, like you know how it says claim in 397 days or whatever. It's grayed out.
Right. But when did you mint? Are you talking about a mint that you did a few days ago?
No,
A
just
short-term mint?
just pretty much now.
And what term did you choose for your mint?
397 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
so come back in 397 days to claim.
Yeah, like when I press the claim button, or let's say for example claim and stake, let's say claim
You
button.
have to
Under,
you have to come
underneath
back
it says
at the end of your term. You have to come back at the end of your term, not now. You're trying to do it before it's ready to claim. It's going to be
oh,
claimed.
okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But does
Okay.
this, because isn't there there's three options. You can either claim and share, and claim and stake. So claim and stake, if I wanted to claim and stake, does that mean it's 397 days already put into the system? Is that correct? Is that how
That's
I'm
the
reading it?
minting. That's not the staking. So now what you just did is the first step of the minting.
Oh,
And in
okay, yeah.
397 days, you're going to be able to claim your mint.
There
I
are three.
see.
And then you'll be able to decide if you want to stay. If you want to, you'll have the
Yeah.
option to just claim and stake in one swoop by clicking on that button.
Oh, I
Or,
see. Oh, okay.
right, or
Yeah.
claim and share, and that'll shoot it to an address that you specify.
Oh,
It
okay.
won't be
That makes perfect sense now. I totally get it now. So I have to wait 397 days, then I can do what I need to do, like either claim and share, and claim and stake.
exact.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but
Legendary.
make sure you claim on the date that it's due. Otherwise, you lose some of your tokens if you don't claim within the first day, the second day, the third day. The longer you leave it up until 7 days, finally you lose 99% of your tokens. So you have to claim
Okay.
on the date that it's due.
Fantastic. Is there a dashboard, like let's say for example I'll leave this idle sitting in the you know, is there a dashboard where I can see when to claim, or do I just need to put this in writing somewhere and you know claim in 397 days from now?
After
Well,
you
save
plug,
save it
I
in
mean,
your
someone
calendar.
else.
That's what
You
I
have
do.
yeah, go ahead.
Nigger.
Okay, yeah, I'll write it down. It's all good. Thanks guys, appreciate it.
after you have, but after you have minted properly and your transactions confirmed, if you come back and you plug in that same wallet address and you hit the mint button, it'll just summarize your particular account. It'll tell you your mint days, it'll summarize estimated tokens, it'll just summarize your position. Okay. So you can
Oh, okay.
screenshot that. You can screenshot that, and that's good enough for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Guys,
Yeah.
after you're done
And
talking,
Pedro, just to
getting a lot of backlash on talking. Mute your mic after you're done speaking, please.
Pedro, if you're not talking, just mute your mic, please. Don't keep it open.
Just a word of advice, Pedro. From the day that you mint, and then it says how many days you've done it, set yourself like a reminder or footnote, you know, in your Google Calendar or whatever calendar you use, at least to give yourself a reminder up until the timing date, because you got to remember that you've got to claim when your days are up. So make sure that, you know, you've got that set as like a reminder. It's quite important that you do that. Because you don't want to wait to get to that point and miss that date and time.
Yeah, dude.
Thanks,
I'm not
JF.
one.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind.
I'm not one to make
Thank you.
spreadsheets, and I made a spreadsheet for this thing. You know, so definitely behoove you to track it.
I'm looking for one. I was just gonna ask that question. I'm looking for a good spreadsheet.
I just use Google Sheets, dude. And I just categorize my thing from like the type of wallet. I have my iOS wallet, have my Droid wallet. I'm gonna make a freaking laptop wallet category. Then just itemize it by wallet 1 through 10. The category rows by date, original amount, current amount, and then a total amount. Shit like that, dude. Just like He's
Is it
Barnes
still worth
Noble.
minting right now, or?
Hell yeah, dude! It's not even 7 days. I think today's like day number 6. I would say, I don't know, dude. Personally, I'm not gonna be minting any more stuff after today because it's just tiresome as shit to log all this stuff and to data entry to track it. But I don't know, man. I still think we're hella early. Like, I think 8 years is like when it starts really becoming deflationary. So we'll see.
So if you're tired, how many wallets have you minted?
Not that many, dude. I made what is it? I made two for 2 different devices because I have my work device and my personal. So each of those have one wallet or one, I guess, trust wallet, and then I made 10 because 10 is the max you can do per app, and then times 3 because I did BSC, Avalanche, and Ethereum 2.0. So total, like separate ones, I did it's probably like 60 in total. But I have 20 Ethereum wallets, 20 BSC, and 20 Avalanche. I'm not doing any more chains because it's just too much work.
Did you ladder them as well? That's what I did.
Yeah, I did. Some people aren't. I'm laddering. I'm doing like 25 because you can always expect people to mint exactly on the day 30. So I'm doing like 25, like 55.
Yeah, I did the same. I did like 22,
Yeah.
133. Yeah, I did the same. And then I front ran the 100. I did like 96 because I know everybody's going to sell at the 100, right? So it's probably going to pump right before the 100-day. So what I did is I front ran it, and I did the same thing on the 300. Instead of 300, I did like 295, 294, 299, 298.
Yeah, dude, we'll see. Like, I tried going to Mexi and like buying the amount or putting in the amount of tokens I technically will be eligible for to purchase today on Mexi, and it was like 11K or something stupid. I was like, all right, so I'm definitely going to be up in profit no matter what. So it's like whatever, dude. It's like you might as well, right? Some people have like hundreds of wallets. I don't even know how they do it. I don't know if they have like bots or it's just like straight up manpower crunch time. I don't have the patience or the attention span for that.
Yeah, there's a batch file you can use.
It was doing 1,000
That's also Python.
manually. There was a guy here the other day who was doing 1,000 manually.
What the fuck?
Well, if they do 1,000, if they do 1,000 wallets, if they do 1,000 wallets after you have started your mints, then they're just pumping up your tokens. So you can thank them later.
Yeah, that's true. So if anyone wants to do a couple thousand right now, do us a favor.
Yeah, dude. Like, I have 2 dogs, a baby, and a wife. I don't have, and my hobbies. Like, I don't have time to sit here and fucking do hundreds of wallets.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about those degen plays. They like to do it. That's fine. It's okay. You know, you got 1,000 wallets and you push it out 300, 350 days from now. ETH might be worth $5,000, $10,000, and it'll be quite nice.
Yeah, it's going to cost them more in gas fees to claim it. He won't be able to possibly reclaim it. It's gonna cost him. Remember when gas was at like really high, 120, 250? Remember, it got up to 250. It would cost him $250 per transaction to claim.
Yeah, and it could be higher back then because don't forget, the longer you go, I'm not sure how the formula will be for gas, but the longer you go, the more gas you might have to pay. It might be incrementally a little bit more than the start of the claim, start of the mint, but the claiming at the back end might be significantly more gas. and people will have to.
I wouldn't think so, though. In this case, I wouldn't think so. I think with Hex, it worked differently.
Could be. It's a
Should
mood point. It's still going to
likely
be
it'll be just a
anything. Yeah.
number, just a value.
But if
Data.
ETH is at $5,000 again and in the middle of a bull run, the gas will be higher. People will have to be making conscious decisions
Now,
on dollars of mint.
that
And they might walk away from their mint. So we'll see. It'll be very interesting.
that's a very good point. And I was just going to add on to that, walking away from the mint. Now, there are going to be people, and there will be a percentage of those that, let's say, gas is higher on the particular chain that they're on. Obviously, ETH being considerably higher than everyone else. When it does come to that point, and obviously dependent on the environmental factors, the current market, if gas is significantly higher and that particular person doesn't have adequate gas to obviously, claim their mint for whatever reason, they could very easily just walk away about and just shrug their shoulders and go, whatevs. And there goes that amount, essentially. So, it's sort of a plus. It's sort of a positive for everyone else, obviously being a negative for that particular person. But you're going to get that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, if you don't claim, your mint, that essentially is burnt, right?
The proper understanding of what happens is if you walk away from your mints or your claim, it's not that they get burned, they just never get minted into existence. So they never actually get added to the total supply.
Which is, so it's basically it's not a part of the supply then, essentially, which isn't a bad thing.
They're just non-existent. Yeah, they're non-existent.
Hello, handsome boy.
Was that a voice?
Yep.
When did you add liquidity? And will WXEN and XN not be listed on BEX?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well,
Sign of getting.
everybody's gonna get surprised. I mean, I look at all the. It's as if people look at an aspect of it, but they don't see at the same time the other, and it's going to take a time for everyone to get all the data in their heads working at the same time to see what actually going to happen. Like just an example, the fact that someone mints, but that by creating wallets it ups your stake, your mint, right? Like that's a plus. So that seems like a positive. But then on the other side, he just minted 1,000 more wallets. So the supply just went up. So the way it's really working is that it's equalizing and it's making it fair for everybody. No one can really win and gain a great advantage on the others in terms of the mathematics. The only way I feel that there is to really have an advantage is to understand all of these things at the same time and to adapt accordingly, to get in line with exactly how it's designed. So when we think of it in the terms that we've just experienced in the last few years with most tokenomics and just liquidity pools and the way that it's been, we're not even seeing, we're looking at like 20% of the picture. And then there's all the unknowns, the things we can't even look at in the tokenomics, like the gas fees, when are they going to get higher, by how much? Like, for example, if we say it's a good thing that people, they lose their mints, okay, is that a good thing? To what extent is it a good thing? If people lose their mints too much, it's not gonna be a good thing. But if people do stay within a range, let's say it goes to $50 and people are willing to pay $50, that's going to help increase the price. It's going to really help to keep it going. But if it jacks up to $800 like it did, then a lot of people are going to lose their mints, and they're going to lose lots of mints because they maybe did 100 wallets.
Yeah, value right kind of very simplified as correlated to the gas fee, but this is a very simplified version of how value is created. And if we get to the 100 million users, that is the dream, the network effect will far outweigh any dollar value that might be attributed to the token, in that the value might be derived very differently. Part of it will be maybe a US dollar amount, maybe, but maybe there's another value proposition that Zen provides that no other token does. So
That's another big point you could bring in.
we need to start thinking differently. We have to start thinking differently, okay, guys?
For example, there's two, like when I listen to people talking about it, and people are looking at it from different angles. Oftentimes people will talk about it as if it's a store of value, right? So they're thinking of it in terms of store of value. What's going to make the price go up? Is it deflationary or disinflationary or inflationary? Those kinds of things. But then there's the whole other aspect and potential, which is the medium of exchange. So medium of exchange, the value in a medium of exchange doesn't need to cap its inflation rate or not be its money supply expanded. It's not as simple as that. So if, like, we take the US dollar, it can be very strong as a currency relative and still have a tremendous amount of inflation or expansion of the money supply. So it's not like Bitcoin necessarily if it becomes a medium of exchange. So
Yes.
if we, right? So
But
if we get that, it's going to change the whole thing. If we get to the mass adoption that brings it to being a medium of exchange and the use cases that go with it, it's going to change a lot the thing. But whatever the case is, it seems clear enough that the game of Zen, or aligning with Zen, however it goes, is going to be a long-term progressive process where we need to adapt as we go along, and probably minting is going to be something that you'll want to do for a good while, not all at the same time, but for a good amount of time, and it'll be for a good time better than the staking. And if you want to keep pace with all the bots and all those things, like of new users makes your supply bigger, but they're minting more, so you have to keep up with it. So if you really want to win, once you get into Zen, you're kind of like, you've just made an investment there. I'm just saying.
Sticking on, you're getting off. You're kind of making many points here.
No,
Going back to
but I'm trying to make one point here, which is, it's not about one single thing at one single time. It's many things, and whoever really wants to win, it's really worth studying and understanding if you're investing yourself truly, because it's going to be an ongoing process, and you can win.
Here's another thing that you can think about. We spoke about medium of exchange, which is the peer-to-peer value exchange that is part of the first principles of crypto. But part of that has to do with something called unit of account. And what that really means, this is where it becomes powerful, is when you start to denominate other goods and services in terms of Zen. So right now, when you cost something out, or when someone asks you, how much is that worth? You automatically or subconsciously convert that to a US dollar, because the US dollar is what's the money, in other words, the medium of exchange, and you denominate it in the terms, in the units of that money. But imagine a marketplace where people come together and they sell their goods and services and they post it up on a board somewhere, or a website, and they say that I will provide my graphic artistic skills for 100 Zen per hour, or I want to sell these car parts for whatever, and they determine it in terms of Zen. That's called unit of account. That is a game changer when you've got 100 million users, because what you do then is you depeg it
Yes.
from the dollar. Now the
That's why.
dollar doesn't matter what the dollar is because you're providing value relative in Zen. This is
That's
very
why it's
powerful.
genius. That's why it's genius that it's free now because all these big entities can come in and scoop up Zen and it might be worth nothing today, but in a couple of years from now, they can use that shit to give away because it ain't cost them anything. They can use it to trade. It can be a mode of exchange, like you said. Don't forget it's crypto. So yeah, dude, the tokenomics behind it and all this freaking psychological factor behind it is crazy.
If
Because yeah,
you ask yourself just the mind, just if you want to think of the mind, the a thought experiment. If you converted your work, in other words, you had to work for 1 week, and at the end of the week you got paid in Zen as opposed to dollars. You might not do that because you're not even prepared to give up 1 week's worth of work. But if you did, all that work energy for you would be converted to Zen. And therefore, you would be very careful how you spend that Zen because you've worked for it and you know how hard you worked. This is the value proposition of what we speak about in terms of other than US dollars. And
or
just, to be honest, that is the only reason why the US dollar has value is because you work for it. We all work for the dollar. That's called something in finance called confidence. So we all give the US dollar confidence, and that is what makes it valuable. That same network effect can be used for Zen. Try to think about it that way.
or say a crypto exchange, let's say a crypto exchange because they're the ones that would be in the market, has employees and they don't want to pay, like say they're thinking the future and like, let me scoop up millions of Zen because in a couple years it might be worth a couple of pennies, a couple of cents, maybe a couple of dollars. And then later we can pay our employees with this. What do they cost us in the beginning? Nothing. What's it going to cost us later? I mean, whatever the value is. But in the beginning, it costs you literally nothing. So why not just pay your employees the
Ex-
equivalent of their salary and that?
the
Like,
people, the people who own the exchanges are people like you and I. We don't have to wait for our employers to make those decisions. We are employees all around the world, and we can also ask our bosses that we want to be paid in Zen. This is ground up. You start at the bottom and you move upwards. Don't expect people and services and bill companies and your phone company to accept Zen. Start asking them to accept Zen. Start at the bottom. And the best way is start with yourself. Are you prepared to accept Zen? This is what I mean about starting the marketplace, because that is the purest form that you can act and you can provide value to the product. That is your power. That is the most sovereign, freedom, powerful thing an individual can do. That you have, that power.
I mean, I get what you mean, but right now, I don't think the average person would take Zen as a payment because it's not worth much now. It's an
We're not ready.
investment.
I know, but we're not ready, right? Of course we're not
Mm.
ready, but at least be encouraged that that journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step, and the first step is in here talking about it. At least we're talking about it, but it won't happen if we don't talk about it. So it starts with us. This is it's here. We're gonna change the world. The people in this room, and don't
Yeah.
doubt it
Bitcoin for pizza.
because it's the only thing that ever has changed the world. Is a small group of people. Don't ever forget that.
That's a very good point in regards to the adoption side of it and the mass adoption. Now, in future, that'd be great and fantastic. And to be completely honest, everyone in crypto right now is trying to push for their favorite currency, their favorite token or favorite coin to be adopted, mass adopted, that they can use for goods and services. Okay, so essentially, in the future, if obviously as a part of mass adoption, and it should. I have a strong belief it's bound to happen at some point. The marketplace aspect, where people are pretty much, like the barter system, people are trading Zen for goods and services, is a part of the long-term value down the track, right? Now, if there is enough eyes on it, right? Let's say the majority of those that are in crypto right now was to all of a sudden know about Zen. Let's say every single person in crypto right now, overnight, knows about Zen. That adoption will be fast-paced, and essentially people want to definitely use it for goods and services. But that's part of the idea for pretty much any type of token or stablecoin that you're in, and how it is adopted with real world value. Okay, essentially. So it'd be great. I mean, that's great. I mean, I personally didn't even think about that. For the goods and services aspect, obviously, because it's very, very, very new, and the longevity and the sustainability over the next 8 to 10 years of this current process will mean that those that are in it now and those that we keep attracting throughout the process will ensure that there is sustainability, that it will keep eyes on it, it will keep people interested. So yes, it's got a journey, but I think the more people look at it and the more that it spreads around the space, and it's already done significantly well, pretty much by word of mouth through socials throughout the space, and people talking to their own circles, that will translate into bigger figures saying, yeah, they're talking about it, in their own realms, in their own spaces, in their own forums, those who have got bigger backings, because at the end of the day, the majority of people do follow certain figures in the crypto world, right? We follow what they say. We have all got our own different, platforms that we read, whether it's CoinDesk, Telegraph, FX Street, all these different platforms. We've got our own set of resources that we follow, we read, or people that we listen to, and talk about, what they're backing, why they're backing it, and why they adopted into it, why they jumped into it from the onset. So there's the turning point. There is a turning point in regards to the next level of adoption. And that's my own opinion at the end of the day.
We don't have to, Crypto Goose, the notion of being the currency that people accept, or to go to that level. Although it's true that would be a great value and all that, and it would change the world, and Zen would be at the center of that, it doesn't need to be like that. What can be done is to look at those things like the US dollar, okay, and how it works. And the reason I say that is because that we don't need that, and I think most unlikely, actually, and shouldn't be necessarily the objective because it is unlikely, is because there's so much politics involved with that. So that's a big deal. That's a whole different thing. But we can look at it and understand what's the mechanics behind it, and why is it that that medium of exchange or status of reserve currency, what makes it so special, what makes it work, what gives it value. And the thing with crypto, which is very cool, is that it's not like fiats where all the fiats basically are tied in together. They all function the same. They all use banks and central banking and interest rates, and it's all the same thing. But in crypto, we can actually develop our own tokenomics and do the things in our own way. And another project is completely different, right? So the point to me becomes which is the best tokenomics and where is most value derived from. So without needing to be the currency or the Bitcoin, or the only one, it's about where is the value truly derived. And it's more like looking in the markets and looking at something like Facebook or YouTube, businesses which used certain models and were able to both use the network effect and then maintain a community or create their own social community, right? So it's more like, instead of becoming a reserve currency or all the political stuff, it's more like YouTube or Facebook. How did they get, or Google, how did they become what they became in a free market where anyone can do whatever they want? And that's what I see in Zen, as in the tokenomics, the code, the community, the networking. And the next step is going to be, ultimately, it's going to be that kind of it's kind of like a big shopping center. You know how, like, if you want to sell an item, shoes for example, you can go to the big shopping center, and you'll pay a huge rent because everybody's going there, right? So you have value to rent a store in the shopping center, as opposed as just getting it down the street. So it's kind of like that. Zen creates the community, it creates the ecosystem, and it creates the value. And now there's a whole medium of exchange which is circulating with Zen.
I love how infinite the opportunities are with this thing, dude. You look at the interface right now, and it's such a crude, raw, primitive interface, dude. Just plain black and white text. It looks like a rug when you look. It looks like it's some hacker shit. Like you connect your wallet to it and you're about to get wiped, right? But no, it's behind obviously legitimate people. But that just goes to show you how early we are and how infinite the opportunities are right now, because we're all gonna be part of this whole mission, dude. And it's sick. I don't know. I'm geeking out. I was geeking out when JF was talking. I was geeking out when a couple other people here were talking about the project. But dude, I live for this nerd stuff. I can't wait to see what transpires over the next few years.
Hoping people keep with it. I know they are, but that the bulk of people keep with it and get more and more people start seeing the force behind that. And we already have. What's that?
I was just going to say that's where I touched on sustainability and keeping eyes on it, essentially, right? You've got X amount of years that you'll be able to mint. Keeping people attracted to it over time. You know, it's not like when people jumped into Bitcoin from the very onset, okay? The last X amount of years to follow after that, there wasn't major interest. There was a big disinterest in cryptocurrency because there was a lot of there's a lot of garbage spewed about what cryptocurrency is into the world, or it wasn't sort of really people weren't really technically evolved enough to really grasp onto the concept or have an understanding. You know, you really had to be in serious, deep in investments or, in the tech space to have some sort of level of understanding, to be an early adopter from 2013 or whatnot. It's only till now in the last few years that people have, fast-paced adoption on crypto. This year alone, I mean, actually last year and this year, I think there's been a higher percentage of people that have jumped into the crypto space, right? But with that said, a lot of people, and this is what it comes down to, aren't really knowledgeable, right? A lot of people are blindly jumping into it. Now, for something like this type of project, it could come at the right time. Now, to be honest, it's probably come at a very good time, despite market conditions, despite it having real no value at the moment. And part of that is because there is, a large crowd swarming into crypto now, okay? But over the next 10 years, there's going to be a major evolution, okay? And we will see that it will predominantly be at the forefront in pretty much everything we use. Now that being said, it coming into fruition from now and in building over the next 8 to 10 years, there's going to be there's a fine line. People are going to come to it because you can mint something, right? You only pay a little bit of gas, and you get a wallet full of tokens over time, right? People look at it like that. If it evolves into its own native blockchain, even better, which I dare say is probably a part of its evolution. But in regards to more people coming in and it sustaining and people talking like this, like what we're doing right now, is a major component to it over its life, okay, as it's growing from its infancy, because it's pretty much at its day one right now. Its day one will be day one for quite some time, right? If you actually spread it out over time. But we need to, and I dare say, and it will happen, more and more people will come in, will join in, will talk, more people that learn about the space, or those that are already seasoned in the space, or, there are veterans, obviously, that will really look into it properly. That level of sustainability of human interaction with the product is a major component, is key. Now, as we all know, higher levels of adoption generally tend to happen when things start to grow in value. And we've seen that, right? Look what happened to ETH, for example. It was cruising along for a long time. If we talk about market value, now, a lot of people don't like to talk about market value, but for some that only understand in that way, look how that, if you have a look at, its history as it was building, and it's still building, but if you have a look at market value, for a very long time, it was just like another altcoin. Obviously, being its own chain, undervalued. People really didn't know much about it. That weren't really in tech space. People really didn't care. But as soon as there was significant value being pumped into it, and there was growth in the market, people started to freak out and wanted to jump on top of it. Don't get me wrong. I jumped on B&B, and ETH. I think I jumped into B&B when it was about $20 a piece, and ETH when it was only a couple of $100 a piece at the time. And my friend told me about ETH, and he was in it a long time before that, and he had significant holdings. But because he already knew, he did his research into crypto, into blockchain and whatnot. So I was pretty much a latecomer in that aspect. But because, and then I saw, what, I'll take the risk. I'll add it to my portfolio. I'll have a look into it. I'll start to, become knowledgeable into what I'm investing in, essentially. Over time, to me, that's like, that's perfect because, besides the market value, that more and more money started coming in, right? Which obviously grew its value in the market itself. So if people, are pretty much zoned into that aspect, that happens in years to come. That's not overnight. Okay. There's more to it to growing and ensuring the sustainability and growth of what the actual product is before you will see that type of major investment flowing in. Now, with that said, we're in a different position to where we were in 2013, 2014, 2015. There is a lot more people that are jumping into crypto now. They're actually quite, savvy, tech savvy. The world's changed. Everyone wants to know about it. It's actually widely spoken about now. Before it wasn't. So that part of adoption, I think, where we're at now and how we started and the year, the time, and the market is actually good. Because we're going to see different legs and different phases, over the years to come, which is perfect for something like this.
Yeah, man, I gotta add, when you follow things that disrupt systems and innovate something that's new and innovative, you gotta look at the amount of naysayers it has, and not just like naysayers, but something that's like really disruptive to the point where there really is nothing you can really dismiss it on, just out of sheer, I don't know, spite, hate, or jealousy or something. And I feel like that's what Zen is kind of generating now. People are looking at it and be like, no, that'll never work. Why would they do it like this? That's such a weird strategy. Well, has it been done before? No, because it's that crazy. Like Steve Jobs said, dude, you gotta be the square peg and the people that are square pegs and round holes, dude. You gotta be the freaking degen to the freak shows of society to really make something move and to change up the game. And when I see a ton of people like, oh, that's not gonna work. Why would that work? This is so just completely dismissive without understanding what the thing is or doing homework on it. What's that remind you of? Oh, Bitcoin. Oh, Ethereum. I mean, granted, this doesn't have its own blockchain, right? It's built on those on the Ethereum, Polygon, BNB, and all that stuff. But at the same time, it's very different in its strategy, and it hasn't been done before, and it kind of makes sense when you really think about it. So I don't know. I like following things like that, and something like this hasn't come around in a long time, not since Ethereum popped off. So I'm bullish as heck, man. I'm looking forward to what has to come. I don't know what's gonna happen, but that's the excitement of it. And like we all know, it's free, so why not jump on the wagon?
You raise exactly what you're saying is really a great point. It points out to many things. So people who say that it's not going to work or it's not worth anything, in a sense, okay, are correct, okay, from their point of view, because they're only seeing half of the picture, and if that was the whole picture, it would be correct. And we're there, and you're there, and you're saying like, but I like the disruption, and I see the disruption, and there's something about that I believe in. But at the same time, you're saying, but I don't know where this is going to go. So that's the other half of the picture, because this alone, it's disruptive, and it's done so much in so little time, this adoption, and the tokenomics, the simple code that Jack put, the 400 lines here, has done so much in so little time. But that's not enough. Now is the other half of the picture, which is this disruption is going to disrupt what and how. So I'm just going to come back to the example of the US dollar to learn something, to look at it as an example. What did the US dollar do that made it so strong and so spread widespread adoption and gained that monetary value that no crypto actually has as a medium of exchange, but just stores of value, but that the US dollar achieved. And that's the fact that they were able to offer something that others couldn't. So it was, you know, it's this very simple example, but it's just to say back in the days, it was gold. And that was something that was unique to the US dollar. Most, if not all, fiats were not redeemable in gold in the world. And the US dollar offered that. And so that was very powerful for the US dollar. And then when that stopped, it became the petrodollar. And that was just a scheme, a way to bring value to the dollar and to make it desirable as well. And it's the same thing as what Facebook or YouTube did. YouTube gives you something that you can do, which others weren't doing and weren't doing well, or weren't doing well. So that's the other half. That's where we're at, basically. So we have the adoption, we have the disruption, we have that momentum. And now it's about what is Zen going to do and give that others don't. Because just that alone, the adoption rate, the curve that we just went through, and this wildfire, so to speak, is a great network effect. But what's the network going to be? Right? What's going to offer? It's not just about, oh, it's going to gain value because we do a burn, or the same thing over and over again, like all of the cryptos, and we're going to spend 8 years waiting for that to happen. But really, what is it going to become that all the others have not? That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm trying to to talk about and discuss all these ideas with everyone about, because it's an opportunity that does not come often. And we have the tech, we have the blockchain, we have the knowledge, but we did not have the Zen.
Honey, we have it now. We have it now, my brother. This is what I've been experiencing since launch. I said it yesterday. You guys couldn't hear me. I hope you can hear me. I got a different headset. Man, I'm on the other side of all of this. I'm not that nerd. I'm a regular servant, dude. I heard about Zen through a photographer that records different reggaeton artists, and I've been in crypto, trying to come up. But it's not easy. But I got Zen, and I know the principle of what you guys are talking is definitely clear. The beginning of principles of crypto, I think it's amazing because it's like it just motivates everybody, and it's like a force to be reckoned with. And I can see it because the power's in the numbers of people, not numbers in dollars. We put value to that. You know what I'm saying? What we do, not is who we are, not what we do.
100%, dude.
It's not
Exactly.
what we do, is who we are. And when I understood this principle for myself, and I've catapulted in my life, and I'm not a nerd like you guys say, but I'm listening to a bunch of you guys. This is dope. This is fire. This is, man, I heard you guys give a comparison of Dogecoin. I can get it. I understand that a little bit because that's probably when I came into crypto. You understand? And I'm not bashful to say it, but this is crazy, dude. I like the example, honey. You're real, dude. About YouTube, that's what's gonna be. That is what gets people. The multitude is the multitude. We are the multitude, dude. This is cool,
dude. Straight up,
This is
it's
cool.
kind of like it's like a middle finger to to the upper class almost, because not so much the upper class, but like the elites in a way. And I say that as in like the people running nodes on Ethereum and everything, because when proof of stake came about, you really mess with the nature of crypto, because now it really is about who has the most money, right? It's no longer who can mine, right? It's about who has the most Ethereum and who can mint because they got the most, or mine because they have the most Ethereum, which is kind of unfair, right? Whereas, and I'm like, that's going to make people circle back to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, you can only get it by mining or buying it, period, right? So
Where's
miners
Zen?
still, huh?
Where's Zen Fu at? Honey Deal. You guys have a Zen Fu here. That gentleman is amazing. You guys have an amazing team, dude. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Oh no, good.
Zen Fu has a video clip, if I'm not mistaken. Man, it's just enlightening. I can understand where you guys are trying to go with this and the mass adoption and why. And oof, I just want to
But
share that, man.
yeah, that dude's
Man.
sick. I think Jack even shared one of his videos on his Twitter. But now let me wrap it up real quick. What I was trying to go with it is that Zen is like a middle finger to all that stuff that just happened, dude, because it was like, okay, cool. You can only mine Ethereum now if you're a big node holder. Well, guess what? We're gonna drop this and it's free for everybody. And you can mine it just by minting it. Boom, in your face. That's what crypto is about. Let's get back to the roots, right? So
That's
it's really putting
beautiful.
it's putting the power back into the people, dude. And I that's what I'm geeking out about Zen. It's really leveling the playing field. It's gonna be sick if done right.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
I just add to that. It's like, it's not. It just a nuance. It's not putting back the power in our hands. Is that what's happening is we're actually taking it. Like every single idea, every single discussion, every single argument, all this hashing and working. That's what we're doing. That's using the power of our intelligence. It's one thing to be intelligent, and most everybody is, but it's another thing to use it, and it's another thing to use it to the extent that you can work together. That's just fact.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. Everyone has a level of intelligence. Every single person has intelligence. Doesn't matter who you are, what walk of life you're from. It's how you actually use it, especially in this space. And it doesn't take a genius. You don't have to be a nerd to see what's in front of you, right? It's actually, people that are here and talking right now have a level of understanding. Obviously, everyone's got different levels of understanding, but you understand what's in front of you and the possibilities and the capability, of what you're looking into or what you've decided to mint. So yeah, I'm usually a very bullish person, and I have strong sentiments towards certain things that I choose to invest in. And treating this, even though you pretty much mint it for free right now, you pay next to nothing in gas right now. Obviously, over time it will change, but treating this as a long-term investment, essentially, for me, is a big tick. And it's not something people should sleep on. In obviously for those that want to really know, the basics. Um, Take time to immerse yourself and really look at it, because if you don't know so much, I dare say getting into something like this and reading up on about it, listening to people about it, um, you're going to gain some level of knowledge, and you're in something at the right time. And that's my own sentiment. And you know, I'm gonna continue to follow and listen and watch how this grows. because I see something in years to come, and I'm not going to miss a certain opportunity that I decided to downplay and miss many years ago because I wasn't very knowledgeable and I didn't have a sound understanding. It takes time, but you know, this is something that it could be. There's a lot more to it than just, you know, thinking about the dollar value. You know, there's a lot to it. So that's my own bullish sentiment.
Well said. Immerse yourself in it and see the opportunity.
All right, I'm gonna jump off, but you know, this is dope. Legit, every day I'm gonna tune in, whether it's after I finish work at night or something like that. Seeing and listening to everyone from all different walks and different backgrounds, and obviously, you know, different, you know, takes and views. You know, overall, it's great. So y'all have a good day.
Yeah, man, it's been a pleasure. Take care.
Yeah, man, that's real, dude. That's real. I'm on the other end of that, but I'm telling you what, man, I got 15 wallets and I'm making more. I ain't lying, dude. This is good shit, dude. I appreciate this. This is real. Like I
Hell
said,
yeah, dude.
I feel like I found something. I'm not gonna be on the other side of this and say I used to mint and I minted and I didn't follow the protocol. I am, yo, this is real, dude. Honey deals. It's a honey pot. It's not a honey pot, but damn it, it's gonna get good.
Awesome, man. We need guys like you. The Zen is not for nerds, solely for nerds.
I no disrespect at all. No, I only said that because Tate Ape said that he was one. And honestly, hey, you know what? If I have a bunch, honestly, with respect, man, I'm just honored to be around these great minds, dude. How about that? Because you are who you hang around with. I know that much. You know what I mean? Straight up. So I'm hanging around. I've been lingering for since launch, dude. I seen Ethereum do over 800,000 wallets. I seen BSC the next day. Freaking dude. Oh my God. A million. Was it a million? Don't let me exaggerate. BSC did a million, right?
Well, 2.5 million, I
Yeah.
think, leaked by now.
Yeah, it was like
listen,
2.5, bro.
I've been listening to. I'm a barber by trade. Okay, I got a lot of people that I work with, and one of the things that we're gonna have to overcome is because a lot of these rug pulls, people are tired. Not Honey Deal, but the other smooth talker guy. He got a nice voice, and he said something about.
I'm pretty sure that was me.
Maybe easy. I'm not trying to throw no sugar at you, but no. But he said it. He couldn't say it any better. Right now, it's boring, and when people are bored, they kind of get disengaged because of the recession, inflation, and all that shit going on. You know what I mean? But I try to tell these people. They think they know. I'm like, yo, you need to listen to this. Just listen to it. So I play it. The launch when Jack Levy was speaking. And it's very, very simple. The first principles and what it's about and how you're supposed to mint and how it's is it inflationary and then becomes deflationary. So it catches people's eyes. And one of the catches is that it's free. People like free. You just got to pay for gas. My question, in a couple of years, when this mass adoption hits, it's obvious gas is going to go up because they're going to be adopting each blockchain. You reckon?
Right. So what's gas fees will go up.
Yeah.
Most likely, well, up and down.
Up and down.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, but no.
When gas fees will go up, people are going to likely mint less. And also, there's going to be people who won't claim their claims. That's possible too. So it makes the total supply, very unpredictable. So now we started from zero. We did it opposite to most often is the situation where the supply is already pre-minted. So now we don't know the supply. So what it's going to end up being at the end of the day, we don't know. You're minting. Maybe you minted a lot of wallets in the beginning, but maybe you'll continue to mint progressively. Just cost averaging in, because the minting process is very lucrative in Zen terms. Okay, you're getting a good amount of Zen, more than the staking, for quite a while of time. And if you're a barber and you work and you can afford a certain amount of money a week without it being an issue, and you just keep doing it in a very organized way, a way that's convenient to you, right? And you keep track of your things and all that, and you spread it out, right? And you just stay with it. And then when it's time to claim, well, yes, maybe some of your stakes, the gas is going to be expensive. And maybe it's possible that it'll be so expensive that you'll decide it's too expensive for you. And you're going to have to blow that mint, right?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, bro.
It could happen, right? I mean, it's happened. Right. It's happened. Heck, stakes costed upwards of $900 to unstake. They're more complex transactions, but just to say, for some people it's going to be expensive. It could happen, but it's fine. You don't need to see it like you lost anything. Maybe that mint, that claim rank cost you $5, right? So you'll decide. If you look at it and you say, okay, it's worth $75 today, but it cost me $900. Well, not 900. That's a bit high, but like it cost me 300, 400. I don't want to spend that. It's fine. You can say I lost $75, or you can say I lost $5, however you want to see it, but it's fine. But the point is that you have all these other ones that are going to be at other times in the cycle. And at the end of it all, well, there's not really an end to it, but further along the road, we'll see what the total supply is, how many stakes mints were actually claimed, and what's on the market. And then obviously there's people that are going to be selling out. Someone was talking about, the guy that was pissed, right, that came in earlier. He was like ranting about Hex, okay? So he was talking about sorry.
Something about the stake. I think yeah, he was speaking about Hex, and he spoke about
the supply. Oh, he was talking about bots. So it's like the bots, man. Some of the bots. He said I was getting in and all that, but now all the bots, blah blah blah, right? Like he was assuming that the bots just wrecked everything, but that's not true. It's not how it works. They're printing. They're creating supply. They're creating adoption. They're raising everybody's mint. Okay, so that so it's very much equalized. The bots that can bot, but they're raising the mints by creating all those wallets. So you're getting more, I'm getting more. So then what are the bots going to do? What are the bots going to do if it costs 300 gas to claim their mint, and they did 1,000 wallets? But they're gonna spend $300,000 on it, maybe, or if they do, that'll be awesome. But probably not. So we'll see. Point just being, we don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to find its balance in time, and there's going to be losses, and there's going to be a certain amount that people hold, and all that is going to be relative to each other. And yeah, so just the point here is that it's the long-term staying in the game, the cost averaging in, the continuing to mint and see where your best thing and what's your best thing for you. And all during that's occurring, the community keeps developing. And so at the end, it's those who did it and stayed and continued that win. And those who sold out quickly, well, they can come back.
Got to remember that this bot argument too, like, let's say, just like what you said, Honey Deals, that when it's the bot's turns to mint and it's going to cost them $800,000, and they choose not to mint all those tokens or just a portion of it, that just increases the value of everybody who can afford the gas at the time. It's not like they're missing out on what
Right.
what they've been waiting on.
Right. And hopefully their time is not at the same time. So that's why I highly suggest to people that to cost average in and spread things out. Don't FOMO in. Don't do it like impulsively, like thinking you put everything at the same time, and just, it's really a long game, and you can optimize like that, because we don't know how much we're going to take out in the end, but we're going to have a pot, and there's going to be a total supply. And then we're going to see what we can do on the marketplace, because there's going to be dumps, and those who are really, they have an already nice position. It's going to be very tempting to buy into those dumps. It could be bot dumps. It could, it could just be fear in the market for whatever reason.
And you're speaking what, 8 years from now, or?
I mean, I prefer to say, yeah, like 8 years.
Yeah,
Someone was talking about 4 years earlier, which was great.
No.
I found he was talking about how his plan was to mint for like a year, 300 and some days, and then he was going to stake for 3 years. So that brings us about a midpoint 4 years from now, where he'll, for the first time, have the option to have some liquid unstaked, right? And then make the decision of what he does, either restake for another 3 years, or maybe keep a certain amount liquid, maybe take some off the table, and also maybe have minted more all that time. Because I those who think that it's too late to mint, or that it's going to be too late to mint from a month from now or 3 months from now, when the AMP is going to be at 2,900 instead of 300 at 3,000, it's not going to be too late at all. But are you going to be doing it? Is it an investment for you, or was it just like a speculation, like you threw a little bit at, or is it more like Bitcoin, and you were doing that discipline of staying with it and cost averaging in? And there's no guarantees of anything. We don't know what could happen, and that goes for the dollar and Bitcoin and whatever. But it doesn't change that that's the better strategy. If it's to work.
Now, what's your take with respect to? I love the whole the 5 chains. I can understand it, and that's now listening to Jack yesterday and understanding that Ethereum is higher and BSC is definitely going to be lower, and we know that Polygon is low too. I've done a couple Polygon. What's your take on it? I mean, I guess it's everyone's option, right? It's just it's up to you, or you're just minting all 5 chains. We can
Closure, Rome. I've said it before, but because I'm very bullish and I talk about it in very positive light. But full disclosure, I haven't gotten in yet. I'm like here
get out
talking
of
with
here.
everyone, listening to
Yeah.
everyone, but I'm in no rush whatsoever.
You haven't minted, Mr. Honey? Come on.
No, I did. I minted.
I think that should be a That should be a prerequisite, dude. You need
No,
to.
no.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
That's pretty
no,
bullish. That's pretty bullish, dude.
Yeah. I minted 2 7-day stakes on the first day, and that was for testing purposes. I was just doing it to test the application, and I wanted to see what was going to be the rate of return, if any, after 7 days. I didn't go for the 1-day play. I just chose a 7-day sample, and I want to see if 7 days after, what would it be on the market? If it was under, over, how much, and all that. But my main position, my main position is mostly to just support the project. That's my main position, because I'm not in a rush. I could get in 3 months. It's still going to be awesome if the project works, right? And it takes off. And now it took off, and it took off like beyond anyone's expectations. So that part's already done, right? So
Right.
yeah, I just want to say that it
Somebody
truly.
brought up a point. Somebody brought up a point the other day about your specific stance on this, and that is that the EAA and the AMP is going down drastically. So, do you really think that by waiting and offsetting the fees, you're not gonna be losing due to the lower AMP and EAA? I think they offset one another.
Yeah, no, not at all. So I'm 100% sure of that. And by far. So the EAA, the AMP, it's compared to the gas fees. Try to manipulate the EAA and the AMP. Okay, well, don't put the AMP at 0, but I'm talking in let's say compare it to 3,000 or 2,900, and look at the amounts. Look at how much they changed. You can put the EAA at 0 if you want. 0 it out, and then just play with the AMP. And now obviously you have to consider the amount of users that come in, but I don't think the bulk of users are coming in the first 3 days. It's just, people haven't even heard about it. We're just those who are in crypto. People never hear about it immediately. Those who are a little bit of distance with crypto, they're working, they're doing things on the weekend. They'll hear about it in the next weeks and months. But in any case, put a number there for the users, and then just look at the difference and tell me if paying 3 times more gas, 300% of the price, is if you were getting 3 times more for your money by putting the EAA back to 10 and putting the AMP back to 3,000. And you'll see that
No, I hear you, but even on a double, I get you. You have to go up in price 100% just to overcome a double in your cost. So if you paid 50 cents for a transaction on Binance versus 25 cents for the exact same transaction, that you have to now, the price has to come up by 100% more for you just to get to break even, right? I get that, but I guess I felt like that.
So Jack, I'll take the 25 cents. I'll take the 25 cents that I saved, and I'll make another mint. Exactly.
No, I get that argument, and I guess I can't get my head around that the numbers are actually that you're correct on the outcome. But
I know. And
guys, 100 deals. You have been speaking a lot to. You should give opportunity to other people like me to talk and intervene and ask you some questions. Okay. Can I ask you some more question?
You're more than welcome to. All you got to do is butt in, just like you did.
Yes, I just butted in. Yeah. 100 deals. Tell me something. Okay. I've been into crypto for the last 5 years. How long are you been in crypto?
6 years.
Oh, so you're senior to me. So I salute you. I honor you. Okay.
13
now,
years.
Tell me. Yeah. Tell me something. Okay. Jack off. I know. I respect him. 100 deals. I'll respect you if you will tell me something more about yourself, because we all are community members. We are here to grow together. We are here to protect our favorite Zen. So let's work together. Okay. Tell me something. How I can do? I'm based in New York. What I can do to promote Zen, and what are you trying to tell me? Tell me in few sentences. What are you trying to debate on it? Can you tell me something?
Well, I didn't understand really the last part. What I'm trying to debate on. You asked me a marketing question, and then you asked me what I'm trying to debate. So I don't know exactly. Could you repeat your question?
No, I'm trying to say, and I've just been listening to whatever you've been telling. So I want to ask you, what are you trying to drive home? What point are you trying to drive home? I want to align myself, understand you.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to drive home, it's the same thing that most anyone who believes in a project is trying to drive home that there's value there, okay, and to believe in it. But what I'm particularly doing, I feel, from my point of view, is just trying to bring clarity, and often that just has to do with breaking the old paradigm of how things were in the close past, right? So that's like, it's a bias that we all tend to have. That we tend to think that the future is going to be like it was in the past, and that things will continue to be as they were. But in the case of Zen, in my case, having been very much involved in the years that I've been involved, in the sense of not in the sense of being all over the place, but be in the sense of looking deeply into things and trying to understand them. When I saw Zen, I saw something which was unique in the sense that it did not have the faults that I had come to recognize in all the other things that I had seen in one shape or another. It's as if it had all the pieces of the puzzle. And for me, and I might be missing something because, it's new, and could be something I don't see, but if I looked at all the possible problems, Zen didn't seem to present them, and he seemed to have a solution. The equation was balancing itself. And in other projects, oftentimes you see the loophole, you see the problem. So you get very nervous. You might play it, but you're nervous, right? Because you know what could happen. But I didn't see that with Zen. So it became a different kind of project for me. And it was like, okay, this is something I feel it's not a speculation, it's an investment. This is something I'm willing to invest in and just relax. It's not just about the money, and I'm not going to make it about the money. The money's a part of it, but it's more than that, because it can be much bigger than that. And that part, it's not about just the change that I can throw at it. So that's, I don't know if it answers your question, but that's what to drive home.
Honeydale, thank you for your answer. I'm a military man, by the way, and I come to the point. I don't beat around the bush. Okay, I'm not telling you that you're beating around the bush, but I will tell you precisely what I think about Zach Levin, what I think about Zen, and what each one of us can do about this project. Okay, Zach Levin, in my personal opinion, doesn't mean that you have to agree with me, is a genuine guy. Number one. Number two, Zen is trying to do something which no other crypto project is trying to do. Period. Number three, it is up to us, individual, whether you want to invest there and take part in the journey or not. If you want to take part in the journey, fine, be a positive contributor. If you don't want to be in the journey, part of the journey, then get the fuck out of this spirit journey, and don't put a negative word here. That is what my message is. Did I make myself clear, or do I have to make myself more clear?
I would
If
have
you want
never
to be a
thought you were
part
in
of
the
the
military.
conversation, if you want to be a part of the conversation and you're muted, just raise your hand.
Very clear, Navin. Thank you. Thank you.
Honeydale, I heard you talking about when it's time to claim that it's a possibility that the gas fee may be high. Let's say, for example, let's say if it's possible for, let's say, for the gas fee to go up to like $900, and some people will say, I can't afford this, but they will just let go of their mint. On the other hand, I strongly believe that what we are minting, it's going to be affordable to claim. I don't see. I see the coin going up in value, but I don't think it's gonna. I don't think the gas fee is gonna be that bad for us not to be able to afford to claim. That's just my own opinion.
Right. No, it's very possible. I was just bringing it up. We were talking of different possibilities, but that it doesn't matter because it's going to be for everybody. I just find that it's well that people spread out their mins and put in the longer term, see it in like a more cost averaging in and spreading things out well, so that if it does occur, that event occurs, that there's a peak and they don't want to claim it. Well, if they only paid $5, it's not a big loss, and they just lose that one. And the gas is going to be going up and down as usual.
Okay, yeah. So I get that point, and that is a very very wise and good method. Because before I was actually going long term. So I think as of now I'm going to do some early minting because I've been minting around let's say like between 300 to 400 days. So I think now I'm just gonna do the early minting in case that scenario happens. Then I know that okay, yes.
That's not exactly what I meant, though. Like, I'm not suggesting to necessarily make short mints.
No, don't worry. I'm not following your
Okay.
advice. I just think
I was
that
just going to spread them.
I should
Okay. I
probably
just wanted to
do
not be
early.
the one that say just make shorter mints. Okay.
I think the best thing to do is, like you were saying, just average in and then average out your actual mints. Because we don't know what the gas fee is going to be in a year. We don't know what it's going to be in 2 years. It's pretty low at the moment. It has been lower a couple of months ago, but the lows that it was like 5, 6, that's pretty unusual. The next bull, I personally think 24, 25. So my strategy is to try and get my mints sorted before the next bull, so the gas will still be low, and then claim them before the bull. But I'm still, averaging more and more and more for different time periods because you just can't predict what the gas is going to be at a particular time.
Yes, and looking at
I just noticed. Sorry, I just noticed Mr. Jack is in the house here. Hello, Jack.
Is Jack Levin there? Welcome, Jack Levin, if you are there.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Hey,
So-
great. Thanks for coming out.
So in addition to what I said, I just lost what I was about to say. But in addition to what I was about to say, yeah, I lost it.
Let Jack Levin speak. Okay, let's hear from the man himself.
How do you know that he wants to speak? Maybe he wants to listen for now.
I was actually enjoying you guys' conversation very much.
Yeah, so to roll off of it, we were talking about minting, and when time comes, some people are a little skeptical, or not skeptical, but just concerned about gas fees, right? So something I'm doing to kind of prepare for that is I've been laddering out, and obviously, things usually favor people that hold. So whatever I gain, I'm not going to sell immediately because I might need that, or I might need that ETH to pay for gas for the later, bigger possible return when like day 390 something comes around, right? So that's my strategy, to hold on to what I gain in case the crazy $10,000 mint price comes up, right? But that's just all speculation. That's why I like to ladder out my mints. Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, is the gas concerns later on.
Having the feeling that the 100 is going to be crazy.
Can I make a suggestion to you, Dex? And that would be what I'm doing is just quietly on the sidelines. I'm just DCAing into ETH, not so much speculatively, but just knowing that while it's in a bear market, I'm just gathering little bits here and there and growing my bag of ETH, so that when, because it's all relative, isn't it? I mean, right now it's a bear market, so the gas is cheaper than when it's in a bull market. So if you're buying it in the bear market, when it comes to the value, will just go up exponentially. Is that not right? Maybe I've got it wrong, but anyway, that's what it is in my brain. So that when we hit the bull market and it's more expensive in ETH, it's all relative. I will have already got the ETH there, which has gone up in price. So the ETH will just be there to pay my gas. Is that too simple? I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
totally. I agree.
Anyone?
Will go up most likely, but then there's also the GUI, which will also go up. So even if the ETH price remains the same, the cost to claim the mint can go up because the GUI can go up, and the GUI will when there's more activity at certain times.
Does anyone know how much you can mint in one day?
You can mint close to 50,000 Zen in one day, between 50 to 60. Right now, it's probably going to be less because the number of people coming in calmed down somewhat. So it could actually be 30 to 40,000 potentially.
And does it also depend on the RAM you got, or that doesn't matter?
Depends on what?
Like the memory you got on the, like whatever you're using to mint?
No, it really only depends on a few things. One is the number of days, which is 1 day. The other one is AMP, which we know what it is. EAA, we also know what it is. And what we don't know is how many addresses connect after your C rank. So that is the only unknown. Right now, it seems to be quiet. So probably 40,000 Zen per day.
All right, thanks, man.
Is it Jack who's speaking? Is it Jack Levin who's speaking right now?
This is me, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And let me tell you something, guys. If you really believe in the project, don't talk about 1 day. Let's talk about the maximum days of what you call minting period. Okay, if you really believe in the project. But if you want to get into short-term project, then it's up to individual people. No problem.
Well, I would say people can choose any number of days because some people just they never been into crypto, so they're curious what they're gonna get for $3 the next day. So it would be really interesting for somebody to get a distribution of Zen very, very quickly. So they wanted to test their ability to execute MetaMask. So it is useful one way or the other. Then they can take their 40,000 Zen. They can try to sell it. They can learn about Uniswap. They can make liquidity pools. They can give it to a friend as a gift. So there's nothing wrong with minting 1 day.
Jack, I have a personal question to you. K4K Crypto has parted about Zen twice consecutively, and he has got no substance to back it up. What is your reaction to that? You want to tell him to shut up, or let him keep partying and then?
I think others are useful. So he's doing useful work. He's bringing criticism, and he's letting other people to either engage and support him, or tell him otherwise that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So either way, the conversation continues, and that's good for people to have a healthy discord. I mean, even if the person is wrong, I don't need to tell him anything. I told him in private. I said, "Listen, I'm not really taking anything you say personally. This project belongs to the people. It's open source. It's on chain. Yeah, I started it, but hey, if you don't like it, you can. I mean, you can continue talking about things you don't like. It's going to be your opinion. So by all means, express it." And I said, "Don't worry, we'll still be friends."
By the way, I mean, Jack, I mean, if I understand correctly, you're trying to onboard 96% of no coiner. Only 4% we have right now participation in crypto. We are trying to onboard 96%, right? When you onboard 96%, all 96% is not necessarily going to go into kind of Zen crypto. So many percent will go to Zen, I mean, Hex and other Richard Hart project. These guys are maximalist about. So what is the big deal about it? I can't understand this, you know. And you are trying to, you know, bring a project. I think these people are getting threatened that Zen is going to, you know, be a
Okay, man,
threat.
you were saying to let other people talk, and now you're not letting other people talk. Let Jack Levin talk, please.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a good question and a good discussion. So I think there's a lot of so Zen, I feel like, changed the landscape of with a fair launch, and I think it's proving that fair launch can be successful. And so anybody who wanted to launch a project by raising money, by having allocation, now they're having to deal with first principles, because they either have to adjust or they have to explain why they're raising money for themselves, having a pre-allocation, pre-mint, whatever, right? So I would say Zen is a game changer in a way of how to launch a project, and some people are feeling threatened because they expect it. They build an audience. They are working on the project. They want people to
They're
give them
not
money.
docs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like all of those things, and a lot of it is very, very threatening, and it's scary. It's also very scary how quickly we got to almost 20,000 people across all of the Telegram groups. We got, I would say, close to 6 million interactions across all the chains in just 1 week. That's never been done before. And we have 350,000 people visiting the website. And out of those people, 1/3 are now holders of Zen. So that's the data that I can see, like 120,000 maybe are holders. Few more cycles like this, and we're going to overtake many other projects in terms of holders. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of almost, I would say, too intense for somebody who didn't expect it. Yeah, so people are worried that they have to change their plans, and that's what they're praying for, the project to fail. They're trying to find some sort of backdoor that I have. I have no backdoor. And that's what I think is very enraging, but it's okay. I mean, change is good. And ultimately, in 2 to 3 months, we'll probably, if we can change the landscape of crypto, then we're doing our job. And I think it's going to be better for everybody, especially the newcomers, the people who never touched crypto before. So that's what I think.
Hey
Don't
Jack,
worry,
brother.
Jack. You've already changed it.
Thanks for the yarns, bro. I just wanted to ask a question that was sort of like paralleled when you're sort of talking about similarities between how Google started and then also how you've created your little baby here, man. Well, for all of us. How long did it take for Google, when it say launched, to sort of reach maybe like I don't know, like a target audience that would be sort of dominating for the space? And have you, I mean, just in the way that you've written the code for Zen, do you expect, or have you made any kind of sort of similarities around around how Google flourished, and then therefore how Zen may follow suit? Is there any sort of correlation between the two?
Yeah, so there's definitely correlation, because when Google launched, it didn't have any monetization plan. Well, obviously, it raised money from investors to pay the salaries. But for over 2.5 years, we did not know what to do with Google and what to do with all the users. We had a lot of users, but no way to monetize those users. So eventually we figured it out and connected the monetization that worked really well with the product. But monetization was always the act 2. Act 1 was to deliver an amazing product that a lot of people could use for free with excellent quality. And that's what I tried to do with Zen. Wanted to release a product that has excellent adoption capabilities, and really not worry about whether I am personally, making money at this point. I think there's a lot of projects that could be built on top of Zen, so it can cater to the developer community as well as to the newcomers. And it is my kind of like hope that Zen becomes this sort of a financial lubricant that will allow people to build interesting things and learn at the same time. And obviously, the value will be there because I believe community is the value. It doesn't work any other way. So, yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Hey, Jack, it's Jay-Z. How you doing, man?
Hey, Jay-Z, good to hear from you.
Yeah, man, what a week. Jeez. You kept hitting us up with one chain after another chain. I'm going to have to go get some special massage therapy for my clicking fingers. I'm all twitched out.
Yeah.
Hey, so awesome job. A lot of fun. I set up a small group on Twitter, a private chat DM. It's called Zen Safe Space. There's so much weird fun going on that we had to actually set up a place where we could like do game theory and think about things and actually explore what this all means. And it really it's in my experience, our experience, it's really just a paradigm shift. There's so many people that are they have chains locked with weights behind them and they're dragging them along, and you're creating something that breaks those chains and frees people of those ideas. It's just got to take a little time for some people. Some people it's just they're just it's not quite clicking yet, and so because it's not clicking and they're so used to looking for instant gratification that it's easier for them to just try to FUD everything and try to. I'm hearing weird stuff, man. That's so far from factual, but I don't really intervene because I think it's good for people to learn through failure, and I think it's important for people to stumble around to find their path. So I don't really get involved. I hear it, I listen. It's okay. You don't have to understand everything that's going on. You have time, and stumble around, trip over yourself, and the light will eventually come on. It has to because the adoption is so mass, the adoption is so widespread, but it's a global adoption at such a rapid pace. So anyway, I'm glad I ran into you, bro. It was good meeting you. I love what you're doing, and
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, 100%, man, 100%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, you got it, man.
Hey, Jack, I'm gonna take advantage that you're here.
Yep.
I said it before and I'll say it again. You are who you hang around with, and one of my friends followed you, and bro, ever since launch, I haven't slept. I've been in the Telegram. I've been learning a lot, and let me tell you, dude, I'm hanging with some great minds, and I'm minting right now on Polygon. I'm minting, dude. Honey is the real deal. X-Fu is the real deal. Joe is the real deal. These guys are the freaking real deal, dude. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Straight up, dude. I said it. It's not what you do, it's who you are. But man, it's something special about everything going on, dude. So I'm observing it, and you said one thing the other day. A futter came and said, "Hey, man, aren't you gonna get mad? You're like, dude, it's all good. And you won me over with that. That's a great virtue of you. Yo, much respect. Much
Thank you.
respect. Much respect. That's what I want to say.
Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it for sure.
Awesome, man.
$100 deals.
Most of us aren't really offended by these fudders and everything because we believe in this. We're more than open to them asking questions and attacking it, and we just keep cool and hope to teach them what it truly is. I think ultimately they just don't understand. I think I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, really.
Yeah, I would say one of the things to think of people who are very reactive is there's kind of unenlightened. And listen, crypto is difficult. It's weird. It's full of all kinds of dangers out there. So yeah, I mean, like people sometimes get very, very confused. Like a lot of people are so confused why I don't have an allocation for myself. Like people are telling me no one does that. No one has done it. They never seen anybody do it. And I'm like, well, I guess you haven't met everybody. And my time horizon is a little bit longer. I am playing a long game. I want to see this thing, in 10 years. And I want to build together with the community something that can change the world, that can last, that can give people, Legos to play with, build new things. So that's there's nothing more to ask for. I mean, it's not about the making a money grab. So, I mean, I am minting with you guys together. I'm minting for like, I guess, 395 days, whatever the thing is. I think it's fair. It's fair that people do it. It's fair that I do it. Yeah. So whoever does it deserves to get some Zen, and then it's up to us what we build on top of it.
And that's what's exciting. That's what's exciting, dude.
Yeah, very exciting.
Well said, Jack.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also, I just want to say that Richard Hart said that no one will take up none of the centralized exchanges will take up time deposit stuff. So Zen's done that. So it's interesting to see what will happen. Yeah.
Yeah, the funniest thing, I never asked any centralized exchanges to do anything. I never talked to them. And the first morning when we launched, 5 of them listed us, even without talking to me first. So that's, I would say, huge validation for the project because they did their research. They saw it being something interesting, and they moved quickly, very quickly.
Exactly, Jack. And I think this project is a winner, by the way. And this comes as a kind of a alternative to the people who have been waiting. Where to go in now? What is the next thing to move into in crypto? I've been in crypto since 2017, very, very new, but not very new to so many people who have just got into crypto in 1 or 2 years' time. But now they say they see this Jan project, and then when I onboard these people, they find it so. I mean, they feel that it is so new and so innovative, and so it is going to it is only win-win situation from here. So absolutely excited about it. Thank you so much. The people are following you, and they're trying to I mean, kind of criticize you and all that. But I think we're moving in the right direction. Thank you so much, Jack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think people attack what they don't understand. I mean, there's people like that. But I don't think no one's beyond help. I mean, we're here to help. We're here to make the world better, and we can do it all together, all of us.
I was telling in my group that why should Jack Levin, 21st Googler, should put his credit on the line and discredit himself. by bringing a project which is not credible enough to do something to help the world community. Why should we do that? So there is no answer to that. Nobody had an answer to that. So everybody tend to believe that you are doing the right thing, and we should just go and believe whatever you're doing it, and just see what is happening, and see it for ourselves. Just mint the free coins, and let's see what's going to happen. So it is
Yeah.
it's a no-brainer, man. It's no-brainer. It's very, very simple truth.
Yeah, I think the simplicity and the popularity is really what many people do not understand. But a lot of simple things is what the world needs. It just needs to work well. It just needs to have a good vision, good description, and good people behind it, and the success will be there. And the success is measured not just by the price appreciation; it's measured by the engagement ultimately. And wherever there is engagement, wherever the world engages, that's where the value comes.
I'm from Asia. I'm from close to India, and I'm promoting Zen in Indian subcontinent. By the way, 1.4 billion people in India alone. Okay, and I find it very. I mean, I consider myself very proud to be associated with you, Jack Levin, and I'll make sure that the message that you're trying to convey to the whole world is at least is conveyed to the Indian population. This much I can tell you. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And in my barber world, I'm telling these dudes, you need to mint some Zen. They don't believe me though, Jack, because they so used to getting rug pulled. I'm trying to tell them, dude, you can connect, dude. This guy is the 21st Google. I'm just kidding, man. I don't describe you like that, but the truth is that's who you work for. You heard? That's how I sell you, bro. You know what I mean? And so I'm just telling them, I found something. They don't believe me though.
Well, the blockchain speaks the truth. We know the truth through consensus, and we know how much money we send to the contract. It's just exactly the gas money. That's all. So very easy to see what happens, and you can test it. You can try it for a day. You can try it on the test net without the money, real money. You can play with it, and then you can try it for real. So, yeah.
Jack. So there's been a lot of really enthusiastic conversation these last few days. A lot of creative input, ideas, and there's this one question, technical question that I've been wanting to ask you about, and that's in relation to the burn. So you mentioned about the burn. I looked at your long stream where you had talked about it initially. My question is, so we spoke of this burn mechanism which can be used for different purposes, be NFTs or maybe merchants. And then there was this notion that it could possibly be used it could be configured so that half of the transaction is burnt and half of the transaction is transferred. That possibility was raised. And then my question specifically is this implemented in actuality that the users can use it, or is this was set in the code for further implementation and it was very specific? Like, I'm trying to understand exactly, because people are having a whole bunch of ideas and enthusiasm in regard to using that. Yeah.
Okay, so the way it works is that there is an interface within the contract that allows the Zen coins to be burned. And by burned, I mean literally there's a burn function. And it's not exposed to the web interface, but somebody could build a smart contract that sends the burn signal to Zen contract, and Zen will burn the set amount of coins and then validate that they were indeed burned. So this new contract that connects to the Zen original contract can do interesting things. Like, for example, it can mint an NFT, which is a different type of token, and it can say proof of burn. I just burned 1,000 Zen, and that could be traded as well. So you could also make another ERC20 token, and you can call it Zen Gold or something like that. And it could ask a person to burn 1 million Zen and give you 1 Zen Gold coin, which is kind of a consolidated amount. So it's kind of becomes almost like a trading operation. So that is what we plan to do, is to have people build on top of Zen, so that there is an option to destroy the Zen that you mint in exchange for the new interesting things that people may be building. Because obviously 1 million Zen, you have to wait for at least 30 days. So it's like a month's wait time. It's significant. It has value. And so that value, that time period, can be traded for some other interesting thing on the blockchain.
Right. So are you saying that if like if I look at the contract, I go on blockchain and I looked at the contract, would I be, and I looked at the code, I forget what it's called, but where you see the function calls, would there be a proof of burn function call that I can see already? And
it's at the bottom. Yeah, it's at the bottom. It's already there. And just search for burn. If you see burn, that's going to be the function that should work.
And it's basically like it's very analogous to transfer. It's just that it receives the data, the amount, and then it does a burn instead of a transfer, basically.
So the way that the burn works underneath Solidity code is that it requests for your wallet to give permission for the tokens to be sent to the null or zero address where they get disappeared. It will also reduce the total supply that the contract is reporting by the burned amount. So if you burn 10 million or 1 million, there's a counter function that will reduce the total supply. So coin market cap will see it, that the supply has been reduced. The same way staking works. So staking takes your mint and burns it, creates a record, and then you can mint in the future again with the interest. So that's how that works. So anytime you stake, you actually reduce the total supply. And it actually makes sense because, well, it's what we call it total liquid supply. When it's staked, it's not liquid. It's sitting in the contract basically as a record. And then you can talk back to the contract. You can unstake anytime you want, and the contract just mints it back for you.
Oh, that's tremendous. We've had so much discussion about it, and just it's a big deal. I think a great last minute addition. From what I understand, you put it last minute, but it's just incredible.
Yeah. I thought it would invite people to build new things on top. So that's why I added it there.
I'll re-listen to this for any technicalities, but that thanks for the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, I have to jet. I just came home, so I'm gonna have to disconnect. Thanks for all the questions, and I'll see you guys soon.
Hey, thanks a ton, Jack. Take care.
Peace. Peace. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Ooh, those network fees are going up right now. They're like at $7 and some change for ETH at least.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Good,
man.
man. It's a great
Good.
day and evening.
Well,
And,
I was hoping to come in and ask Jack what his favorite tea was, but he left. But I wanted to
I wanted
share
to
my
ask him if he was gonna go work for Google again, but
Hey,
yeah, no
hey,
time for
Jack
that.
of Hearts is in the building. You can ask him. He's just as good.
Exactly, exactly. Well, yeah, all I want to do is share my excitement for this project, and I got into Hex kind of, late and all that stuff, and into crypto. It's been just over a year, and I'm just really excited to be here at the beginning of this. A buddy of mine told me about it. I was not paying attention to everything, and um, all I think about with this is literally just how Bitcoin started, how people had to sit there and spend their electricity and time on their computer and click a file and get their free Bitcoin. And that's what we're doing with this. And when you have the curve of
Straight
how
up.
the minting is going to end, or go down, not end, go down to where, I mean, it's going to be valuable no matter what. It's just a long hold. So then that just takes me to where I've gotten to where now, I mean, I just want to do the longest stakes, or I'm sorry, the longest mints, because I feel the mints are going to outweigh the staking ultimately. And then I'm going to want to stake the longest I can just to get through these years of value going up and down until it really has value. And I think we can really have some, and I know we're not supposed to talk about value in that, but I see the value coming. I really do. And in addition to just spreading crypto, it just seems like it's going to be a beautiful thing. Gets me really excited.
Dude,
So.
it's already bananas how much not how little, but how much fewer you can mint. Like 2 days ago or yesterday, you can mint millions for like a 30-day or 40-day, and now it's like around. I think I just minted like 500,000 for 45 days. It's like what the hell, dude? It's depreciating that much. It's crazy. So yeah, we're early, dude. Week 1,
Yeah,
week
this
2, you're
is
gonna be early.
amazing. Amazing.
You guys are dialed in. The true value of all of this is your time.
Proof of participation. The other thing I noticed is with the staking, I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it. Every 90 days, it goes down 1%, the 20%, 19% after 90 days. I originally was doing my mints to hit the 90 day, then a 180, then 270 to hit all those. I was going to save all my Zen and then do one big stake before each time it would go down a percentage. I'm doing that on my ETH, but on the recent chains that launched, I just picked one day because the gas is so cheap, and I did all my wallets on a far out one day, and I'm just gonna ride it all the way down the years.
That's a good
Yeah,
strategy, actually, saving up your mints to stake on a single day and trying to catch those 1% drops just before they happen. That's a good strategy. I think if you spread things out, keep in mind that when you might want to use some of this stuff too, right? So make some shorter mints, make some midterm mints, make some long mints, and keep a little bit liquid because you don't know what's going to get created using that proof of burn function. There could be a lot of things created that you might want to take part in. If you don't have any liquid, you're staked all in. It's just like a lot of the hexagons when the derivatives started getting created, like Hedron and Maxi. A lot of them guys were all in with their 555 stakes, and they couldn't take advantage of any of the derivatives, and them derivatives were very successful. So keep yourself some liquid. Whatever else you do, keep some liquid.
Hey, I've got to go.
Maybe that would be my hex that I unstake.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to thank you guys for the great afternoon, day, and evening, and all the awesome contributions. So I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Have a great night.
Good night, there, honey. Good night, brother.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Dude, this thing checks off all the boxes for my rocket, dude. This thing has meme power because it's a free mint. No one would ever do that. He doesn't even have a wallet or allocation for himself. So it's kind of like a middle finger. Freaking the slashing the rate that you can mine it at, right? Freaking he's doxxed, dude. He's out here. He has a good reputation, a good history behind him. Like I don't see this thing going anywhere but up. I think it's going to do very well in comparison to other cryptos in this category for sure. So pack your moon boots.
No
really
doubt
love
at
his
all.
approach.
I agree.
I really love his approach to the FUD and the FUDDers. it's so refreshing to hear that. You know, it's like, no, that's okay. We can all still be friends too, and they can have their
Yeah,
opinions, and they're free to express their opinions, and even
he's
if they're wrong,
mature.
it's fine.
He's mature as shit, dude. I love it. Like I used to follow the Shiba Inu dev on Twitter, dude, and he would go on rants and just berate people. I'm like, who is this guy? You know, he just sounds like someone you would not enjoy working with. No disrespect, but I'm obviously Shiba's done well for himself, but he's extremely professional, dude. And in and outside, right? So
I mean, even
it's cool.
just in in comparison to Richard Hart's last stream, where he comes on, the first thing he says is, "You're all fucking idiots, and I'm intelligent as hell, and you need to all just listen to me." That's how he opens up his
So
stream, right?
crazy.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, okay, well, that's a great way to connect with your audience. You know, I mean, feel like listening now.
Yeah, exactly. Like I want yeah, dude. That's not how you do business development, I'll tell you that. You don't grow your network and make allies in a professional industry like that. But hey, he's a billionaire and he's made tons of millionaires, so I guess he doesn't need them. But yeah, different strokes for different blokes.
Purportedly,
But I'm gonna cut out, guys. It's been cool. Been loving the vibe. It's been cool meeting everybody in here. You're all legends. Hopefully, I see more of you guys around.
Anybody on here got any questions?
Who is it, brother?
What's that?
Hey, Danny Jan. No questions, brother. Good conversation, by the way.
I have a
Right.
question.
I try to ask every once in a while because there's a lot of people muted on here, and try to let them know not to feel uncomfortable if they're new or anything like that. That everybody on here is at their own level of understanding, and we're all learning from each other. So, yeah, speak up.
So kind of, brother. No, it's fine. I think we all did okay. Jack came in and then he gave his own input. So I think we're okay, brother.
Hey, how you doing, man? Just wanted to say hi and thank you for answering everybody's questions here. This is a great community. I think throughout the day I've jumped in and out, and I've heard people with many objections. There was somebody helping the person earlier today. I think it was Toby, who had, he said he wasn't really invested, but he had, certain concerns with certain numbers or whatnot. But then there was another gentleman helping him, and it wasn't like a heated argument. It was a very well thought out argument where instead of bringing out the negative parts of whatever that Toby was trying to bring, the other gentleman was trying to excel or bring out the positive parts of the project, which is good. So I'm real excited as well here, like many of all the listeners here. So I'm just kind of clicking away, trying to mint as much as I can. So hope everybody else is doing the same. How about strategies? Does anybody have any good strategies as to what's the best way of moving money around, minting and staking? And um, you know, if anybody wants to talk about that, that'd be a pretty good subject, I guess.
I'm going to max it. I'm going to max my minting period. I started with 348. I'm now on 392, I think. I don't know where I am right now.
Okay.
But
What about
I'm going to go out all out. I'm going to go all out.
so you're maxing out to the maximum period of waiting. Okay. What about the different chains? Are you doing all the available chains, or are you sticking to one particular one? And if you
No,
are,
I'm
why?
only I don't believe other chains. I only believe Ethereum chain.
Just Ethereum? Okay. Okay. And what's your reasoning behind that? Why not the other ones?
Other ones are already. How many times Binance have been hacked? Tell me. I don't have to waste my economic energy in going into BSC chain and Polygon and I don't know. No, I don't want to waste my time. I'm fine with Ethereum chain.
Are you doing both ETH and ETH
No,
or the main
only
one?
only ETH.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good to know. That's awesome. That's good. I personally have done uh, Ethereum, Binance, and working on Polygon right now. I have not. I've never done anything myself with Avalanche, so I have to venture into that. And I've not done Ethereum POW as well, so that's something that I got to look into as well. Okay, perfect. Well, that's good. That's interesting to know that there are people out there that have those sort of beliefs. But that's good. Perfect. Good. Thanks. Thanks for your.
Good luck with good luck with what you're doing, man. But my risk appetite and my time management doesn't allow me to go into different chain and all that. I am too tired and exhausted. I don't want to, I have no time, by the way.
And let me tell you, you're not kidding. It does take a lot of time, especially if you're, you know, going above and beyond doing, 10, 20 wallets. It's not easy. At least I have not found an easy way of doing it. I'm not using a bot. I'm just basically doing it all manually.
I've filled up so far 172 wallets, and I've got 500 wallets set up. I have to do that. So I'm
Wow.
enough in the Ethereum. Yeah. I'm
Wow.
only doing Ethereum. Yeah.
That's how long did it take you to do all of them?
It doesn't matter. I work day and night, and I'm 62-year-old man.
Wow.
So
Well, that's
it
good.
takes a lot of energy.
Congratulations, man. My hat off to you, sir. I mean, that's good. And you know what? Somebody came in here the other day. I'm not sure. I forgot what the subject was, but somebody mentioned, hey, look, if you're not willing to work for your money, then something's wrong. Because, you can't expect just to have money come to you without you putting any effort. You know what I mean? So I think for those of us who are willing to put in the time, the reward will be, we will reap the reward in the future.
Automatic. It is automatic. so it's a given, by the way. And I believe in hard work, and I believe that if you put in the right effort in the right area, you'll definitely get rewarded. So that's what I believe. Right
Awesome,
now,
awesome.
I'm in 172 now. I have to reach my 300 target, 200 target today before I go to sleep. I'm in New York, by the way. What time is it now? I don't have a watch.
10:53.
Yeah. So
I'm
by
I'm
12.
I'm East Coast too here. I'm in the DC metro area myself, so
Okay.
I've put on I'm not sure how you're doing your wallets, but I'm using a hardware wallet. But then I was originally when I started, I was actually doing all individual wallets, which was harder with passphrases. It was just much harder. But then through being in this channel, I've heard of other people of a way of doing it much faster. So just through MetaMask, when you open up a wallet, it gives you X amount of wallets that you can add or open, unlock. That's what I've been doing myself. But yeah, I don't know if I will be able to get to 500 wallets. That's gonna take a long time. And of course, money. I mean, I don't know if I have that much money to
No,
invest.
don't worry. Have you heard of a guy called Gunther?
Gunther, yes.
Yes. Gunther is my buddy here. We live together. We are close by. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard of Gunther. Yep, I think I probably talked to him before or not. Why not?
So,
Awesome.
I've got a question, which is regarding different chains. Are the prices going to be the same, or it's going to be, or is Ethereum going to be more valuable or more expensive than other chains?
I mean, I think Ethereum is always going to be the most expensive one. I mean, some people think that, the prices could converge a bit more over time, but Ethereum is where the gas costs are. Ethereum is like the so-called main net. The other ones are like sort of like test nets, like low barrier entries. It probably does make sense, or probably is sensible to like hedge your bets and mint on the other chains as well. But personally, I'm bullish and long on the Ethereum one, so that's why I'm doing all my mints. I mean, because they're all their own token as well, so it's like they're all called Zen, but every single one is different. They're their own token. They have their own supply. So yeah, they're all different.
I beg your pardon. I'm not sure if you're replying to what I said, but my volume was turned down. So I spoke, but I wasn't sure if you're responding to me or if people were even talking at that point. My volume was completely down. So sorry about that.
So do you want me to repeat what I said?
Yes, if you don't mind, yeah. But were you
Yeah,
replying to
no
my
problem. No, so I was just saying, you were asking about whether the prices on the different chains will like sort of converge or get closer to each other.
Yeah.
So my personal opinion is no. They can get a bit closer, but my personal opinion is that they will never be the same price. The Ethereum one will always be the most expensive. Other people might have different positions, but this is my personal view, because Ethereum is where the value is. It's where the gas costs are. It's where and then each individual chain has their own circulating supply. Each individual chain is its own separate token, and the lower barrier ones, like even Jack said himself that they're sort of like a test net, or can be considered that way. Like they can have value in their own right, and like someone else made the point before about, you know, maybe the Binance one will have a mad pump at some point, because, you know, the communities on Binance do pump certain tokens at certain points. So, you know, you never know. And it does probably make sense to hedge your bets and mint on all the different chains. But for me personally, it's Ether's where it's at.
One is quite difficult to manage your portfolio, because if you have a portfolio and then you want to what's it called, type in your total minting on different chain, then that means you can't get an accurate value of what you're minting. Because on let's say, for example, I manage my portfolio on Qcoin, no, sorry, on CoinGecko, and obviously that's where I manage my spending and my buying. So, like for example, like there's only Zen there. There's no so basically to manage your portfolio based on what you just said is gonna be difficult, because there's only one Zen.
So could you just repeat that? I didn't quite get your point. The portfolio is going to be difficult to manage, did you say?
Yeah, because you know there's only one. There's on most like on CoinGecko, there's Zen, and obviously price varies. And then let's say your total minting is let's say it's like a million, because the prices are quite different on different chain. You're not gonna get the accurate value of your mint. So let's say, for example, now, if you know your, I mean, I don't know if they would add different chains and add like I know if it's on Binance, it's gonna be BZ. So I'm not sure if those platform would add those chain and their prices. But if they're not gonna do that, then it's gonna be very difficult for you to manage the accurate value of what you're minting in total.
I mean, if you're using CoinGecko, then yeah, that's true. But I think probably in time, you know, this is a community project, so people will develop tools to be able to track these things, and you know, people are already working on different things. So you know, you can suggest to the the community developers who are building like tools to do what you're saying is, if CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap or whoever doesn't add the other tokens, then. But I mean, that if the other tokens get big enough, then they'll most likely be added anyway.
It would be so nice if all chain can have the same value.
I just don't think that's ever realistic, because you know the
Wishful thinking, my brother. You'll never have same value.
obviously, yeah, a lot of people, want that because they want to, mint on the chains where it's, it costs pennies to mint, and but just the way it is, the value I think is just going to be on ETH because that's where the money is, and that's just how it is. But it doesn't mean the other chains can't do well on their own. Like communities can work on each of the individual chains, for sure, and they can build things and the value can go up for sure. But the value I don't think will ever be the same on all the different chains because they are all individual tokens with all individual circulating supplies and all individual number of mints, etc., etc. So they're just different tokens. And if you go on the website, on the Zen website, it's like zen.network/mainnet. That's ETH. So ETH is like the mainnet, and then the other ones are like subsidiaries. That's my personal opinion, but other people can have different opinions. What does everyone else think?
Yeah, I heard Jack say the other day that he named the Ethereum one just Zen with no initial in front of it because he wanted that one to be the main one. So yeah, I think you're right.
Estimated gas is $4 right now. I see that the estimated gas is now 3.85, $3.75. Ridiculous.
Do you think that's expensive or do you think that's cheap?
Very expensive.
I mean, not too long ago, it was like $200. So at the moment, it's relative to.
Oh, sorry. No. I'm wrong. 465 is fine. I was thinking of transferring the cents. Oh, it's okay. 465 is fine. Now it's 390. Yeah, cheap. It's cheap. I'll go ahead.
Yo, chips. What you think gonna happen? Like when gas get back to those numbers.
Well, I think we're early, so everyone has their own opinions. My personal opinion is like we're still in this sort of 4-year cycle of up and down with crypto. So I think 24, 25, after the Bitcoin halving, that's when we'll go back into the proper bull market. That is when I think the gas is gonna spike very high. Because there's going to be so much more activity on DeFi. Lots of people are going to be launching way more tokens. There's going to be lots of like NFT mints. Like all this stuff is just going to make the gas go up again to similar levels to what it was before. People are trying to reduce the gas in different ways, but there's only so much they can do, I think. So I think the gas is going to go up. So when we're minting now, when the GUI is like 10 to 20, I think that's pretty cheap. And then if we're claiming in 400 days from now, which is around about what you would do if you minted full term today, then the gas could still be cheap then, because that's still, in my opinion, before when the big bull is going to be. So I think you don't want to have claims that you need to claim basically when you think the bull is going to be, because it's going to cost you you know, a lot of money. If it costs you like $300 maybe, or $200 or $100 or even $50 to claim, that's pretty expensive compared to like $3 or $4 or $10. So that's, you know, my thinking is that to mint now for a long period while the gas is low, and have different points as well. So I've got some mints for like 100 days. I've got some mints for 200 days, 300 days, etc. Just, you know, laddering it out as other people are doing. Because even though these are my opinions, and I can be wrong, and then also no one can predict it exactly, because, you know, we don't know what can happen in the market. Something crazy can happen and the gas can go crazy again. So I think it just makes sense to you know, ladder out. But then my biggest bets are where I think the gas is going to be the lowest, because that's the main barrier to entry at the moment, is the gas, and the gas is low. And then I think as well, you know, when the gas is very high, people aren't going to want to mint, and people aren't going to want to claim because the gas is high. So then basically what that means is that there's going to be more value in potentially for actually buying Zen rather than minting it. And so that's when we can perhaps see some appreciation in price. But yeah, it's a long game. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking that same thing you said, the last part, when you know, it's definitely gonna be interesting to see what happens, you know, when the gas gets high again. Um, but I was thinking the same thing, like it's like people like want, like if the gas goes the, you know, the heights that it was at, people not gonna want to mint, and they might rather just buy it at that point, you know. And what happens then, you know, it's gonna be interesting.
Well, the price is going to go up, and some people are going to dump, and other people are going to hold, and it's just going to be a continual cycle. It's going to be beautiful to watch.
I mean, we're all early, so I think we're all gonna do well personally.
Yeah, I think you know, like when we look back, the people who stick with it, like, you know, when gas goes back up to those heights, we, like, you know, it's gonna be crazy, like thinking like how we was able to mint for so cheap.
Yeah, and the people putting in the effort now, and the people doing the research now, you know, they can be the ones that might be FOMO in later, because the price is going up, and they can see the mint cost is like not worth it anymore, and they're thinking, oh, I should have done this like a year ago. I need to, you know, get in there or whatever. So I think it's just set, like at the moment, like the risk reward is huge. And you know, if everything goes down to zero, then, you know, so be it. But you know, the only cost we're putting in at the moment is the cost of mint, and the cost of mint is not that much. Put in a few $100s, and if you can afford that. If you can't afford that, put in less, and see what happens. You know, everyone's talking about, you know, the risk reward with all these tokens that are launching every day. I think, you know, the risk reward here is much better. You can chuck $100 or $1,000 or whatever on one of these new tokens that launches, and it's just a gamble. It can go up like a 10x in a couple of days, or it can go to dust. This one, I think it's a long play, and the community that's building already is super bullish. Like every day, I'm getting way more bullish. I'm thinking I need to make more mints because what is how people are building here and what's being said and the conversations people are having. And I think the whole thing about crypto is the community building and the network effect. And the beautiful thing about Zen is it's simple, it's elegant, and it's beautiful. And it's just so, Jack was saying earlier as well, you don't need something complicated. It just has to be simple, and that's what it is. And it goes back to like the first principles. And if we can build a community, then I think the community is what's going to make this in terms of price appreciation and in terms of other things as well. So it's not just about price, it's about everything.
Hello everyone.
Chips, are you from the UK?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. I can make it out from your accent. Very well said. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Just very happy to be part of this project. That's actually my first project, first time being part of a community. I learned a lot from the community, but I just have like two questions. First one, I know we spoke a lot about the gas fee on Ethereum. I was wondering where that money goes, like the gas fee, when we pay all those gas fee, where the money goes, and if the gas fee kind of like help Ethereum to increase in prices. And my second question is, I set up a wallet on my Chrome browser, and I have a wallet on my mobile on MetaMask, but I can't. But I have different. I think I have like 3 accounts. I can only see one account on the one on the browser, and then 2 accounts on the one on the mobile. Can someone help me with that, please? Thank you.
Well, in terms of the MetaMask situation, I think have you do you have the same seed on your mobile and on your browser?
Yes, same seed.
Yeah. So basically, you just need to click on your browser one. If there's only one, just click create account, add account, and then a second one will appear, and then that should match the one that you have on your mobile.
All right. Thank you.
Because like every time it's quite annoying, but like every time, at least for me, like you import your seed into MetaMask, it only adds like one account, like no matter how many accounts you have. So what you have to do is just like add an account, an account, an account, an account, and they all come back individually eventually.
All right. Thank you, Chips.
And then the gas, I didn't really quite get your question, but if you're asking like where the money goes to, it's like it just goes to like the people who are like validating the Ethereum network and that kind of thing. And did you ask, does it make the price of Ethereum go up or something?
Chips, would you like to add that we should use a hardware wallet to protect ourselves rather than connecting with MetaMask? Can you add that to your whatever advice you're giving?
Yeah, what some people are planning on doing, just because of the simplicity of it and the low risk and barrier to entry, etc., is creating a bunch of accounts on their MetaMask, and then once they actually finally mint them, then sending them all to one address, and then putting that one address on a hardware wallet. But everyone has like their own style of doing it. I personally am not using a hardware wallet at the moment for Zen. But if you are, like maybe you're a better person to give advice on that.
I wanted to touch on that question about gas earlier, because I believe basically what he was asking was, is the price of Zen going up when you pay a gas fee for a mint? And I believe the answer to that is absolutely not, that the gas we pay to mint does not pump the Zen price. I believe that's the question that the gentleman was asking earlier. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, definitely. It does not pump the price of Zen. Not initially, at least, anyway.
A question about using the hardware wallet. Hardware wallet is like a condom in crypto. No hardware wallet, don't get into crypto. Okay, that is the first principle of crypto. If you have any doubt, look into Papa Warner YouTube video. The rest, if you don't want to listen to Papa Bueno or don't want to protect yourself, then you can do whatever you like. Then after that, don't come and cry in the channel. Okay.
A thing with the hardware wallets as well is you have to make sure if you're purchasing one that you don't give your real details when you purchase it, because and find a way of doing that if you can, because and obviously purchase directly from the supplier and not from any secondhand source. But in terms of what I was saying before, basically if I don't know if people have been around for a while before, like the bull market.
No, Chips, not from
Well, let
supplier.
me finish speaking. So before the
No.
No,
I will not. I'll not, because you're saying supplier. What do you mean supplier? It has to be from manufacturer. It has to be from manufacturer. You have to correct yourself. You have to correct yourself. It has to be from manufacturer. Okay. Thank you.
The supplier, the manufacturer. I'm using those words interchangeably. So I'm saying if you're getting a ledger, get it directly from the ledger website. Don't get it from eBay. Don't get it from Craigslist. Don't get it from anywhere else. Don't get it from Amazon. I mean, I think they sell them directly on Amazon, but I would personally say if you're getting a ledger, getting a Trezor, whatever, get it directly from their website. But what I was saying before is that Ledger, they had a vulnerability with their system, their buying system prior to the bull market, whereby everyone who brought a ledger, their email address, their name, their full name, and their full address was leaked. So anyone who had brought a ledger and had put in their real details, anyone could then look up who had brought a ledger and knew where they lived and what their name was. So there are different ways, that you have to protect yourself. It's not just about buying the ledger itself or the Trezor or the other ones.
What we really need is a hedron for Zen that just burns it and you can bid on everybody's stakes.
It's coming.
It'd be pretty cool if Alex made it, but I know that probably isn't going to happen.
Yeah, that might throw some petrol on the fire there.
That would just be glorious. It would just make everybody's head spin if he just came out of the woodworks and said, well, guys, I've been working on this. I was impressed with that. And yeah, nobody would know what to say.
I can see something even more cool coming out for Zen. There's going to be all sorts of neat stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to think more about
Icosahedron's genius, though. Don't get me wrong.
No, I agree. But earlier when you said about the keeping liquid around, I agree. You never know what could come about. I do have that mentality where I just want to stake it all to get the max yield in the future, but Hedron was a pretty good indicator of that you never know what could come out in the middle of one of your favorite projects that makes it even better.
Pretty quiet out there. Anybody got any questions? I can't even begin to express how blessed I feel to be involved with this community. Thanks, everybody.
I'm right there
Yeah,
with
for
you as
sure.
well.
Yeah, for
As
sure.
well.
And this Zen thing, this ain't just some other coin. This is coming from higher places. This is it. It's designed to bring us all together.
Definitely. Zen is for everyone. And we're going to create such a large user base. I mean, we have already as well. But you know, if that keeps on rising and rising at the same rate it is, or even if it slows down, it's over the course of years or whatever, it's gonna rise a huge amount, and then people are gonna want to tap into that user base as well.
Yeah, man. I try to throw it out there every couple days or whatever, but don't forget to try to teach no coiners and get them involved. You know, it's one of my strategies. I've been minting on Polygon. Just I don't have huge bags, but I want to get other people involved. So the idea is if someone's interested, I could just help them set up a MetaMask account on their phone or whatever real quick and shoot them over a little bag of some Zen, send them over a little bit of Matic for some gas, and take them over to Zen.network and teach them how they can mint their own. And hopefully they'll pass it forward. And if they want to learn more about security and crypto and all of that stuff, they'll come and ask, or they'll learn on their own. But either way, it's a value. It's valuable. So a lot of people, a lot of new people get freaked out about Ethereum fees and all of that. So if you tell them, hey, no, it's fractions of a penny to interact with this, it's not nearly as scary for them. And they don't even need to get involved in a central exchange. You just start them out completely decentralized, and they can start from there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the good benefits of these sub chains. This low barriers to entry. It's just easy for people to play around with, and then if at some point once they're more comfortable, they want to move to more expensive chain, Ethereum or whatever, then they can. But yeah, when you're just minting on Polygon, when it's like pennies, cents, whatever, there's basically no downside apart from a bit of your time. So why not?
Yeah, if they mess up, they probably won't be too bummed, but in the future they might be bummed. But it'd be a good place to start, just keeping it simple for no coiners and noobs. There's a lot out there. There's a lot of rabbit holes to go down, and it's really easy to get lost in this space.
yeah, I mean, I have a hard enough time explaining to, you know, certain family members or whatever about how to do certain things on their computer that are unrelated to crypto. I have no idea how I would explain to them certain concepts in crypto and what they have to look out for and stuff like that. But people that are more of the newer generation or the younger generation, it is more easy to explain, and they're more willing to like jump into it a bit. But yeah, maybe something like this project can be a bit more comfortable for people who are you know, a bit less technology minded as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, you know, an extension on your phone and a website. That's all it really needs to start with. Press a couple buttons and you're good to go. Especially with you know, with like the younger kiddos, they can teach their friends and trade it, you know, shoot it back and forth to each other, and you know, they can have fun with it.
This is a pretty far-fetched idea, but I'd love to see this crypto somehow politically unite the world so that we can all get our heads together and quit fighting so goddamn much.
Yeah, I think that would probably come organically, come naturally if this all works out.
Exactly. There's so much love that can be found in this community if you don't have any this race, that race. It's everyone. We're all humans. You know, we're all here.
Yeah, that would be nice. There's way too much division.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's up?
I have a quick question. I'm new to crypto, and I've been listening to you guys for a while, which is, you guys fully with knowledge of crypto here, and it's very, very good knowledge, which I've been taking. I do appreciate that. I have a question. I was looking into the hard wallets, and of course, there's a few of them out there. But since I'm a beginner, like which is a easy, wallet I can use, like hardware wallet to lock the tokens.
Well, I can say I'm about a year into crypto myself. The past year, I've learned a hell of a lot, basically in spaces like this. And the first wallet I bought was a Trezor One. It gives you a 24-word seed phrase. You can get really technical with this stuff, but I have 3 Trezor Ones now, and I'm really happy with them. But you can just do some research. Trezor and Ledger are the 2 brands a lot of people seem to recommend, but ultimately it's whatever you want and what fits you. As long as you get protected, that's really all that matters, I believe. But
Okay. Yeah, because I was looking at that one and of course the other one, but of course they both have different purposes. But I just wanted to see if there was something more easy to use than the other one. But I think they probably work the same.
it's all basically that Trezor being your medium communicating with your seed words. So they all have their own nuances or things you have to do or don't do that you kind of learn. As someone else can maybe chime in if that's tried different ones, which would be best for a beginner. But I've done fine with my Trezor ones. That's all I've used.
Yeah, man, I use Ledger. I got a couple of them. Trezors look nice. I ultimately chose, what is it, a Ledger Nano X or something, their newest one. But I ultimately chose this one just because it was like $100 less than the really nice Trezors, and they looked a little smaller. You can tuck them away a little easier, but a lot of I've heard a lot of people say they prefer Trezor just as just the usability. It's a little more user friendly, but I can get around the Ledger just fine. I have more qualms with the Ledger Live app myself. It's not as intuitive for me as I think it could be, but it's still all right. I mean, it basically just boiled down to size and cost for me. So
Yeah, because of course they have different prices based on what they were saying. I mean, depends what you're going to spend, what else it does. But yeah, I would definitely look back into those, and I just didn't know if there was much of a difference on the user friendly side part of it. That's all. But
yeah, you'll be good with either one, man. It's
okay.
Just gotta secure your stuff. That's what it's ultimately all about, and you'll learn how to use them.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys.
Just got to throw out there the other exciting thing is that all your Ethereum wallets that you may mint on, you're going to have doubles of one day, maybe hopefully in the next year or 4 years, right?
Are we talking about the long-awaited pulse chain?
Of course. Thinking about that makes me want to go do a few more wallets. I got to keep refraining.
Yeah, I keep kind of forgetting about that. So I get reminded of it when I don't know. A lot of people are starting to complain about it, but it's like, well, complaining ain't gonna help. You guys knew this could take a long time. But I get it. They were promised a couple times and just didn't work out that way. So
So how does that work? Is that a snapshot at the time of the launch, or is it something where you have to bridge tokens
It
over or
all
something like that?
it all happens literally at once at that block, that fork. It's a literal just duplicate of the entire chain, just kind of like ETHW just did, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So yeah. So basically, what that means is then your mints that you have not yet minted, they presumably they're not going to be forked over, are they? Because if you have a mint that's coming up in 300 days, I mean it depends on when Pulse Chain launches, of course. But if the fork is tomorrow, for example, and the snapshot is tomorrow, then in 300 days when you claim your mint, that's not gonna be on the Pulse Chain.
that'll pass over. The contract
It'll all
has
be
already
on.
been made. So
Yeah, it should copy all your mints. Everything will be duplicated.
That sounds good.
It's exciting.
I mean, I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. Like, obviously, I've seen on like the airdrop websites and stuff saying, "Oh yeah, there's going to be this fork at some point," and blah 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 blah. I just wait until they happen, and then I sort of like look into it then.
I actually brought somebody on board with the news of the Pulse chain. They sacked for PulseX. I think that might be a really positive introduction to crypto for him.
Most definitely. Do we know what the minting day caps off at, or if it just keeps rising, or what the endpoint is for that, the days of minting? Because I remember hearing if it gets to 1,000 and stops like the stake, or a certain number, or what that you can pick.
Minting days, I guess that goes on forever, but minting Zen still becomes more difficult over time. So
No, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you get to pick the number of days that you want to mint Zen for, and those days keep going up. So is it going to cap off at 1,000 days that you can mint for, or is it going to go? When's the cap off for how long you can mint? Because it keeps raising.
I don't think there is. I could check out the white paper and double check, but I don't
Okay,
believe
so I
there
mean,
is.
so we can see like thousands of days in the future, maybe? Is that what it's looking like, or?
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah,
That's
honestly,
pretty cool.
that's actually a really good question, but it seems to me the way it's working right now, there's no cap. I mean, it just keeps going. So
And then is it the new users that come in that create that? What makes the day go up is what I'm wondering. I also noticed with the calculator, it seems like and that's what I'm trying to figure out is the new users part of the equation. But I noticed how if you put in the more new users, the more you get to mint. The less new users, the less you get to mint. So it makes you want to bring people in to mint more, because no matter what, the minting is going to go down as the amp goes down. It just looks like a beautiful thing that eventually it's going to have value and more value until it is going to be a scarce token, except for the people that have it. I don't want to say scarce. We're trying to be worldwide, but you know what I mean. The demand for it because of it taking more work, more time to create, to mint.
Yeah, I think after 8 years, it will be like a 1 day mint will get you 10 tokens compared to now, where a 1 day mint will get you 30,000 tokens.
Yeah, I just wonder what curve, what's the different projects that'll be made, and if it'll be 4 years, 5 years, however long it'll take, or if we got to wait the whole 8 years, whatever. It's just going to be really interesting to see. Very, very excited.
Yeah, I guess probably the longest benefit is going to be the full 8 years, but I would imagine the so-called supply shock will kick in before then. There'll be a inflection point at some point whereby it will just become easier or more economical to just buy the tokens rather than just mint the tokens, and that's when things will start taking up a bit more, I think. I think that's probably be around in about 3 years, but I don't know, that's just a guess.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sounds good to me. Because if these days keep going up, it's going to incentivize me to want to keep making more wallets to mint to get longer and longer mints in there with the bonuses that we have, because it's going to outweigh the 20% APY of staking when you have the EAA and yeah, all that going at once. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Before
Early
we took off,
participants are rewarded.
we weren't really expecting it. Nobody was really expecting it to go so fast. So this EAA and the AMP is just kind of like the cream on top, you know, for the early adopters.
100%.
Well, more like a extra dollop of the cream on top for everyone.
Yeah, I
Up
think
to
the
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think the term limits in terms of the amount of days that you can have as your maximum mint period. I'm not totally sure, but I think it's just quickly skimming the white paper again, and I think it's basically every 5,000 additional participants, like it increases, and it increases like logarithmically. So basically, it will increase quickly at the start, but then it will like flatten out. So at the moment, like when they launched, it was like 100 days, and then it's very quickly gone up to like nearly 400 days. At some point, it will like start to flatten out and go, then increase like more slowly, and then it will just like go to a call basically and go up really little. But I guess yeah, I think that's how it works. I mean, according to the diagram in the white paper as well, it shows that 400 days, it's already beginning to like flatten out. So I guess it's going to go up quite a bit more slowly now.
Yeah, I think that white paper just wasn't quite big enough to show the full extent of it.
Hey, what's going on? I'm kind of curious to see what the year-length mints are gonna look like in about a month. I think the earliest I got in was day 2, and that was like 25 mil. Then like the 4th day I minted some more, and it was around 12 mil or so, maybe 14 mil. A month in, I mean, it's gonna be really hard to catch up to the early adopters. You'll just have to mint more wallets, but it's just gonna be hard to do in that case either way. Because if it keeps dropping like that, I mean, if you're getting 1 mil or you maybe less for the yearly mints, that's just gonna be insane. And I don't know. I mean, a lot of things. The one thing on people's mind is like most of the early adopters. I mean, they did go for that full 1 year to get the max. what kind of minting frenzy is going to happen exactly, a year from now. But I think there's going to be so many tokens released. When people are going to talk about the early adopters, I think they'll be talking about like the first 2 or 3 weeks. People who minted for a year in the first 2-3 weeks. But even then, I think there's going to be so many tokens that even if there's significant value to them, it's not going to be like anything catastrophic where people start claiming them and then selling them or whatever. It's not. I don't think it's going to affect the value so much because, like for instance, I'm minting different stages, like 30-day stages. So like 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, because I don't really know where this is going to go. And then I have like 30 wallets that are just doing the yearly mints. But at a certain point, it's almost like in my mind, it's telling me that, listen, if you don't do this now, in a couple of weeks, it might not be worth it. But that might even be the wrong mindset, because eventually the less and less that you get, for your mint, whether it be 30 days, 60 days, if you start later on, I think the more valuable the tokens will become. So you won't need to mint, you won't need the same size mint, to kind of hold a lot of value. I think any mint that you, if you mint for a year, a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, your tokens probably have the same value as the first early adopters, but they will have that value down the road. Maybe not exactly a year from now, but it's just going to take them a little bit longer to catch up. But yeah, whoever's here early is in a pretty good spot. And then it's pretty unique how it's going to take a really long time to get to see these 10 token mints, as someone just mentioned, maybe 8 years from now. But can you imagine, back in the day, people used to hold a lot of Bitcoin and then it hit $1 and people are like, oh, wow. Wow, I have 100 Bitcoins. And now it's like, just having one is a big deal. And I think eventually, if things go according to plan and all the way everything's being distributed over time, I think that's what's going to kind of create the same scenario.
I agree with you. Sounds good.
It almost, I didn't get too technical with the white paper. I watched some videos, but it almost seems like there's almost like a set amount of tokens in mind to be distributed by a certain time. Like you said, if more people join in, the more tokens you get. It just kind of like accelerates the process, I'd say. But there's almost like a set amount of tokens, and I wonder if it's like in relation to the amount of people in this world, right? Are we still 5 billion people, maybe more, or maybe projecting to have way more people in 8 years in this world than just anticipating that everyone's going to have, access to this currency? And so I'm thinking, maybe the value won't be in 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 range, and not intended to be. It's almost intended to be a more exchangeable value per token. And that's why it's created that way. And that's why the supply is way higher than Bitcoin. So I think there's a lot more thought put into it than us simply, minting tokens, and then, you get more if you mint early. I think the whole idea might be maybe not, maybe it's not in the white paper, but maybe it was thought out that way, that it's proportionate to the world's population, and assuming that everyone's going to have access to crypto, a lot of the population already does. And then what would be the kind of a range for, not in the thousands, but maybe in dollar value, like maybe each Zen token will eventually hit $1 to $10. I don't know, but it almost feels like that thought process was there to reach every person in the world and make it a more I'd say like more comprehensible to everyone. Whereas we have to hold fractions of a Bitcoin right now, most of the people in this world, because we can't hold one. But in the future, when most of the tokens are distributed, even people in poor countries can hold several Zen tokens, right? I mean, they can hold them just by minting, but down the road, even if you weren't a part of this and you were 8 years old and now you turn 16 and you're kind of exploring the whole crypto space and just money in general, you're able to hold several Zen tokens and not 0.00000123 of Bitcoin. It's a little bit, it just becomes a more more of an interchangeable currency.
Yeah, I think that's just more of a psychological thing, I guess, because having 10 Zen or having 0.001 Bitcoin or whatever, it's they can both be used equally as a medium of exchange or however they need to be used. But yeah, it does sound more comfortable for someone to be able to have whole numbers without a whole number of zeros before their number of tokens or whatever. But I mean,
Yeah,
I think the fact that there's way more tokens with Zen eventually, like I mean, it shouldn't really matter in terms of theoretically, in terms of the potential price appreciation, because it's just about where the decimal point is basically.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Shiba Inu, Dogecoin, that a lot of those people bought just because you could buy millions, and I mean, I think that's what helped pump those, for the general public. I think that's why they were so popular, because you get millions of something, and you just want more millions. And what if I become a millionaire? And uh, just any token that you get actual whole tokens of, I think makes you feel more whole than partial.
Yeah, I think I've seen some research that says, yeah, the tokens that have a higher supply do tend to pump more as a percentage overall, probably because of psychological reasons. But I guess there's also the fact that there's this probably something like Shiba Inu completely distorts that because that went up so much. Well, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's a psychological thing, just like when certain cryptos hit certain dollar, cents or dollars, there's certain points that people want to sell at. They're like, that's it. I'm rich, or I made it, when you can keep going past that. But it's psychological levels. It's really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. That's why, Bitcoin didn't go to 100,000 because everyone was saying, oh, yeah, Bitcoin's going to go to 100,000. And then everyone was like, well, okay, I'm going to dump it before 100,000 so I can get near the top. And everyone knows, or not everyone, but a lot of people kind of know that there's these kind of barriers. And so they just basically are being more safe to dump before the barriers, because then, their gains are like more safe and locked in.
Yeah, I think we're all looking, comparing it just like you can look at anything else in the crypto market, right? When you're looking to make money, but I mean, crypto is also just a way to exchange, currency, right? I want to pay you for something, and I can send it over to you. And I think the way this has been rolling out on different networks, and the fact that you can get the world's attention to mint for free, just a gas fee, right? And you choose your network, is just a big deal because there's just so much exposure. You're literally telling anyone in the world, listen, this is your currency, just go mint it. And I think that's what, you don't need to have a miner or anything like that. So I think this has really great potential because of the way it's being rolled out.
Sir, are you speaking Hindi?
What's up?
Hello?
Hello? Oh, I think they went.
The
Yeah,
microphone
it's
was
more
at the lowest
accessible than.
volume.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we could hardly hear it. I think they've gone now as well. But yeah, it's much more accessible than Bitcoin miner as well, because you don't have to get any specific software set up. You don't have to, even in the early days, it wasn't too hard if you knew what you were doing, but you did have to do a quite a bit more research than what you have to do now, which is literally just go to a website, connect a wallet, press a button, and then you're done. So it's the barrier to entry, in both in terms of cost and in terms of how user friendly it is and stuff like that. It's better.
I just been in the chat for a couple of days, and I just see people complaining like the price is going down. I'm like, what are you complaining about? You're getting some currency, you're participating, and you're just paying gas fees. I mean, unless somebody went out and bought it, off the market or something. But like, there's no need to sit there and complain about what the price is doing right now. Like, it's about our tokens being pre-minted. Are people able to claim them on the first, second, third day? Is everything rolling out on different chains, which it is? It's just obviously you have those people who just don't understand the whole concept, or maybe just trolls. I don't know. But it's like looking at the price, and one thing I've learned in crypto, it's great to track things that you're buying and you're making money, but nothing happens like overnight. And people that stare at charts all day, look at the price all day, they're just stressed out. They're stressed out, and especially like during like a market like this one, this period of 8 to 12 months. You got to find something you can do without looking at the chart, something to participate in. I don't care if it's your favorite whatever meme coin that's relatively safe, or you think is great. Just if you're participating in it, participate. I mean, there's many things you can do and participate in the project without having to look at the price daily and keep checking on, is it mooning yet? Is it mooning? Because after a while, I mean, if you've been in this space for a while, like that's one thing that kind of stresses you the hell out, especially if you're new. And then there's so many other things you could be doing. Just learning about this space, different projects, how things work, and then just going around and talking to communities, and just something a little bit more healthier than just staring at numbers. And just people in the chat. I don't know what they were crying about. How many zeros are we gonna add? I'm like, well, I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're supposed to be going on there and minting, so it's not really gonna matter in a few months or years. But yeah, people just stressing themselves out, just thinking of everything like, it's just gonna skyrocket. I guess God help those people. I don't know. I guess you learn because, we've all been there. In 2018, I got in on the bull run, and I mean, I didn't really have any money, and I was up 10 grand all of a sudden, and then boom, my 10 grand was like $700, and I'm like, listen, it's like I lost 10 grand, and I lost a couple grand that I put in, and I'm like, I disappeared for a couple of years, and I think that's kind of the cycle for newcomers. And then 2.5, 3 years later, I came back, and then I looked at my wallet, and I'm like, oh shit, everything I had just came back, and I'm literally up to where I was, 10 grand. Like, I didn't sell it or anything. I'm like, it's dust. I'm not, whatever, I quit. I come back, and it's back at 10 grand. So, it's just the waves, that you got to ride to catch higher waves. So, I think that's just cycle for everyone. Like, people minting right now for free, they're just, the ones that are happy are just happy that there's something like this that they learned of, early on, and something that works, and something that's free that could potentially become something really big. And then, all the other folks, I don't know, maybe they just don't understand how this all is supposed to work, or they've heard about it and somebody shilled it to them, and they're like, buy millions, mint all of them, and you can be a millionaire. And they're like sitting there staring at the screen waiting to be a millionaire. But I guess that's just how it is, man. We're all chasing something.
Yeah, I think there's probably a combination of things. Like some people brought on the centralized exchanges uh, because basically these exchanges, they advertise these new tokens whenever they list them, and then people just basically gamble on a new listing that can sometimes pump, and they didn't understand the token, they didn't do their research, and they didn't realize that everyone was minting it for free, and they were continuing minting it for free, and then they come in the chat and they still don't really understand, but then they're asking, why is the price going down, why is the price going down? And then there's some other people as well who are just fudding because they're just trolling, or they just want to fud, or whatever. Just, combination of things, I guess. But I think over time, the fudders will get less, and but yeah, as you say, like at the moment, the price is like not really important. That will come with time. At the moment, it's just about community building and expanding the project.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm sure a lot of people just bought it because the exchange advertised the listing. And then you have those people that sit there and wait, for something to pop up on CMC. And then you have people who are like, oh, this one's 80% down, biggest loser for the day. Let me buy a ton of it. And then obviously, the more was minted, the more went down. So yeah, I could see how it was a combination of all those things.